me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Alright, what's up, fools? Today is 12/16/2024. It is 7:35 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm still getting set up, and then we're gonna hop on with Whick in just a minute. Is that Botrix with the funny accent? Funny accent? What do you mean? You mean the female voice? No. No, that is an AI voice. Okay. What up, Catmere? So we have goals now. never seen them before. I've been told about them. Mantis has told me that other streamers had like goals at the top of their chats. And what's up with the challenge? So that's what I'm talking about right now, is that apparently there's goals now that YouTube allows us to put on the top of our chats that will create like a super chat goal, and you can put like some sort of like thing that you will do if you meet the goal. So Josie does them. Well, so they keep doing these things. Bad hair day, yeah. So they keep doing these things where they're where they're like rolling out new things. And so one new thing that they're also rolling out, but they slowly give them to like creators. They slowly give them the content creators. And so one new thing that they're also rolling out is I think just like TikTok, where they put like stuff on your face. They'll put like, you know, stuff up on the screen every time somebody donates, and they're called jewels, and they'll like, you donate like gems and diamonds and rubies and like shit like that. They're coming out with that, but other people have them. I still don't. And I've contacted them a couple of times about it, and they still haven't given it to me. Which is very annoying. But all right, let's is Whick ready? Does anybody know? Is he busy or? Oh, also, we're supposed to come out with my video essay today. I finally got it done. I just need to make a thumbnail for it. Hey, baby girl. Yeah, I'm always quiet. You got to turn me up to 200. Well, okay. I think I've got something for that. Give me a second. I bought something new. And I think that this should help. So let's see. Okay, so we got that. Then here I can put this on B. Okay. Is that louder? Ha ha ha, let's freaking go, dude. I'm a genius. Let's go. Yearning. What was the I'm curious now. What I am also very involved in the religious stuff. I love debating people on it. What is the religious disagreement? Oh yeah. Oh oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You know what? I've decided. All right, chat. You guys have hit the dono goal, so I'm gonna let you guys hear Wick now. I've decided I will fix that now. So we're gonna make it so you guys can hear him now. Congratulations on hitting the dono goal, everybody. So we're
How much did you charge them to hear me? I'm curious.
a couple hundred bucks.
Oh damn. Okay. You know what? I haven't used this goal thing either. Let me hold on. Let's see. And for the next hour, let's say if we can get 10 super chats. I think that's a good goal. And if we get these 10 super chats, I will
keep Tom's face on screen.
No. I want them to want.
You want to reward them, bro. Come on.
Yes, I want to reward them, not punish them, right?
Oh,
so let's just say special.
Just say there's a reward.
Okay, there we go. Now we have a goal. People can if you super chat $5 or more, you can get that goal. I don't know.
Yeah, we talked about this with the fitness girl. What was her name? Like Lana Fitness or something like that. The girl who did all the Ubu stuff on whatever podcast.
There's a lot of those.
Oh, I guess. Okay, I can't. Chat, help me out. What the fuck is her name?
Nala,
Anyways,
are we talking about
Nala. Yes, Nala Fitness. Okay, yes. So Nala Fitness.
Okay.
We just went over like a video essay recently of a guy who was like reviewing Michael Knowles because Michael Knowles was calling out Christians for doing this, and then so like this guy did this kind of video essay going over the fact that like Michael Knowles caught a bunch of people posting out of context clips of Nala trying to pretend that she said something that she didn't. And then this guy's like, he's right. He did get him, calling her or clipping her out of context, but he didn't realize that this happened right after. And he shows another clip. So I go check that clip, and that one's also out of context to, again, try to make it look like she's saying something she didn't.
It's profitable. They make money from doing this. They make money as being seen as these kind of like gatekeepers, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Mm-hmm.
It's very profitable to hate. It's just very profitable to hate. And that is exactly what they're doing there.
But gatekeeping Christianity is the weirdest thing in the world. Like, it truly is. Like, growing up in the church, I've never seen people gatekeeping Christianity before. And all of a sudden, on the internet, this is just this brand new thing that's like, hey, this is normal. We can all do this, and there's no problem with it. Let's just keep acting like we're gonna just like tell somebody when they are good enough to be a Christian. It's wild.
Yeah, like I don't get to look. Maybe they're lying. I don't know. That's not between me, right? That's between her and God, and they'll be judged, right? But it's not from my place to go in there. And again, if they are doing something that is wrong, then yes, you can call that out. Like absolutely. But that's not again what's going on here. Anyway, but that's a total aside of what we were going to talk about, right?
That we know of. I think a lot of people call her out for like they say that she's faking this and that it's all a grift. It could be. It's possible. You just don't have the fucking evidence of it. Like you're just calling her out just because you got used to hating on her, and so now you don't like that you have to stop hating on her. There was also I did want to bring up. Okay, so just I do want to get to the stuff about Biden, but.
Yeah, that's fine. We can talk about whatever. I'm here for the content.
Okay. So Jesse Singal, I was like a huge defender of this guy for a long time. But then I actually started reading a lot of his work, and he does have like an affinity for like talking about detransitioners incessantly, like, and talks about them as though like this is like an outcome that like all trans people will end up facing. He has misrepresented like doctor's visits for kids who numerous times, actually, I think 2 to 3 times. I know of 2 exactly. I know there's a third accusation that I haven't actually looked into, but one is where a woman, he just took like one woman who said that doctors were prescribing hormone blockers without ever even like going through the necessary steps with patients. She had no evidence of that. She was never part of the like meetings, never part of the doctor's visits, never knew what was being prescribed, was never there, nothing, had no evidence. She just worked at a fucking gender clinic and started like telling Jesse Singal that she was really uncomfortable with what was going on there, and then he comes out with this full story just using her just saying what happened, but she doesn't have any evidence, like even the stuff where she says like this is what they're doing. Based on her position, there's no reason she would have that information, and all of the other people who work there said there's no way she would have that information. Like we don't know where she's getting this from. Not only do none of us believe this is happening, but we don't have any evidence of this either.
Because he did that, right? He posted what someone else said.
I'm not saying like they should lie about him.
Should he like should people be saying Jesse Singal, get fucked and die, stupid kitty fucker, piece of shit, trash subhuman bitch, fuck, I hope someone breaks every bone in your body and castrated you penis and balls, then beat you to death, stupid bitch.
I mean that one sounds pretty tame. But there's others that would probably go too far, you know. Those probably exist. But he like I'm just saying that like there is this like aura of like he's the fair one who's just willing to be critical of trans people, and that's all it is. And that's what I thought for a long time. I really believe that. I thought he's willing to make like he's willing to make concessions that transphobes aren't willing to make, so he can't be this person that they're painting him as. But then, yes, he is not the right-wing transphobe. He's not the TERF transphobe, but he is this, like, version that is trying to paint himself as very fair and very, like, moderate on the issue, but then yes is also like very dishonest in a lot of cases. Just there was another case where he like posted he got an email leaked to him where it was just something where they were recommending a girl go to a therapist for gender affirming care, and he took this email and interpreted it to say that the doctor was somehow prescribing gender hormones, gender affirming hormones, which is just was not like there's no way you could get that from the email, but that's how he saw it. And yes, and then post this on Twitter, and the actual girl who is being leaked like all of a sudden sees this and is like, what the hell? I never got hormones. What is he talking about? And like starts quote tweeting him to call him out for just misrepresenting what happened there.
I'd have to see the individual incidents in both.
Yeah, if you look it up, for
example,
go ahead.
I'm trying to get Singal on my show, right, to talk to him, right? So all these things, but one of the things that I've had problems when it comes to looking up stuff on Singal is there's just so much chaff. There's so much noise out there, right? Like they call him a pedophile, and they say well, I'll give the example on my stream of him spreading PHI when it was obviously not PHI, right? So it's something where unfortunately I just got to check up on every single one.
I saw so I have the same issue, and that was kind of my issue the whole time, is that every time somebody would make an accusation against him, it would turn out to be wrong, and so I just started believing that he wasn't this person. But in the one that you were talking about earlier, did you see what the original post actually had like around it, like the surrounding context, not just the graph that had the information on it, but what was all like the surrounding information on this?
Well, the specific person, Alejandro Carbella, I don't know her name. I think that's her name, right? Was saying that it was the specific post of the spreadsheet. That was the PHI. That was a specific claim she was making. And so that's what I investigated more. I didn't look at the surrounding information as much. But that specific one was obviously just not PHI. It just wasn't.
Well, it's just the reason I'm asking is because there could have been more information surrounding it to where it was posted with other information about that person and about the people who are like being referenced in that graph. And so that was the only reason I asked, is that, yeah, that would be like my first question is like, well, how was this posted? Because yeah, there's there could have been other info there.
It looks like, so I'm looking at it right now. Let me see if I can. I'll link it to you. Hold on. Boom, 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 and I'll put it up on screen. Hold on, give me a second. But I know there's like a delay on these things, so I'm gonna give it to you so you just have. And it's hard to see the other 4 things on here. I could probably find the specific tweet, right? But just looking at that doesn't look like. I'll show my screen on here. Yeah, that doesn't look like it would. It just looks like him talking about what he shared, right? And like what's PHI, things like that, and he's highlighting definitions. So I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to look.
Let's see. Okay, this
But
is the post.
based on the evidence that Alejandra here is presenting, right? The evidence she's presenting, there's it goes contradictory to what she is actually saying. She is claiming that this specifically is PHI, and I've seen what that specifically is, and that specifically is not PHI. So it does make me think, oh, you're just not a credible source here. You've actively lied in this situation.
Yeah.
At least that's how I view it.
Yeah, I've had when I really like did a lot of digging into him is when he had an interview on the Majority Report. He called into the Majority Report, and they were saying that he was they were saying that he was doing all this transphobic stuff, and at that time is when I had like looked into him a lot, and I was getting really annoyed with Majority Report and the people on there, and just like how much misinformation they were spreading. And then they referenced a couple of stories that I went to go like look into specifically, thinking I was going to debunk these, and no, it was some of the stuff that they brought up in that interview, they got him on a lot of shit. So it was not good.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with this kind of thing, right? Like, is that if you, and he's been doing this for over a decade now, I think. If I might have my dates wrong, but he's been doing this for years and years and years, and he's putting out plenty of Substacks, plenty of reports. It just, again, by the numbers, he's going to get stuff wrong. Everyone is. There's no reporter.
Yeah, sure.
That has 100%.
But it's not about him just getting things wrong. It's about the fact that once stuff is debunked, that he's not willing to like to relent on his takes. That he'll say is sometimes even like as I said. So like where he like put out. It's like bad journalistic ethics and standards when you're putting out just like one source saying this one thing about this like clinic, and that one source there's no reason she would possibly have the information that she's claiming to have. There's no way that she could possibly have that info, yet he's claiming she has the info, and then shares, and then there's no evidence, there's nothing to back it up. And so, yeah, this is where I'm saying, like, yes, of course, people get things wrong. I say this all the time. I have, like, lines of debates coming on to try to tell me how CNN is, bad, they're fake news or whatever, shit like that. And I'm sitting there the whole time like, some stuff's wrong. Okay, sure. They retracted that though, so I don't really care. Like, you got them on something that they retracted, whatever. Or it's, a bunch of bullshit that they didn't get wrong. But in this case, yeah, this is, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt where I can.
Please please link me the story so I can look it up, because again, you have me at a disadvantage.
I think I have a doc full of stuff, so I'll try to find it and send it to you.
Yeah, just link it to me at some point, right? We can talk about it, because Jesse Singal is fascinating to me because of the hate that he gets. But again, as someone who's familiar with his work, I'm not like an expert in Singal. I haven't seen every study he's done, right? Or every report he's done, I should say. But he just seems like a normie guy who's trans skeptical in some ways. Does that make him transphobic? I don't know.
I think it's just
does that
I think that when it comes to like, so like kids transitioning, this is something that he's like super against, is like kids transitioning. I think that you can have like a moral position against that. That's fine. But if you have the moral position against it, yet you're
Wait,
accurately,
do you make it? Does that make you a transphobe if if you have a moral possession against kids
it
transitioning?
it depends. So it depends. So if your position is based on misinformation and you are restating that misinformation as your reasoning, a lot of people would look at that, especially if you're put up as like an authority on this. You're the expert who's investigating all of these things, and you're still misquoting these things and putting out misinformation and bad data. Then yes, I think in that case, like it would kind of be necessary to refer to that person as transphobic.
I'd have to think about that more because I think that one person can believe bad data,
I do too,
right?
but
And
like
honestly
when
believe it. And
it's
that wouldn't
hard.
make you a like if I get told by my mom, right?
Mhm.
Right? If my mom tells me something and I love my mom and I trust my mom and I give her the benefit of the doubt on this information, but later on it turns out to be less clear whether she's correct or not, right? She might be wrong, but she might not be, but questions come to the data that she's given me. But
Yeah.
I choose to believe my mom because I love my mom, right? And I, generally like her. Does that make me like dishonest? I don't think it does.
Yeah, it doesn't. But again, we're talking about somebody that like where you or me, if I'm this random YouTuber, have no like, yeah, I didn't go to school for journalism. I don't have any experience in journalism. Yet I'm
Sure.
still more. I'm still better able to like go through data. I'm better able to like see where there's a journalistic standard that's not being met. I'm able to like see that there's some like logical problems in the thought processes. I think that yeah, at that point, like you're screwing up pretty majorly.
Sure. You've mentioned that he took and reported on what a whistleblower, quote unquote, in a gender clinic claimed was happening. You cited that he reported on that and he quoted her as evidence here, but isn't that just what a journalist should do? I'm not a journalist by mine, by all, even though I stream on YouTube, I'm not a journalist. Keep that in mind, kids. Okay, but I don't know if someone from the Trump campaign contacted me and I knew where they worked in the Trump campaign and they had a report on all this shit that was going down in the Trump campaign and I simply did a stream on that report. Is that bad? Isn't that something that I should do?
To an
Explain
extent,
this to me,
again, it
right?
depends on how it's being represented. So like, think of
And
the
I would
Steele
represent it as,
dossier.
oh, this guy from the Trump campaign sent me this leaked stuff. It's crazy. Let's look at it.
Yeah, well, think of the Steele dossier, right? So there were a lot of
Okay.
people who like reported on the Steele dossier as though this was like confirmed information that it happened. Whereas the actual Steele dossier is very clear to say none of this is confirmed. This is like most of this is just people just saying things. They're not even reputable witnesses in a lot of this, and all of these things, all of these claims would have to be investigated further. Yet people still reported on it as though they just show the claims and are like, I can't believe Trump did this. That's ridiculous to like report on it that way because you're missing a lot of like the broader context and you're not representing it as though this is somebody just a random person who made the claim and instead representing it as something that's
I'd
credible.
have to see how he presented it, to be honest, because if you presented it as this is what was shared to me, I'm not sure if this has happened, but this is what she's saying is happening. I think that's perfectly reasonable and fine to do.
Okay, so let's say um somebody in your audience feels like you're
Let's pick
uh
one. Who wants to be the? Let's pick. Here,
infallible
kinetic
foul.
pause. You were
Infallible
okay.
foul
Infallible
is
foul. Let's
the
say infallible
infallible
foul.
foul feels like you're ignoring all of the real stories that are coming out and you're choosing to focus on Jesse Singal because you're transphobic. You could be doing all of these other things, but instead you're defending a transphobe. And this is what you do. You just love to go and find some random thing so that you can just grandstand on it and make a big deal about it while ignoring all of the important things that are going on in the world,
I
because
think he
you don't
actually
actually
believes that,
care.
though,
You
right?
don't actually care about the, yes, he does. So you don't actually care about the news. You don't
Hmm.
actually care about, like, this is what he was saying in chat earlier. Not that you're a transphobe, but that you were just ignoring
Yeah,
things and that it was
yeah.
annoying. So yeah, so like, yeah, somebody goes and they give this like a accounting of you to CNN. All of a sudden, there's an article about you on CNN talking about how this is who you are, right? You would probably sit there and think, why didn't this journalist actually look into this or interview me or interview anybody else to find out if this is the truth? Why did they just put this person's statements out there uncritically without any sort of like background information? That would be harmful to you, just as these other stories putting out the information uncritically without any actual like investigatory journalism going on, that is harmful to these people in that case.
Yeah, but if I'm being told by, for example, one of your mods comes to tell me, like, look at all this stuff Tom did and he's lying about it and he's covering it up.
Yeah.
And I go to you and you say that we aren't lying, we aren't covering it up. And I report on both of these things. Is that okay?
Um it
Because
I
that
don't
feels like, again, I'd have to see the report, but that feels like a more accurate description of what he would have done in this case. At least I'm assuming is he gets a whistleblower that comes in and says, these people are lying to you. They've been covering this up for years. This is what's happening. This is the information I have. Here's this information. So he might have very well gone to these clinics and said, is this what you're doing? And they said no. I mean, do you just run with that? Like, which do you believe in this case?
um I it so I was gonna say, if there's like a thing that you're just kind of like talking about, but again, you are very clear that like that you have no idea what's going on.
This is why
You're not
it's hard
sure
to
one
have
way or
this
the other.
conversation because I haven't. You could be exactly right here. I haven't read this, right? At least
Yeah,
not
yeah.
anytime soon. So I don't know. I'm just kind of. I don't. I'm skeptical of the idea that reporting on a whistleblower's findings is evidence of transphobia.
Again, I think I think to an extent it's about a pattern of behavior again. So it's not about like doing one thing. It's about a pattern of behavior. That like if you have a pattern of behavior of acting like much larger than like reality amount of trans people are detransitioning, or that a larger amount of kids are getting gender affirming care than what's actually happening, or a lot of clinics are just giving away like hormones and shit like that without ever doing any sort of therapeutic work first. Like, yeah, that after a while is just like, okay, this guy seems to have like a problem with trans kids, and it seems like he's determined to like make this look bad no matter what. So
I'm
yeah.
asking for the report because I'm asking the report. Some of my chatters are saying you're lying. I'm asking the report to check, right? So Civ
About
News,
wait,
if you can DM me that.
report what?
So for
Lying
example,
about what?
Civ News linking from the New York Times article that says that the university administrator, right, about the leaks said this, and this is a quote he's claiming that they're making. And I'm asking for the article so I can confirm this to be clear. He says that I do think our clinic and transgender care at large exhibits some of the concerns mentioned. If that's the case, then the whistleblower, and again, if Jesse Singal is looking at this
This
and
is
he
the New
hears
York Times story
statements
is
like
on a
this from the
different story.
administrator.
The New York Times
Oh,
story is
it's
on
on
a
a different story?
Yeah, I remember them writing on his story, and
Okay.
there were other things that the New York Times story missed, but this wasn't it. This is a different
Okay,
thing.
so
I'll have
we're
to
talking
find
about two
it.
different stories then?
Yeah, I'll have
Maybe,
to find
right?
it.
This is the thing. Singal's made a lot of reports on this. Like, he's done a lot of reporting in this.
He has, and most of it's
But no,
good.
this
That's why I was
he's
saying
again,
it's
Civ News saying that this story was about Jamie Reed blowing the whistle.
oh, actually it might be Jamie Reed.
Yeah.
but there were supposed to be like actual court
Keep
hearings
talking.
and
I gotta
things
use
like
the
that.
restroom. I'm about to pee my pants.
Yeah,
Give me
go
a
ahead.
second. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Give me a second.
Go ahead. I was gonna say I believe Jamie. There was supposed to be like a hearing on the Jamie Reed stuff, and last we checked, let's see, or maybe it wasn't a court hearing. It was an investigation. This is like the last time we looked into this was like well over a year ago when he talked to Majority Report. Okay, so this is, yeah, as of August 23rd, absolutely none of Jamie Reed's allegations are even partially confirmed. The St. Louis gender clinic accusations are still unsubstantiated, but these are all as of like a year ago. Yeah, if there's some update on this, I would be happy to see it, but yeah, last I looked into this, there was nothing confirming any of this shit.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just looking at the fact that, like, yes, when I look back at it, I think it was Jamie Reed. I'm pretty sure because that name was very familiar. And that, like, yes, the NBC News had a story: St. Louis gender clinic accusations, unsubstantiated interval investigation finds. There was another one by Assigned Media. Jamie Reed's allegations are not even partially confirmed, and then it has the New York Times article kind of going over a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I'm
So
looking at
that
the.
it
Here, I'll
was.
share my screen on this so you can see it too. Here is the archive of the New York Times article on this. So basically, we can just go over it real quick. A small Midwestern gender clinic was buckling under an unrelenting surge in demand. Last year, dozens of young patients were seeking appointments every month, far too many for the clinic's 2 psychologists to screen. Doctors in the emergency room downstairs raised alarms about transgender teenagers arriving every day in crisis, taking hormones but not getting therapy. In 2017, inside a children's hospital affiliated with Washington University in St. Louis, the prestigious clinic was welcomed by many families as godsend. I'm trying to get to the meat here. Okay, so here we go. Miss Reed's claims thrust the clinic between warring factions. Let's see if we can find Singal here.
Well, again, it was mostly just about Reed's claims. That if Reed's claims don't ever have any substantiation to them, it's more about
So
presenting
here's
her
one
claims.
thing. Here's one thing that goes for you. And they say that advocates have pointed to parents who disputed her account and to a Washington University investigation that determined her claims were unsubstantiated. Let me see. Where's the quote that this guy was looking for? Give me a moment. Again, this is kind of like we're doing this live, gang, but we'll find. Here, I'm going to end the screen so I can look at what I should be looking at without accidentally leaking things. I don't want to leak anything, so.
Yeah, this looks like a screenshot from the New York Times where it says some of Reed's claims could not be confirmed, and at least one included factual inaccuracies, but others were corroborated, offering a rare glimpse into the one of 100 or so clinics in the United States that have been at the center of intensifying fight over transgender rights.
So Singal reporting on this, right? Getting this, I don't see that as evidence that he's a transphobe because he should have. He should have. If I get a whistleblower thing telling me a bunch of shit and I look into some of it and some of it I can confirm, I'm going to report on the story.
Okay, yeah, again, I think that it depends on how it's presented and if it's presented.
Do we have Singal's article on this? Hold on. Does anyone have Singal's article that they can link us? We can look.
Let's see.
please do, if you do.
Okay, so here's his Substack.
He might have reported
screen
on
share
there,
this
honestly.
one.
Yeah, please. Yeah, there we
Okay.
go. Watch the screen. Can you
let me
make it bigger a little so I can read it? Like
yeah,
the,
1 second.
control scroll thing. So
I
it's
gotta
just easier for me to read
finish.
the words.
Let me fix my screens real quick. Okay.
Yeah. And don't accidentally leak anything you've sometimes
Okay.
you've done.
Gender clinic whistleblower Jamie Reed has provided a detailed account of her most controversial claim, including the names of those involved, but it'll still take some time for anyone to be able to verify it independently. So it does look like even at the top he does
He's
add
like,
that.
I don't know about this, right? Like, but I'm
Yeah.
reporting on it, but we don't have independent verification. But here's what she says. Yeah, I think that's pretty.
But he does
That's
have
fine.
even outside of this. So like in the interview with, oh man, there was even in the interview with the Majority Report, he specifically says, yes, these are unsubstantiated, but I believe the claims. I think that she is telling the full truth,
Sure. I
and that
can't
I think
prove
that
it, but I think
yeah,
it's
sure.
true.
Yeah, so like it is.
I don't think that makes him transphobic,
There's
though.
yeah, well, yeah, there's a lot of nuance to the fucking Jesse Singal stuff. And so, like I said, it's about a pattern of behavior. You're trying to make it sound like it's like one thing makes this bad, and it's not. It's more about like a willingness to just keep putting out claims from a side that does paint a picture for people who are reading it, yet doesn't actually like isn't giving like the full truth, if that makes sense.
I don't. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say.
You would have to see the pattern of behavior. I get it.
It's the same
Yes.
argument that people. It's the same argument that people made about the Trump very fine on both sides comment, is that you can't just take his words in a vacuum. You got to look at everything he said on other occasions, and
Not
I
even
get
other
that,
occasions, dude. For that claim, you just look at the one fucking
I mean,
thing. Is that he says I'm not talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis, and then says the people who were at the fucking rally weren't neo-Nazis. So it's like, okay,
I just think this part of this. I just think this part of this like bad behavior claim, right, on Jesse Singal's part, or the fact that he's transphobic. I think that, unfortunately, and Tom, I'm going to have to disagree with you here. And here's my hypothesis. I can't prove it, right? But here's my hypothesis, and bear with me on what you think. We can close out of your screen if you're done with this, right? Okay, great. So they can see our lovely faces, which is what they're here for, is to goon to us. That's why they're watching. One of the things that has been very effective against Singal is by ginning up this cloud of controversy around him, by putting out so many claims that people say, well, there's so much there, there's so much smoke, there has to be at least a little fire. And it plays into our willingness to kind of look at people as honest actors, look at people as genuine, look at people as like, well, people wouldn't just go online and just lie, would they? Right? Not all these people, right? And I wonder if that isn't playing into your take right here. Is that the fact that there has been this smear campaign on Jesse for years? I said I was
a defender of Jesse.
Right?
Like I was a Jesse Singal fan. Like I wasn't. I thought that it was all just bullshit. And when Anna Kasparian came out and defended him, I was like super happy that somebody was finally.
You have it. The Majority Report segment, I'm being told, was very short, and we should watch it together. And I agree with that. I know this isn't what we planned to, but this is interesting to me.
Yeah, as long as you have time for the other stuff, I don't give a fuck. I've got all night.
Eventually we'll transition to that.
I'm just starting stream, and I normally stream for like 8 to 10 hours, so I've got all the time in the world.
Yeah, I'm just really if someone can link me that, or if you have that, I would love to watch it with you just to see.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, please. One day when I become rich and famous, I'll have producers to do this for me. Okay, I'll be able to say, "Okay, slave, do this," right? Wage slave, but I don't. So, unfortunately,
Just writing to support. If I give 100, there's gonna be
he's
very upset, and also
because the Sam Cedar and Emma were insanely unfair to Jesse in this.
Because if my real
they would not let him fucking talk the entire time.
Yeah, but isn't you? Hold on, didn't you just say? Maybe I'm mishearing. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. That this incident caused you to
look
be less
into it.
Jesse?
No, I said because of this, I ended up looking into a lot of the claims that were being made throughout that and actually go through like a lot of what they were saying, because a lot of what they're talking about is the Jamie Reed stuff. And so yeah, they were insanely unfair to him.
Reed stuff, and the Jamie Reed stuff seems like something he should have reported on. That would have been good to report on. Like, at least from what we saw, and again, how he reported on it seems to be
binary.
That he was
cisgender identities were more
and saying we can't substantiate.
I don't know.
But this is what he's saying.
So this is. I will just explain my thought process and why this is difficult for me. I will go and and get recommended videos, and they'll say, here, like, you should watch this, you should go over this, okay? And I go over the video, and by the time I'm done with it, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, dude. I can't tell one way or the other, and I think that we're just gonna have to wait for more information. For me, I feel like it is different than if I went out and found something. So when stuff's just being given to me and they're like, you should just cover this, and I don't really know what I'm getting into, I don't know what I'm watching, and then I just come to this conclusion at the end that like, yeah, I have no idea, then I think that's one way of engaging with it. Or somebody else writes a story and I go over their story to say, yeah, they're kind of getting into some claims here, but really we don't know. We don't have any idea. I think that's another way to do it. But if instead you're the one breaking the story, you're the one who got the story, you come out with it, nobody knows anything about this, and you come out with it just to say, yeah, who knows, whatever, then yeah, I think that's weird. I think that that's weird, and I think that that's like an odd way of doing it. I think that it would make sense if he could get maybe other like stories that were like from the other side that kind of gave like two pictures and put both of these out at the same time. But to do like an investigation on something, but with every interview you do, you put out a story on just that one interview, one at a time, instead of pulling out a full story, giving a full picture of all of the interviews and everything that everybody said and what's corroborated and what's not. And like that is responsible. The other thing is giving, it's very like, you're looking at everything through, what do you call it? Your vision is blurred. I can't think of the fucking
myopic lens.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's just like everything's like cut off. You have very two
blinders. You have blinders on. You're myopic.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. You're looking at the trees and not the forest, right? If you want to use that, right? No, I understand it. I just don't. I think that if that's the strongest evidence you have that he's transphobic, that's the.
Again, I'm not saying. Hold on. Okay, that's another thing. I meant to clarify in my thought process.
Please.
I said before. I said if he's putting these things out, I think it's necessary to say that he's transphobic. Not that he hates trans people, but that like when you engage in a certain type of behavior that is harmful to trans people over and over, that at that point people will call you transphobic, not because you hate trans people, but because the actions are discriminatory against trans people. So like when we say someone's transphobic, we're saying they are either discriminatory towards them, or we're saying they hate they hate trans people.
If I just tell the truth about a thing as I see it, and that truth happens to harm a group, does that make me phobic against that group, or a racist against that group, or discriminatory against that group? Like say I do a bunch of reports and they all are anti-man. They paint men in a bad light, but they're true. The stories are just true. Does that make me anti-man?
I think it's obvious. If every time I see a black person on screen, I post 1350 in the chat and I say black people commit 50% of the murders while only being 13% of the population, it's true. Is that not okay? Can I not do that? Is that bad? Like, am I painting them in a bad light now just because I fucking keep saying that 13% of the population is committing 50% of the murders? Like, yeah, of course it is. Like, of course, that's you're
Okay.
yeah. I feel like
Let's watch
that's
the
it.
same segment. I found it. Someone,
Oh, did you
a
find it?
kind
Okay.
person DM'd it to me, so I'm going to share my screen. It's from Riverboat Jack's stream, but we'll hopefully
Yeah,
it's not too many.
that's what I
interruptions.
couldn't find the actual interview. I hope yeah, I hope it's all
Well,
I
we'll
saw
see.
were
We'll see,
other
right?
people reviewing it.
Yeah. And if it's too much, then we won't, right? But let's see. Let's go to actually where it starts.
There you go. We have time for one more call?
Like recently, like a couple days ago, yeah.
We'll try this one. Calling from 617, another Boston
Hey
area
man, it's
code.
Jesse Single.
Oh, it's Jesse Single. Hello, Jesse.
How's it going, man?
Good. We can't hear you very well. Can you speak into your phone?
Yeah. Are you on the headphones?
Hold on one sec.
The audio issues. Even the greats, or even the
That
people
ain't
bigger
that
than me, have audio issues.
Not
Great. I love it.
but
Okay.
we can try and can we put them up a little bit? All right, Jesse. So you wanted to call him for a while. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, thanks to Emma. She's going to come on my podcast, Blocked and Reported. I appreciate that. It takes some guts to do that, given our disagreements. But I'm basically just like calling in because I committed to doing so. I'm a little bit.
You don't feel. You should not feel obligated whatsoever. I'm perfectly willing to. I didn't consider it a commitment. I wasn't anticipating
care
it.
about this.
So don't feel in any way
No, I mean,
obligated
I
whatsoever.
think it's okay. I do feel.
This is the
nice
majority of it.
Sam's just like,
Okay. Oh, man, I don't-
jeez, I that
It takes a
Some
long
areas
time
where
for
there's,
them
like,
to
a
even
little bit
get
of
into a
it's a call-in.
conversation.
He called in. I done.
What is actually happening on the ground? And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. That's not.
Okay, there's too many
Just
interruptions. I'm sorry. I can't take it.
This is
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked for the original. I couldn't find it. And so yeah, I'm if people think I'm wrong, I'm happy for you to send it to me and I will happily retract, but yes, this is the way that I remember all of this shit, and
Fair
this
enough.
is
I don't.
from like a year ago.
Again,
but
I don't remember watching this segment at all. So I can't really talk about it. I think that like the
Why
idea.
so early, Tom?
Again,
Sad
the idea
face.
that he is simply putting forth and reporting on an issue, which he's specific to this issue. It's like a war reporter who would report on wars, or someone who's big into the Ukraine war will report on the Ukraine war, right? Almost entirely, right? That he has a beat, and this seems to be his beat. And I think putting out reporting on that beat doesn't necessarily make him discriminatory against the beat that he is reporting on, especially if the information that does come out paints that group in a negative light. The question becomes like, what should he do? If he does get information from Jamie Reed, should he have not reported on it?
Well, yeah, it depends. Like, if I go to him and I say, "Hey, I ate a burrito yesterday," like, does he need to report on this? No. Like, nobody would say, like, well, he should have put that information out. No, like, it's about the story that it comes with. It's about the narratives that it drives. It's about whether or not this is, like, actually relevant to people and whether or not this is something they would care about. And so the narratives that these stories attach to is what matters. That's what is the thing. And I've struggled with this a lot personally. Like, I got tons of shit for talking to Lav the way that I did, and like not pushing back on every single point that she made over and over, and allowing her to like ramble off a ton of points. And at the time I was just like, yeah, like I don't know like what you expect of me. Like I can't push back against every little thing. But then at that point, it does kind of make sense. Like, yeah, maybe if that's the case, then maybe just don't talk to that person. Like if they're uninterviewable, where you can't have a conversation with them without them rambling off 50 points at once, to the point that you're now not capable of pushing back against all the
I
misinformation
guess
that they're putting
the
out.
question becomes: is an interviewer obligated, or is it their responsibility to refute any misinformation from the other side? And I don't know that it strictly is. I don't know if it's their job.
I would
Right?
say
Is it a
that if
journalist's
I
job
was watching
to
somebody,
call everything they believe is a lie to be a lie?
if I was watching somebody and I found out that they were reporting things that they and putting out information irresponsibly, I would want to stop watching that person, and I would expect others to do the same.
Interesting. Right. This is a problem I have, right? Is a lot of people don't know what actually misinformation is, so they push against misinformation that's not actually misinformation. They're actually wrong, right? And they're in the interest of trying to debunk misinformation, they decide to push back on this, and it turns out that, well, no, they were just correct on this. And so I think that it's good to have journalists, to have reporters, to have interviewers who are willing to just let the other side speak. I don't think that's wrong. And I'm willing, like Lex Friedman gets a lot of shit for this, right? A lot of shit for this. One of the main criticisms people have of Lex Friedman is that he doesn't push back.
Yeah.
But that's his style of reporting. And you might not like that style of interview. That's fair. But
Yeah.
that's just how he's decided to do it. And I don't know if that's wrong.
I mean, that's why I said I struggle with this,
because he sent the original stream at the proper time. Did you? Okay. Let me look. Oh, he did.
That's why I said that I struggle with this, because my show initially was supposed to be this like Joe Rogan
Yeah.
style of just like conversation, and maybe sometimes we'll have like a back and forth and a debate, but it was meant to be, yes, just like a hangout talk. And yeah, over time I started to feel like that was more and more problematic, and started to change the way that I engaged with other people in these interviews, because I started to feel like, yeah, if I felt like somebody was like platforming someone and allowing them to feed me misinformation as their viewer, then I don't feel like they give a fuck anymore, and I would stop watching.
I get you. I don't know.
But I also feel like there's a place for that. I feel like there should be a place
on-
for that.
Yeah.
But it's hard.
I don't rely on
it's
a
hard.
streamer or a journalist or an interviewer or any of those people to fact check for me. Because they're
But we're
famously
content
not very
creators.
good
That's
at it.
different. That's different though. Like as people who are putting out
Or
information,
journalists or anyone, right?
Yes, we are held to like a higher standard, and that's what we're talking about. It's the people who are held to a higher standard. Whereas like if we're talking about somebody like who's just a listener, most people don't have time to go read studies, to go like investigate stories, and go like look into what everybody said and all of the evidence, and they don't have time to look at the meta-analysis. Like nobody has time for that. That's why they listen to us. That's why they're listening to us in the first place, is because they want us to give them the story. They want us to
What
give
are
them
you
the
talking about? They
information.
listen to me because I'm hot and they want to goon to me. That's the only reason people tune in my content.
That's why I watch.
You should
So
see for yourself.
fair enough.
But that's really the only reason people are watching me is because they think I'm hot. So I'm just an e-girl basically. But no, I get what you're saying. I understand the argument. I just don't know if I buy it, because I think that like I am not responsible for what you say on my channel, right? I'm not. And if you come in here and you say a bunch of shit that's just not true, that doesn't put culpability on me, right? I think that we should take responsibility for what I say. So if I say some shit that's not true, then yes, you can hold me to account for that. But if someone on my show says some shit that's not true, because I don't immediately stop the show and take them to task on it, I just don't. It's just not my responsibility, man.
I don't know. You felt like there was a big part of your responsibility when it came to whether or not you were platforming Merc off the perk when she didn't take her ADHD medication, and you felt like there was a big
that was my
responsibility there.
opinion, right?
Yes, and
That
that's
was
what I'm
my
saying, is that
opinion.
these are all going to
Yeah.
be based on like people's like subjective moral frameworks, but as a societal norm, it should be that we would expect people to put out true things if they're going to put something out. Like, if you're going to put out information, it should be true information.
Yeah, but they're not putting out the information. What they're doing is they're reporting on what other people are saying. And that's
That's
a
the same
fundamental
thing.
disconnect and
It's
difference.
the same
No,
thing.
it's not. It's not.
That's pretty
If-
much
if
okay.
me-
What
if
information
I
are you
say-
putting out that's not reporting on what other people are saying?
if I report, right, that I think X, Y, and Z, and Tom, I say that then you can hold me to account for that. Okay? I think X, Y, and Z. I am saying X, Y, and Z. Then if X, Y, and Z is wrong, you can say Whick was wrong. This is why he was wrong. He shouldn't have said that. He knew he was wrong, etc. Blah 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 blah. But if I say, right, something like, so I was talking to Tom, Tom says X, Y, and Z, and then I just move on and I don't address that. I think that isn't me putting out misinformation. That's me just reporting on what you said. And now, if it is something that you said that was wrong, I think that people can look at you and say, "Hey, Tom put out some dumb shit," and they should.
It's about whether or not you can know better. It's not.
I
It's not
don't
just like.
care.
It's not just like, I come on your show and I tell you that, like, my mom made me pizza yesterday and it turns out that my mom's dead and you just had no way of knowing whether or not she made me pizza or whether or not she was dead. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really have negative outcomes one way or the other. Not that big of a deal. But if instead I say that, she made me pizza yesterday and now there's a bunch of people running around talking about my mom making me pizza and my brother sees this and thinks, wait, my mom's alive? What the heck?
But
And then
you-
now is like, now there's a,
bringing-
but you
yeah, I
had
know
no,
what you're
hold on. I'm saying that there's no way that you could have known about this. So there's no like expectation on you. But if there's things where like you know better and you just do nothing to put the correct information out there, you do nothing to try to like say like, yeah, I'm sorry, but that's just not true from what I understand X, Y, and Z. Then like, yes, I think that most people should look at that content creator and say, yeah, this person is okay with misleading their audience, and I don't want to be part of their audience then.
But to bring it back home to what we're actually talking about, Jesse Singal, there's no evidence that Jesse Singal doesn't believe what he's saying, or he's putting out purposeful lies like that, or he's not challenging what he knows to be untrue. The evidence suggests...
Correct, but
at
that's
least
through
what
what
he's
I would
presented,
call poor
to- I
journalistic
understand.
ethics.
Because he disagrees with you.
No, not because he disagrees with me. Because if it's like there's like a thing that I think he put out talking about the high rate of detransitions in like regret rates, right? When the biggest studies with the most information say it's 1%.
Yes, he has
1%.
since admitted to misinterpreting the study.
He did, but he did it. Just real quick. He did, but he did not turn around and say the best studies do say that there's 1% regret rate. The ones with the biggest meta-analysis and systemic analysis, those say 1%. He has not yet admitted this or acknowledged this for some reason, when that is by far like the biggest fucking studies on this. He has not come around to that reality. But when it is a big number that he thinks feeds his narrative, he's going to put that out. But he's not. But when there's still bigger, even when he put that out, it didn't matter because the other studies were way bigger and still had way more information on them. He never, even if he was right on that data, he still shouldn't have reported it because it was still wrong. There's way more data over here and he just ignores it.
I don't think he ignores it, right? Like, and we can look at there was recently a review done on all these studies. I forget the name of the doctor who did this, but it was in Britain, right? Like the UK, the NHS specifically wanted this study done. They appointed a doctor to do these studies, and it came out to show a lot of the medical studies around trans issues are poor or bad. They're bad studies. They're bad data. Well, gang, remind me the name of this report. It was a big deal. We did a show on this, right? CPATH? No. What's it called? Oh man, I don't have it up off the top of my head, but they basically, this is one of the reasons why Britain and the UK is changing its policies on trans healthcare. especially from minors, is because it came out that a lot of these studies were just bunk. They're just
Well, no,
bunk.
they were talking about hormone blockers. That was their main
Yeah,
issue,
on
was the
trans
hormone
issues, right?
blockers.
Trans issues, right? Is I don't know about the
Well, no.
detransition stuff.
Their main
That's very
their
important.
main issue was with hormone blockers not being
But I say
uh
this to say that there is ample evidence that the studies around the trans issues in general are highly politicized and highly subject
mhm,
to bad data. There's a lot of
yeah,
incentives for both sides to publish bad data. So
yeah.
I can't
Yes,
really
but that's
hold
but hold on,
Jesse to
wait, hold on,
account for being
hold on,
skeptical of this
hold on,
information.
hold on. You are correct.
Okay.
Yes, studies can have bad information in them. We have processes for that. There's scientific processes for this. We have replication processes. We have peer reviews. We have things that give us more information on studies, so we know how reputable they are, whether or not there's something that we can actually source, and whether or not it's something we can actually cite. And so yes, yes, of course, there's bad there's incentives to put out information that agrees with your side, of course, but there's ways for us to figure out whether or not somebody's actually doing the background work first
Yeah,
before
and
they
it
put out a
turns out
study.
when we do that, it looks like a lot of this data, especially around hormones, seems to be bad data. So again, we haven't done this, at least to the effect that we did for the hormonal treatments, right? We haven't, at least to my knowledge, had a study, a meta-analysis of these studies when it comes to detransitioning. So
No, we do.
I don't know. I don't blame
We
Jesse for
do.
being skeptical.
No,
Wait,
we
can you
do.
link that?
That's what I was referencing. Is yes, there's a when it comes to the detransitioning. Yeah, when it comes to detransitioning and uh regret rates, that's what I was referencing, is the fact that there is a there's an obvious uh study that
They've
has
been
by far the
replicated?
most information. This is a meta-analysis, so this actually takes studies that have already met the
I'm
criteria
being told by at
of
least chatters that you're hey, Kay, if you're here, because you seem to have a lot more information than I do, and you want to jump on real quick. We do have to get to the Biden stuff, and we'll get to the Biden stuff, but if you want to jump backstage, I'll pull you on, and you seem to know more about this than I do.
Yeah, so I
So
just sent
jump in.
you a link. This is uh this is the entire study. It literally shows you all of the brackets. This has over 8,000 patients within it, and it goes over all age groups, and this is a regret rate of less than 1%. And when we're talking about 8,000 for a fucking trans study, that is a
Look,
massive fucking number.
there's an unknown percentage of transgender and gender nonconforming individuals who undergo gender-affirming surgeries that experience regret. Regret could lead to physical and mental morbidity and questions the appropriateness of these procedures. Selected patients. The aim of the study was to evaluate the prevalence of regret in transgender individuals who underwent GAS and evaluate associated factors. Methodology, several database review of databases. Is a random effects meta-analysis, meta-regression, or subgroup and sensitivity analysis were performed in a total of 27 studies, pooling 700, again, almost 8,000. The pooled prevalence of regret rate after JS was 1%. Overall, 33% underwent transmasculine procedures and 67 transfeminine procedures. The prevalence of regret among patients undergoing transmasculine and transgender surgeries was less than 1% and 1%, respectively. Fair enough.
And this is they even do these comparing them to other
But as
surgeries
I
of
understand,
breast
sure.
augmentation, breast implants, breast reduction, all sorts of plastic surgeries, some that are necessary and not necessary. They give all of these numbers and show that for any sort of surgery of this type, this
So
is
to be clear, what you're
extremely
saying,
low.
sure. But to be clear, what you're saying is because Jesse, for whatever reason, doesn't buy this study, that makes him transphobic.
when you say transphobic, again, I'm saying that like his
pardon me, discriminatory
information
towards trans
is
people.
discriminatory. Yes,
I'm not saying
yes,
he's
I would
saying
say that this. I think it would be fair to
Okay,
say
I
that this
don't
is.
believe. I think that's such a low bar, right? That if you are skeptical of any trans study,
Again,
then you
this
are
is part.
transphobic.
Hold on,
That's
you can't
insane.
keep doing this. Don't keep doing this. I've said
What
over
do
and
you mean?
over. It's about
Are you not saying
pattern
that because
of behavior?
because he doesn't like this study, right? Right? He doesn't like this study, and the other patterns of behavior that you've put out is one thing that, again, you said that he reported on Jamie Reed's uncritically. We looked into that. You were wrong, to be clear.
No,
Right?
wait,
We
no, I
looked at the
wasn't.
study.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Yes,
What are
we
you
looked
talking
at the
about? No, I was
report,
not.
and you even said the report said that we don't have the information. This isn't all substantiated, right? We went a whole big all
Yes.
discussion about this, right?
Yes.
So again, the way you presented that is he had uncritically reported Jamie Reed's report when it, again, clearly was at least some criticism was given to it, and that these weren't substantiated. I'm just reporting on what he's saying. We looked at it. It was in the byline, right? That plus the fact that he is skeptical about this study is enough for you, and it's not enough for me, man. I just, it's not a big pattern here.
Okay. Yeah. No. I've like that. Those are two things. Yes, the reporting of it in and of itself is the issue. What was the other thing? The the tweet where he says that like the girl is being like fast tracked um onto hormone therapy without just from like interpreting an email to say that. Then yes, and then the detransitioning thing, that like yes, there was over time, yes, a pattern of behavior from him. And these are just like a couple of things off the top of my head that I can remember. But yes, we did like a lot of like researching on this guy in a single day. I think it was the day after we went over the majority report stuff.
It just
And
doesn't seem to be.
that
It seems to be very very squishy. I don't know if that's the right word which you're to use, but like this presentation you're giving me, the evidence you're presenting to me does not seem convincing.
Okay, well,
It's
if
possible
you
when I
look at
look
the
into
study,
it more, I will be
okay,
convinced. It's possible.
But
this
so
isn't-
just let's go back to the study then. When
Sure.
we're talking about the study that he put out, I think it said something like 5%, and I don't remember exactly what it said. I think it turned out to be 5% maybe. But even with that, okay, even if that he didn't like when he put that out as the information, and then it turns out that there is another study that has way more information, and I haven't heard him say that like he doesn't like that study or acknowledge it in any way. He may have,
And
he may
he did
not have,
admit,
but
to be clear, he did admit that the study that he's putting out there, he retracted, or
yes,
he
did.
admitted he misinterpreted it. He publicly admitted that. Okay.
Yes.
So with that, keeping in mind,
I'm
right?
saying even if he was
Here's
right,
my
the fact that he's
frustration.
putting that study out instead of the other one was already bad enough. Then that he also misinterpreted it, and then on top of that, retracted that and still did not go to a reputable study instead, but instead was
He
just
doesn't
hoping
believe
he
that
can
study's
say,
reputable.
how do you, I haven't seen that. That's what I just said. I haven't seen him say that he doesn't like anything about that study. I haven't. I can't imagine somebody having an issue with that study. I've gone through like what are criticisms of it, and it's mostly that like people.
Wait, so he doesn't
like
have an issue with the study?
I said he hasn't acknowledged it. From my perspective, I have not seen him acknowledge it.
Not what does acknowledge it mean?
That he's never said anything about it publicly. I've never seen him talk about the 1% study. I've never seen him talk about it.
Okay.
Okay, so the 1%
Okay,
study
here's my
exists.
frustration.
It's I'm not sure that you even understand what I'm saying. That like that if that exists,
Explain
yet
that.
he's willing to put out a much smaller study and he only put it out when it aligned with his narrative and with like what it is that he puts out. Then he retracts it and is like, "Oh, my bad, I misinterpreted the data." He did not then turn to say, "This is like a better number. This is like better information. This is something that better represents what's going on." That yes, instead it seems like he's saying, "Oh, I misinterpreted that data. My bad." And then now he's just going to hold out and wait for a study that will finally agree with his narrative, and just instead of turning to some, because even
Part
putting out
of
that other study, even if he was right, it still wouldn't have made sense to put out that study and not the other one. It still didn't make sense.
Okay, part of my frustration with this whole conversation here is that every time we look and we try to drill down on a single example that you give, you retreat to say, well, no, we can't just look at this one. We have to look at all of them. And it feels like a defense net, right? Where as soon as we try to pick out one, you're like, well, no, we can't just take that one. We have to look at all of these together.
No, that's not what I did.
And
That's not. No, I'm
very
saying when you
hard
use the
to
label
actually deal with
transphobic
this
for him, when you use the label transphobic for him, that
Jesse
is
Singal,
the
yes.
is yes. So you're saying, hey, why would we call him transphobic? I'm saying, okay, well, here's like all of these examples, pattern of behavior, and then you're saying, okay, well, this one thing, I don't think that's enough to call him transphobic. And I'm saying, yeah, I don't either. The one thing that would be fucking retarded, but
Okay,
there's
a
the pattern of behavior.
Okay. Yeah, a pattern of behavior in which the examples you give me, we're like, okay, well, what did he actually do here? Seem to be just an inaccurate representative of what I actually did. So here is Jesse Singal talking about that study actually. So I'll show you where he does acknowledge this, or at least hold on, let me share my screen. Let me get it bigger so everyone can see. Yeah, this seems to be the study. So if Bowers had wanted to cite a carefully conducted peer-reviewed systematic review of the gender medicine literature, she actually had one at her fingertips. Her own organization, WPATH, funded one a few years ago, and the general is no high-quality evidence in this field of medicine. Hold on.
This isn't.
Where was it?
I don't think Bowers had anything
here
to
we
do
go.
with this. But yeah,
this is the same study. Okay, so study in question published in 2021. Okay, so
wait,
yes,
hold on. Why did you just say it's the same
which
study?
she claimed
I don't. Where are
found
you
that
getting?
fewer than one.
Where are you getting that from?
So you watch me.
Why
I'm gonna
did you
click
just
this
say that?
link?
Yeah.
See, click the link.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm asking when he was talking about.
The
You're talking
study
about that just that
that
one
you
part, not the
linked
part about
me-
Bowers, not the part about Bowers.
Oh, I
'cause-
started at the wrong spot. That's all.
Okay.
It's easy. Yes, that's it. Okay, but what about the study which she claims found that fewer than 1% of those who received joint-affirming surgery say they regret their decisions to do so? Here's where things get downright weird. The study in question, published in the 2021 in the Journal Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery Global Open, has dozens of errors that its 9 authors and editors have refused to correct. Indeed, it appears to have been executed and published to such an unprofessional standard that one might ask why it hasn't been retracted entirely. Before we get into all that, it's worth pointing out that even if it had been completely competently conducted, the review could not have provided us with a reliable estimate of the regret rate following gender-affirming surgery. The studies at meta-analysis are just too weak. Many of those included did not actually contact people who had undergone surgery to ask them if they regretted it. Rather, the authors searched medical records for mentions of regret and or for other evidence of surgical reversal. Yet this study is inevitably going to underestimate the number of regretters because plenty of people regret a procedure without going through the trouble of either reversing it or informing the doctor who performed it. In one study of detransitioners, albeit one focused on a fairly small and non-random online sample, 3/4 of them said they did not inform their clinicians that they had detransitioned. The studies included in this review have also failed to follow up with a very large number of patients. The meta-analysis had a total sample size of 5,600. The largest study with a sample size of 2,627, so a little under half the entire. Oh, why is it doing this? Okay, had a loss to follow-up rate of 36%. If you're losing track of a third of your patients, you obviously don't really know how they're doing and can't make any strong claims about their regret rates. So you can contend with him on these points he's making, right? I haven't looked at the study enough to say, but
it goes over all of this. It go it,
And
it
he goes,
he's saying that it doesn't address any of those things, or that they like, but it does. It literally
yes,
it
he's
goes
saying
over
it's
all of
weak, and
this
he's
in
giving
this
his
study.
arguments to why it's weak.
Yes, but I'm saying that he's saying like that, like, oh, they
Sure, can you
haven't
show me the study that they're
retracted
doing?
these things and blah blah blah. But they literally address it in there. If he brings up their like explanations for these things, and then is combating those, I suppose it might make sense. But they do talk about these things in the
So
study.
here's one example he gives. The author initially reported that the affirmation in the latest paper in their meta-analysis had a sample of 863, but they misread it. The true figure was actually only 2,627. They also misstated other aspects of that report, such as how regret was investigated. They said it was via questionnaire, but it was via medical record search, and the age of the sample. They said it included some juveniles, but it did not. So again, can you show me where in the meta-analysis it addresses these 2 points? Let's just take 2 of these.
Yeah. So the first one, he says that said they also misstated other aspects of that report, such as how regret was investigated. Which one is this?
He said he claims that the people who made the report claim that it was via questionnaire, but when you look at the report, it says it was via medical record search. So he is saying that the people who made this report are misrepresenting the report.
I'm almost positive it says that these are questionnaires.
Again, he's talking about one of the studies within the meta-analysis, to be clear.
Yeah, so it says conclusions based on the review, there is an extremely low prevalence of regret in transgender patients after gender affirming surgery. We believe this study corroborates the improvements made in regard to selection criteria for gender affirming surgery. However, there is a high subjectivity in the assessment of regret and lack of standardized questionnaires, which highlights the importance of developing validated questionnaires in this population. So one of the things that they talk about throughout the thing is the fact that these are not the same questions asked in each one, that all of these do not have the same exact like criteria for what it is that they're asking, and so they're only trying to find like questionnaires that are and polls and things like that that are going to actually that are only going to give you an idea of whether or not they regret their surgery. And then yes, not all of the 8,000 actually had a information on whether or not they detransitioned.
Yes,
But again, these are
this
broken
is
down
his
in
argument
the
why this is
if you scroll through the fucking thing, it's all table 1, table 2, table 3, with all of this broken down in the entire thing. It's like it has all the information. Like, it's not like there's a lot of studies that will give you like their outcomes and data and stuff like that, and then they're going to
I just see Whick waking up to the start of a new week saying who on the left
sorry,
can
hold
I
on, I
virtue
gotta
signal about.
TTS.
All of this infighting cost us the election.
And then there's the data broken down. There's a bunch of like everything kind of there put into different sections that are going to represent different subsamples for different parts of the study.
Okay, but Singal's argument here is that they misrepresented their data, right? And he's talking about the people who, again, did the data. He claims that they got the facts wrong on the actual report, and he's also saying that they said and claimed it was via questionnaire, but in the report it was clear it was via medical record search. So this is why two of the reasons, at least, that he does not trust this report. So again, to talk about like him addressing this, again, your argument was he's never addressed this. Well, he did. Here's a Substack of where he does.
Hold on,
right?
I don't see where
this
he
is what
says
I'm
that they
saying.
misstated any of this. He said that they
They also misstated. I'll show you right here. They also misstated. That's the word he uses.
This is
other
the question.
aspects of that report.
You said,
such as
yeah,
how
you
regret
said,
was investigated and the
yes.
age of the sample.
Yeah.
So again,
you said the data, but
what
yes,
he's
they.
referencing. What he's
Go ahead.
referencing isn't the report itself, but how the people are presenting the report.
Sure, that's what I was about to say. He didn't say that they misrepresented the data. He said that they misrepresented what the how they got the data. But But yeah, anyways, like it talks about this stuff in the study, and does say that like there's not a standardized way of asking these questions, but this is like the best way for them to come to this conclusion. And I'm happy to go through his issues and see
I'll
and
link
see
you
the
the
actual
article too.
studies, but yeah, from going through this with other people, that it seems to be, again, not only like the biggest study that
Then you
exists
can review it.
currently.
You can review it at your own leisure. But
Yeah, not
again,
only the
like,
biggest study that
I
exists
can't
on the.
speak.
Oh, hold on, I'm in the middle of a sentence. It seems to be that yes, this is not only by far the biggest study on this that like gives a meta-analysis and a systemic review, but it's also got like a lot more information that other larger studies didn't account for, and it breaks it down to where you're able to kind of see things separately for themselves, and that this is the conclusion that I think most people would come to.
I don't know. Just reading Jesse's concerns about this, I have concerns now. I'd have to look, right? But if what he says is, if what Jesse is claiming is accurate, and it might not be, right? But if it's accurate that they are misrepresenting this and it's full of errors, right? That I think it's okay for him not to rely on it if he thinks and has evidence that there are factual errors within the report. He could say, well, you know what? I don't believe that because
Also,
I think
that
X, Y,
just
and
to be
Z
clear,
reasons.
that last part, I don't think he was talking about the entire meta-analysis, because he was talking about whether or not it had 4,000 versus 2,000 in the total.
He's talking about a specific report within the meta-analysis.
Yes, whereas this is 8,000.
If a meta-analysis of bad data, you're going to get bad data.
Yes,
right?
I'm
if
saying
the
that this
meta-analysis is a meta-analysis of 9 bad reports, then the meta-analysis is going to be bad.
Yeah, he's saying that they misrepresented the number of it in there, but this is it looked like he was talking about one specific study, not the overall on that specific point. Just clarifying that he was not talking about the overall study, because the overall study is is just under 8,000, whereas he was talking about the difference between
Sure, yeah,
2,000
he's
and
looking and
4,000.
he's saying that that within the meta-analysis.
Yes,
they
I
include
agree.
reports
I'm
that
just
he thinks
clarifying
they
that
should, and
that
that's
was
why he
not
does. I
again.
understand. Fair
I
enough.
understand.
I agree with you. I concede to this point. You're all good here, right?
You didn't say it. I was
the
just
overall
clarifying.
point- Sure. The overall point here, and Jesse points out, is that there are too many errors in this report for him to take it seriously, and this is why he puts it forth. And this is why, and he does address it in his Unheard article. You can read it. You can disagree with him, that's fine, but he obviously addresses it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to go through it. But if
Cool.
it is a bunch of claims that either are untrue or unsubstantiated, I would hope you would apply the same thought process to when you're looking at like the
If
the
there are errors
political.
within Jesse's, if there are errors within Jesse's conclusion here, then we can point to that and say, hey, Jesse, we shouldn't listen to you here because you've said things wrong on X, Y, Z. And I think that's perfectly fair to say. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that to me, it would just be like another part of the pattern of behavior. You initially started out saying that a lot of the information around trans stuff is so politicized that it's hard to know what's what. But I think Jesse's part of that. I like over time, I've started to feel as though Jesse is part of that politicization, where he has this bias that just like leads him in a direction where he's only putting out one side of the story, and that's. But he presents himself as though, yes, he's the only one who's willing to be fair and willing to look at both sides. But then, it looks like he's really just looking at one side. So,
hey, Ellen, you have questions. What are your questions? Just ask them here, and I'll address them. Because me and Tom have to talk about the Biden stuff, and I don't have all night, and I want to give Tom his at least 30 minutes to go into me on this, right? But if you have a question, ask them, and I will answer your question to the best of my ability. That answer might be, I don't know, right? Because again, the reason we're talking about Singal in the first place is because they're tearing him apart on Blue Sky, and I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, just to be clear, Ellen sent me a DM saying, "Pull me in. I'm on your side," and I couldn't imagine a person like I would less want on my side. Like Ellen DeGenerate is not somebody that I think is going to be helpful to my side whatsoever. So
Okay, fair enough. In that case, topic shift.
okay,
Go ahead. You have some issues with my takes on Biden. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we were on a panel a little while ago where we were able to talk about this a little bit, but there were a lot of people there. I didn't want to commandeer the entire panel. Did you ever see? I put out a video called like liberals upset that Biden dropped out or something like that, and it's like a montage.
Sorry, I didn't watch the video.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I didn't even know it existed until just this moment.
So I think one of the things that you say in there is that you were saying that on the panel you said that you felt like Biden would have won, and that Kamala losing was like evidence that we chose wrong or whatever. I said I didn't want her to. I didn't want Biden to drop out initially, but I admitted that I was wrong later because the data showed pretty clearly that that was the case. So first, I would like to hear what made you think that Biden would have won.
So we look at where Kamala lost, and we see where she lost ground. We see she lost ground in 3 critical states. So she lost ground everywhere, but there were 3 critical states, which were 2% difference, which I think that had that shifted, right, had it reversed, that we would be looking at President-elect Kamala Harris. She would have gotten to the 270 electoral votes where she needed. Those 3 states are as follows: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, the Rust Belt, if you will, as it's colloquially referred to. Now, again, I don't have a meta-analysis or a study on this, but I do have people, at least in Pennsylvania, that I can vouch for, who at the time when Biden dropped out told me specifically, if they force Biden out, I'm just not voting. And guess what? They didn't vote. We can look at who turned out and who didn't. We can look at the reporting that shows, the exit polling that shows that out of those who are not, I'm sorry, not the exit polling. My bad. The polling, they asked people who didn't vote, hey, what affiliation are you? Are you moderate? Are you liberal? Are you conservative? The vast majority of people who reported in this poll who didn't vote were moderate, 27%, right? Whereas as opposed to 6% of liberals who stayed home, and I think 13% of conservatives who stayed home. The vast majority were moderates. My argument here is that Biden appealed to moderates in a way that Kamala simply didn't. And a lot of people saw what was done to Biden and simply, at least in Pennsylvania, stayed home. Because Pennsylvania tends to track with Wisconsin and with Michigan, I'm extrapolating, and I admit I might be wrong on my extrapolation. That's fair, right? But I'm extrapolating that data to show, in Michigan's case and in Wisconsin's case, there's probably people who feel the same. I could be wrong. That's my evidence. There you go. It's not strong evidence. I'll cede to that right away. It's not strong evidence.
Sure.
But
so I'm not even worried about that. Okay, so this is another issue that I had. Okay, so when you talk about, and we'll probably have to cover this first. So when you talk about what was done to Biden, I don't think anything was done to Biden. Nothing was done. Nothing. Yeah. So you call it getting forced out. I call it dropping out. And what you call getting forced out is what we always call dropping out, where there is not enough support and there's political pressure, or there's not, they don't have enough votes, or they don't feel like they can win to where they have to drop out to cede the candidacy to somebody else so that they're able to take the reins. This is what we always call dropping out, but you, for some reason, choose to call it forced out. Why?
Coercive pressure was applied in such the case that Biden did not consent willingly to it. And we can look at the 3 prongs of pressure. We can look at a bunch of donors saying we are no longer going to donate to your campaign unless you drop out. We can look at Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama, the reported, assuming this reporting is accurate, which again,
hold on. I clarify the first one. You can't say we're no longer going to donate to your campaign unless you drop out. Whereas, like, if he drops out, they're no longer donating to his campaign. They're donating to somebody else's. So it's not unless you drop out. That is added in there. Yes, that is added in there to make it sound coercive. That is very different. But yeah, go ahead.
No, they said we are going to stop donating to whoever's campaign, the Democratic leader's campaign, unless you drop out. And I think that's coercive, right? Now you can imagine it's their free right to do it, and it is. Again, my claim here isn't that people did anything illegal. I don't think anything illegal
Sure.
was done here. I think it was all within the rules.
That's
But
not
I
what we're
do
talking about.
think
We're
that
talking
there was
about whether or
coercive
not it's
pressure.
different from anybody else
Coercive
dropping
pressure,
out.
yes.
I would need to get an example of something that's different from somebody else dropping
Well,
out.
give
'Cause
me
this sounds
another
normal.
example of someone dropping out recently of a race.
Well, I would think of like
In
every
the last 10 years.
let's go back to like the 2020 election where we had like 20 something Democratic candidates running, and almost all of them drop out like right after Super Tuesday.
Yeah, none of them
And
were the presumptive nominee.
correct, but and that's kind
That
of the
changes
point though.
things. That's
But
what makes it different.
well,
Because he had won.
But this is what people
primary.
use the same like arguments about like why Bernie was treated so unfairly and blah blah blah, but he wasn't. And they're like, oh, he was forced that they all this was all coercion. The DNC is corrupt, but he
It
didn't.
wasn't
It was
forced out
normal.
in his case.
It was
He just lost.
Yes, he just lost. Like that was it. He just lost. He
lost,
didn't have
yeah.
the votes. He didn't have and everybody else dropped
different.
out for the same reason. They didn't have the support. They did, which means when we say they didn't have the support,
You
hold on,
didn't
wait,
have the vote.
when they say they didn't have the support, we mean that they didn't have enough donations. They didn't have enough of the vote. They didn't have enough of the other politicians
Nope,
who
we
were
only
backing
mean one
them.
thing.
No.
We mean they didn't have the votes.
No,
That's the only
'cause
thing we mean in
when-
the
hold on.
context of the primaries.
Okay,
That's the
then
only
why
thing
why
we
did
mean.
you say presumptive nominee?
We
then?
don't
Why did
care.
you say that? What is the presumptive?
The presumptive nominee because he had achieved the votes necessary to obtain the nomination.
Yes, but
Which he had.
but that's for a reason. The reason is because
Bernie
had
did not.
He had
Bernie
backing.
never did.
Yes, Bernie didn't have any of these other things. He didn't have the backing of the Democratic Party. He didn't have the amount of politicians backing him that were backing Biden. He didn't have the amount of money that Biden had. He just actually no, I think he had more. Actually, I think he may have had I think he may have set a record that year for the most the most money. But anyways, the point is that he didn't have the support, and he wasn't going to get the votes, and he didn't, he couldn't win, and so eventually he dropped out and just backed Biden,
Yes,
which
because
everybody
he couldn't
did.
win the votes to get the presidential nominee.
Yes,
Absolutely.
correct.
Biden had the votes to get the presidential nominee.
Well,
That's the
yes,
difference.
to get the
That's
presidential
why I treat these
nominee.
things differently is because let me finish. Let me finish, please. That's the distinction that matters in these cases, right? In these other cases that you're citing of other people dropping out because they didn't have the votes, Biden had the votes, and that is the one metric that we use. We don't check their donations. We don't check how many endorsements they get. The only metric that we use in the primaries to determine who gets to be the presidential or the presumptive nominee was the votes. That's the only thing that matters in this case. And in Biden's case, for the 2024 primary, he achieved the necessary votes to get the presidential, the presumptive nomination for our party.
Sure.
That's the only metric that matters.
But he did it without a primary. There was no primary, and there was no figuring out who the best nominee was. And so because they didn't have a primary and they didn't go through that process, they were
I voted
this
in
is
it.
how sure, but that
I voted in the primary.
Sure, but they didn't. They didn't run a primary. Okay, they didn't actually run a full primary with candidates running against him and people trying to.
There were other candidates
in
that could
debates
have
and
voted.
everything.
The candidates did
There
run
were.
against him.
There were. Okay. So same for Kamala then. Same for Kamala. Kamala had a primary. Tons of people could have run against him. They were all able to be nominated at the Democratic convention. Just nobody did. Nobody ran against her, and Biden could have stayed in. He could have kept running and run against her, but he didn't.
The reason that I voted was because Kamala was the nominee and she did it that way, right? If they had some kind of floor convention where no one voted except for the superdelegates or whatever, and they elected someone that wasn't even on the ticket, then I would have stayed home, and I said so at the time because that would have been throwing my vote away. But I could follow the logic of, she was Biden's pick. She was Biden's she was on the ticket, right? So I did technically vote for her. I didn't like it. I still don't like it.
Well,
but
and
I followed
Biden
that
said
logic. Okay.
Biden said when he was elected that he was going to be a one-term president.
Oh, he shouldn't have
him.
won.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have sought for renomination. I agree with you, but he did.
So here's
Like,
the
no, I
here's
agree
the
with
thing
you
though.
that in a
Your
perfect
thought
ideal world,
process.
let me finish.
Your thought
Well,
process. If we got into the general elections, I would agree with.
Right.
But because we were not in the general elections yet, and we had a month and a half before the general elections, before the Democratic convention was held to pick who was the nominee, I felt like it was fair, and it was like, yeah, the only thing they could do in that situation. One of the things that you said when in the video was that it was NBC polling showed that Americans wanted Biden to stay in the race, that most Americans didn't want him to drop out.
Democrats to be specific. I remember the poll. I don't have it on the top of my head, right? But I remember looking at the poll the day he dropped out, because that was a big question at the time. What did
It
the
took me a
Democratic
while to
voters
find
want?
it. It was an old poll. It was from like February, and was
No, it was. I'm not citing. Then that's the wrong poll that you're looking at. The poll
I
I'm citing was one that was released the day of, right? That's either the day before or the day of
the
that
ones that
specific
were
day.
so we went through the NBC poll that was released that day, and that one showed it was at like it was like 70 something or 80 something percent of Americans wanted, or Democrats wanted them to drop out.
There was only ever a single poll that said that. Every other poll had it much closer to 50-50. And the poll I was citing was not a CBS poll. It was like an ABC. It was a,
You said NBC
I forget.
at the time, I thought,
Uh,
but me and somebody
I'd
took
have to
like
look.
an hour to find it because we couldn't find anything that was less than 70%, and then we finally
You weren't
found.
looking.
And it wasn't, and you said
Okay, I'll
whatever
do
you
this.
said, it
Let's
was
see if I can-
CBS or NBC, but whichever one you said, yeah, we took a very long time to find it, and there was only one poll that had anything close to that number, and it
When
was
did
from.
you look for this? Because that would matter.
It was
Like if you were looking for this in December.
It was a couple
or,
days
I'm
after
sorry,
you said it.
November.
It was a couple days after
Oh, it
you
was a
said it.
couple days, and you should
Yeah.
have been able to find it. Hold on.
And we did searches based on date as well, but that's why we couldn't find it at first, is because we were doing it based on date. Once we stopped doing it based on date.
Again, there's a single poll, right, that everyone's looking, and I see this reported, and this is, again, part of my coercive narrative that we'll get to. We haven't gotten to this point. There's a 3 prongs. This is the 3rd prong, the fucking media, the podcasting class, because they all cited that goddamn poll, but that was one poll in a sea of other polls that said differently. And so, yes, if you do Google it, you say, most Democrats want to drive and bought it out. And I'm looking at the New York Times, AP News, Axios, PBS, all these, but they're all citing the same poll, right? And it's wild. And again, like the poll I was looking at the time, I don't have it at the thing. I will look for it, right? Showed that 53% of Democrats wanted Biden to stay in. Now, nationally, right, when you look at Democrats and Republicans, that might have been different. But frankly, for the Democratic primary, I don't care what the Republicans think. Just
Yeah.
frank. And again, we had been through the process. You might not like the process, but the rules as written shows, right, that whoever gets the most primary votes gets to nominate. He becomes a presumptive nominee. But
Unless
again,
they drop out.
because people. Yes, but why did he drop out? He dropped out under coercive pressure from
But
Biden.
nothing you've mentioned
not
is
Nancy
coercive yet.
Pelosi.
This is all, again, the same as it always is for everybody else who dropped out, as we went over. This is all.
None of them also had. None of them had the presumptive nomination. None of these. Bernie never had the presumptive nomination. None of them.
Well, again,
ever
but he didn't
reached.
have. Yes, but he didn't have people running against him. That's what I'm talking about. There was nobody else there. So when they said that he was going to drop out, they said that they were going to do a primary. Kamala immediately came out, but she had way more money than everybody else because she had his campaign donations, and none of them had a fucking chance. None of them were going to try to run against her in a pseudo primary to try to get the nomination at the DNC when she already had so much freaking money right out the gate. She was running commercials day one.
I don't know. Like Dean Phillips ran against him, Marianne Williamson ran against Biden. Like there were people who were running against Biden for the Democratic Party. I think
Marianne Williamson
they
isn't
didn't
really
tell us
from the
were.
Democratic Party, though. Like, she's not, like, we're talking about people who are, like, who have actually won elections and are politicians, part of the DNC, congressmen, senators, like, people who would actually win elections, and that yes, he did not have anybody who was actually running against him. He didn't do any debates against anybody because he didn't have to. There was no real competitor. But if Kamala Harris was running from the beginning, if Shapiro was running from the beginning, if any of these other people,
what's his fucking face? Neither did Trump.
Yeah,
Trump
Trump.
never debated any one of those fuckers, right? But you would never say that the Republicans didn't have a primary. Obviously, they did. But Trump never showed up to the debates.
Yeah,
Why
but
would
there was
he? Does
yes.
that mean they didn't have a primary?
No, I would say that there was a primary, but they did hold debates, and those people debated each other. Whereas I don't think Marianne Williamson was out there debating. I don't even know who else the fuck ran besides her. But yeah, the Donald Trump also. Nobody questioned whether or not he should have run again. Nobody questioned whether or not he was going to win. Nobody questioned whether or not he was going to be the best
A lot
candidate.
of people questioned whether he should have run again. Like, a lot of people during the time were questioning whether or not Trump should have run again from the Republican side. There's a lot of people who had that question.
Okay, it's not in comparison to Biden. Like, not in comparison to Biden. Even people who are upset that Biden dropped out still didn't think that he should have run again. And he was obviously declining a lot faster than Trump was. So it was just a very different issue. But
again,
go
given
ahead.
the process that we had, right? Given the process that we had, that the voters were given, at least the Democratic primary voters, they were said, these are your options. And it was more than one. It was more than just Joe Biden. And we had a vote. We went to the polls. We put in our ballot box, and the result was that based on that, right, that Biden was the presumptive nominee. But because people didn't like that on the podcasting class, a lot of people in the media didn't like that. There were a lot of people who wanted Biden to drop out for, you could say, good reasons even, right? They pushed him and they pushed him and they pushed him and they coerced him out. They absolutely did. He did not want to drop out. He fought against being dropped out, but he eventually was coerced out. He succumbed to the pressure. And I do blame Biden for that, to be clear. I think Biden should not have succumbed to that pressure, but he did, and that's a mark against him. So I'm not here to, like, gargle his balls or anything or say he never did anything wrong. I think that was a wrong step. He should not have let them force him out, but he did, and that's on him. He should have stood strong.
I think that you're purposefully like using different language like coercion and forced out and things like that for things that are just they're just the most normal things in the world. Everybody has like political pressure when they drop out.
Normal.
Everybody has Well, so think about the primaries, okay? When you're saying that they don't have the votes, they don't have help. That doesn't mean they have to drop out. They can finish the race. They can wait and see. They could have a chance. They could actually do better in the other states and actually end up on top. You never know. Like, wait and see. But they don't. They don't ever do that.
They have a math problem where they actually can't, right? Like, this was a big thing in the 2008 primary between Clinton and Obama. There came a point where Clinton just didn't have the votes, right? They couldn't. It was mathematically impossible for her to get the delegates needed in order to surpass Obama at the time. And so she eventually dropped out, right?
But it doesn't mean you have to drop out. You can still stay in.
She didn't have to, no. But that's a much different situation where had, again, Obama had or Clinton, if she had gotten that number where she was a presumptive nominee, and then Obama had forced her out or pressured her out or went through a different mechanism other than voting in order to get her to resign, that is a form of coercion, and that would have been wrong. Again, all these other examples you're citing me, Bernie, etc., right? These people lacked something that Biden had, which I think is the big difference, which is he had the majority, the plurality of votes that he needed to secure the presumptive nomination. And that's my big issue with this.
Hold on. What did you say the difference was with Clinton? I'm still stuck on that. What did you say the difference was with Clinton?
Clinton never had the votes.
Yeah,
At
but
least
you
in
said
the 2008
you said the difference
Not
was
talking
that
about
she
the
didn't have
2016
coercive pressure, whereas like
No.
again. Okay.
The difference in the 2008 primary was she never had the votes needed. And so she didn't resign because of coercive pressure. She resigned because she didn't have the votes needed. Whereas Biden was a very different example. He had the votes needed, right? He won. right? The
Yeah,
will of the
but
voter, the will of the
uh,
primary voter was
but
he
around the
won.
time that he dropped
That's
out,
what
isn't
we
that around
listened
the
to.
same time that Hillary dropped out? Aren't these like don't these like coincide with one another where she dropped out around
I
the
would
same
have to
time
look at
as
the timing for 2008. I don't know off the top of my head exactly when uh, Clinton gave a dropped out. Um, I think it was much earlier though, because
Yeah,
I
so
don't know. For example,
I
quote me on that.
wait, so when I'm saying that you're like doing this semantic game where you're using like hyperbolic language to say this, I would say Biden dropped out of his own free will because he didn't have the support and he did what was right for the nation and took one for the team. Like this
I
is
don't.
this
Yeah.
is this is aligns with just how we talk about elections, how we talk about people dropping out, how we talk about like what it is that happened all the time. Whereas yes, I just feel like yours is very like it's more about your vibes. You're upset that like he didn't stay in because you wanted him to stay
I
in, and
voted
then
for
because he
him and
dropped
he
out,
won.
you're using more hyperbolic language to talk about it. Whereas it's just he just dropped out. He chose to drop out. He could have stayed in. You acknowledge this. He could have stayed in if he wanted to. Yes, nobody was going to stop him. Nobody's gonna stop him
I
from
think
staying in.
that yes, he could have, but it became clear, right, to him that if he didn't, again, he would have no money. That the people who would
Mhm.
run the campaign would abandon him. But that is a fundamental different situation, right? And this is why I consider it coercive, right? Because there's a fundamental difference between uh, realizing that you don't have the votes in order to secure the nomination. So because of that, you decide, you know what, I'm going to step down. I don't have the votes I need, so I'm going to step down.
Mhm.
That's a fundamentally different thing than securing the votes and then having the media, having Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, and others behind the scenes wage a whisper campaign against you and push against you to pressure and force you out. I think there's a fundamental difference between these two events.
Yeah,
And I think
but
that
if
one is
those people are doing
hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. Okay. And so Biden did what was bad for the country because what this does is it opens a Pandora's box. It risks, and I'm not saying it did, but there is a risk of what Biden did of it normalizing. What happens next in 2028 when we have a candidate that we do have a primary? Everyone votes for it, and this one person clearly wins, and then a month later, after they are the presumptive nominee and the voting process stops, which it will well before the nomination, right? A couple months before the nomination. What happens when something comes out? So the podcaster class, some media elites, and other elites in the party say, "We don't want you. We're just going to force you out." I think that, again, the precedent that Biden set by giving into that sets a precedent that is going to be bad for the Democratic Party. It's going to erode trust among Democratic voters that they will listen to our voice and our will. And I think that is a terrible, terrible situation. And again, the selling point for this in 2024 was that, well, we need to beat Trump, right? This is the only way to beat Trump. Biden can't do it. Kamala can. So we have to do this way. That was the selling point. Everyone was pushing this. Like Biden can't win, Kamala can. That turned out to be wrong, right? So we didn't get any benefit, and it's just all negative.
You see, you're doing it again, where you're saying it turned out to be wrong, and that didn't turn out to be wrong. You are just completely incorrect on that. So the only thing that you said of consequence there, you only said one thing of consequence in all of that.
For the president-elect of the United States, who is it? Is it Kamala Harris?
What
Or is it Trump?
See, you are doing what I said at the beginning. You're doing it again. I said at the beginning, you're doing this thing where you're saying she lost, therefore Biden would have been the better pick. That does not make sense. You're doing it again. That is not logical whatsoever. Okay. So what you said, one thing of consequence and all of that. I tried stopping you on it, but you said Biden dropped out because of all the whispers behind the scenes.
Where you're trying to connect two things I said that I did say both of these things that you're connecting them when I'm not connecting them. You are connecting them, right? You are saying that the fact that Kamala won or didn't win is proof that Biden would have won, and that's
You
not
did.
true.
You did. You
Because
did. You
Kamala
literally
won.
just said that, Wick. You literally just said
Oh
that.
my
We can
God, no, I
replay
did
it.
not.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
No,
I
okay,
will tell you what I said.
fucker.
Hold on. Hold
Okay,
on.
I
I
will
will tell
go
you what.
on.
Hold on. Shut up. I will tell you what you said, and then you can tell me if this is correct or not. I said you don't know that, or I said him being out does not mean that he would have that he would have done better, or that they were wrong. I said it doesn't mean that they were wrong. You are completely incorrect on that. And then you said, who is the presumptive nominee right now? That's what you said as an argument against what I said. You
That's not what you said. That's not what you said at the time. You said that, man, see, you're doing this thing where you've interrupted me, and now I'm trying to remember exactly and precisely what you said. But you made the claim, as I understand it, and I might not be using your exact words here, forgive me for that, but you were making the claim that, because we talked about how, and I was talking about how the promise that was made, the argument that was made at the time was that Kamala Harris was like, the reason we should push Biden out was because Biden can't win and Kamala can. That was the argument made. And I said that turned out to be wrong. And you said, no, it wasn't. It's
Correct.
true. And then I asked you, who's the president-elect?
correct.
And again, I'm
Correct.
saying that turned out to be a faulty argument. It wasn't true. She couldn't win.
Okay,
She
okay.
didn't.
Just real quick, you understand that she could have a much better chance. She could have 100 times better chance at winning and still lose. You acknowledge this, yes?
Perhaps, yes.
Okay, yes. So saying Donald Trump's the presumptive nominee does not mean anything. It's not relevant. And you did bring that up in turn to me saying that.
I've not seen any convincing evidence that she actually had a better chance than Biden.
Okay. All right. So I plan on getting to that. So you said Biden dropped out because of all the whispers behind the scenes.
There's a three-pronged assault, right? From the media, from people behind the scenes, and then there was the kind of like the donors. That was the third one. The donors pulling out, right?
Yeah, you're
That
just
was the
like,
three-
but again, you're using this like, you're using this hyperbolic language where it's like these people don't think he can win, and they feel like they would have a better chance with Kamala, and instead of saying that, you say this is a three-pronged assault. The whispers behind the scenes, blah blah blah. It wasn't behind the scenes. It was out in the open. Everybody was very clear. They didn't want him. They didn't think he could win. They thought that he should drop out.
That was the front, the frontal. The whisper campaign was behind the back. That was to the various other politicians and things like that.
I think that
AOC
they were
spoke about
talking
this.
behind. Yes, she was talking about the fact that they were talking about whether or not they were going to be public about this, and that the fact that like they were all kind of like trying to get him to drop out without it being public and without having to like say anything out in the open. But the fact that yes, but well, I think that that's how they should do it, though. Like you're saying this as though that's like sneaky, but it's not. That is what they ought to do. It would be wrong if they didn't even talk to him first, if they didn't try to get him to drop out behind the scenes first, and instead just came out against him, and that would have been way worse. They did the right thing in that case, but you word it in this very like in this way that makes it sound malicious.
It was malicious.
It was
they
not.
wanted him to get
They
out.
didn't think he had a good chance of winning, so they wanted him to drop out so that they could get a better candidate in. That's not malicious.
Yes, they wanted to get him to drop out.
Yes, that's not malicious.
Against the will of the Democratic primary voter.
Well,
That was
again,
the malicious part.
Again, him running in the first place was like was part of that problem. So he was also part of that issue. And then the fact that they let him run, they didn't do anything about it. They just let him run. Nobody really stood up against him. And then it just wasn't working out. So now we can get to the numbers.
You're totally ignoring the fact that he received the most votes in the process that we had.
You're talking about in 2020?
In 2024. He received the most votes of any candidate that put their name out there to run in the Democratic nomination.
No, I'm not
the most
ignoring
votes. The will was perfectly clear.
Well,
and the fact that these people were trying to go against the will of the Democratic primary voter is why it's malicious.
well, no, I'm not.
And
I'm
why
not
it's-
ignoring that. But you and I both know that like
That's the most important thing of all of this, right? That's the biggest argument I have. That's the thing you have to address. Why do people who aren't You know, like they had their chance to run, they chose not to. They had their chance to put up other candidates, they chose not to, right? Why should they get a larger say than the Democratic voter?
So you and I both know that it is like considered bad taste to have actual DNC or like party representatives running against an incumbent. Like that is not something that we really do. It is
It is encouraged, but
yes,
it
it
is
is
not
not.
forbidden.
Yeah, Trump didn't really. I can't think of anybody that he ran against in 2020. I can't even think of.
Trump? You can't think of
Yeah,
anyone Trump ran against in
yeah,
2020?
because he was in the White House at the time, and
Anyone
I don't
either,
think
but
he.
no, it is the tradition. But again, it's not a rule, nor
Sure, it's
is
not a
it
rule, but
for
it is yes, it is. So they didn't put anybody else out there. Nobody who's actually like part of the DNC and actually like a politician. None of them went out there and did anything. Biden had nothing to lose. If he wanted to stay in the race, if he wanted to keep going, he could have done it. He could have done it without any fucking donors. He already had like
that's why I'm
enough
mad at
name.
him for not.
He had enough name recognition, and he was the incumbent. He literally just could have stayed in. Your thought process makes it to where like that is the only thing that would have made sense. Yet he didn't do that. He dropped out, which to me means he did actually
Mistake.
want. Okay, but this is different than like he was forced out again or coerced out or anything like that. Because to me, it is all of these people who don't believe he has a chance, and regardless of whether or not you think they were right or wrong, they don't think he has a chance, and so they are counseling him to drop out for the best, to do the best thing for the Democrats, and he was convinced eventually that this is what was necessary, and he did it.
But they weren't just doing that. If that was all they were doing behind closed doors, fair. But that's not what they were doing. They were leaking to the press and constantly to provide public pressure. They were working with the donors to get them to withdraw donors, all of which with the intent to put pressure on Biden to coerce him into dropping out. $5 from the Trib. Let me read some super chats, actually. Again, give me more. Why is my goal being weird? I've had 3 $5 super chats since I bring up the goal, but it's only counting one, and I don't know. $5 from Psalm Argus to say thanks for the content and thanks for the Tomtent. You're welcome. $5 from Portland is Burning to say, what if a candidate wins the primary, then says the N-word on live TV? Should voters be stuck with the nominee anyways? 400 electoral votes. Let's go. That's based. Okay. And then $5 from the Trib One to say, I think they saw the writing on the wall with Biden. He was losing favor primary to the debate, and the debate was the straw on the camel. It's tricky. Yes, I think that the debate did push a lot of people over the edge on this, on where they stood, and fair enough. But again, it still doesn't change the fact that they were being coercive in how they were going about this. But continue, please, Tom. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, I will also take a second because I'm only going to read one of these. It says it's from Infallible Foul. He said, sorry, wasn't trying to derail the Biden conversation. Glad lists him as transphobic. I don't know for sure. I see Whick waking up to the start of a new week saying, who on the left can I virtue signal about all this infighting cost us the election? I don't think you and Whick will agree that infighting cost us the election. I don't agree with that at all. But yeah.
There's first of all, there's a lot of factors of why we lost, right? Like, let me be clear. Kamala could have won. Like, I don't think she had zero chance. She could have won if she had performed a little differently. I think it wouldn't have needed to be terribly different. There were, I think, 3 things she didn't do that if she had done or had done differently, I think it might be a different ballgame. Shapiro over Waltz, I think that was important. I think that at the time it sent a signal to people that she is willing to play ball with what a lot of people consider to be anti-Semitism. Whether you think that or not, it's a different question. But it did send a signal at the time, right, that she's willing to play footsie with some of the more anti-Semitic elements out there. I think also the fact that she never went on Joe Rogan or she didn't do enough interviews, I think that was a big issue as well. And the third is I think that she needed a sister soldier moment, and she never had one. And I think had she fixed any one of those three, it might have been a different ball game. Again, there may have been no chance. I don't know, right? But I'm just going off the best evidence I have. But go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was critical of her campaign from beginning to end, so I don't have much, but still think that she would have been better than Biden. So the language that you're using just doesn't make sense to me. So you're saying like whispers in the background again, and that they're putting this pressure on him. All of these things, no matter what, are pressure. Getting rid of donors, it's always pressure. Getting rid of like support within the DNC is always pressure. And this is normally how people come out and start running in the first place, is when they believe they're going to have enough donors, they're going to have enough people in the DNC supporting them, or whatever party they're in, and then that's when they are willing to announce a candidacy. He did it with those things kind of like assumed. And then over time, once they start dying off, they were dying off because this was like representative of America's feelings on things, especially after the debate. So when we look at the the outcomes, way more people ended up voting in the election than we thought. We didn't think anywhere near that many were going to vote in this election. Like, we ended up having, I think it was like 10 to 15 million more people vote in this election than expected, maybe 20 million more.
I think, hold on, and I might be wrong on this. I never saw anyone claiming this would be a low turnout election.
Not low turnout. We still expected it to be up from like, the others, except 2020 is obviously an outlier because of mail-in ballots.
Yeah, 2020 was more than, but that was because of a lot of factors.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, so it was an outlier.
No,
but then
I didn't see anyone saying that the turnout at this election seemed expected, but I could be wrong. Again,
so consider this: Donald Trump in 2016 won the election with 62 million votes. In this election, he won, I think he's at 76 million right now. So he is up,
Trump, yes.
Yeah, like, what is that, 14 million votes from 2016, from the last time he won. So that is a massive jump.
What's the percentage of non-voters and voters between
and
those,
then,
right? Like,
just real quick,
bigger,
and then Kamala is now the second most voted Democrat of all time, and the third most voted candidate of all time, just under,
there's just
again,
more Americans now.
Well, again, that's only under the 2020 election. She's only losing to...
No, 2016 I'm talking about.
I know.
Well,
I'm saying what I just said is that, like, she is now, if we take out the 2020 election, she is only second to Trump this election. And in the Democratic Party, she's second to nobody. She would be the most voted candidate.
Is this me or you? Hold on, you're roboting. Can you...
I am?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, that was... You went robot mode. Try again.
1 second. When I use this thing to boost my mic for Discord, it will mess up my mic a bit often. So, I'm saying that I was saying that we're talking about the turnouts being large, and I'm saying that if we get rid of the 2020 election, she is the most voted Democrat of all time by like almost 10 million votes, more than Obama, more than anybody.
The thing is, in 2028, we're going to have a new contender for that, right? Like, because we will grow.
Yes, I'm just saying that this was a bigger turnout.
That's why I'm asking the percentage turnout. How many of registered voters showed up in 2016 compared to 2024? That would be
I don't
Just
know,
saying
but I
it's
know that there's only a 3 million difference between 2020 and this election. There's only 3 million difference in votes, overall votes. Like that's so again. So if we didn't expect the same turnout from 2020, even with more people, we still expected less. And then not only did we end up getting more, but we ended up getting a lot more. Like yeah, it was kind of
Well, I got a voting turnout from 1828 to today. So in 2008, so we had 58% turnout. In 2012, we had it doesn't have 2024. Oh no. So in 2016, 55% of the voting population turned out, 55.7%. In 2008, for example, 58%. In 2012, 54%. Now, funnily enough, even though in 2008, 58%, the raw numbers were less than 2016, where we had 55%. I'll actually show you this on screen because it's very fascinating.
this is 64% for the turnout for this election.
Can you link me that?
66% in 2020, 60% in 2016,
Oh, see,
59%
they're
in
using a different.
2012.
They're using a different. If they say 66% in 2020, this one says 60.8% in 2020. So I don't know.
When was
I
that
have no
one?
idea which
When
one's
was that one written?
last updated on 11/17/2024.
11/17. Yeah, that
17.
should wait. Wait, maybe not. I can't remember. I think we just finished like counting just like
Okay, but
2
my
weeks
point
ago.
here.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
I was gonna
My
say
point
I don't
here
think
is
that I
the
would
raw total in
use
2008, even though the percentage total is higher, is less than the raw total in 2016, even though the percentage is lower, right? So we would expect that as we go, right, because America's population is growing, we will see that the raw number is going to be just higher in 2028, even if the percentage number ends up being a little lower.
Wait, hold on.
I mean, like, I just does
What do you
does this argument
wait,
make
wait, wait.
sense to you?
No, hold on. What do you mean the raw number? The raw number of voters?
Okay, 2008, the raw number of voters was 131,000 versus
Million.
225,000 for the other candidate.
Million.
Million. My bad. Okay. 58 in the total here. The percentage total is 58.3% of registered voters. Right. In 2016, the numbers were 136 million and 245 million, and the percentage was 55.7%. So 136 is higher than 131, 245 is higher than 225, and 58 is higher than 55. So unless I'm reading this wrong, which I might be, I'm just looking at this right now, it seems to be that, no, yeah, that just seems to be more voters.
Yeah,
because
I
our
wouldn't.
population is growing.
Yeah, I'm not denying
I don't
that.
know.
I'm not denying.
Again, this is just the first blush.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm so the thing that I'm looking at, it's wild that it came up with a larger percentage because this isn't about registered voters. This is about eligible voters. You would think if it did eligible voters, it would be a much smaller number, but somehow it came out with a much larger number. That doesn't. I don't know how that's possible versus yours, but I sent it to you in.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah, I was gonna say we had it says about 64% of voting eligible Americans voted in 2024. Preliminary data shows, and this is only second to 2020. Outside of that, it's normally less than 60%. So
just to let everyone see what you're looking at, here this is. You can see voter turnout by election cycle, but this is voting eligible population, and I wonder. That's probably the difference.
But that should be a smaller percentage, not larger. So yeah, it's a little confusing.
I don't know, dude.
I would have to look into this further.
I will also have to look into it more.
But either way, I just know that yes, versus like what we thought, or how many people were going to vote versus how many ended up voting, that it ended up being a lot more. And the number went up when Biden dropped out because there were a lot of people who were saying that they weren't going to vote based on polling. People said they weren't going to vote when Biden was running. And then more people said that they were going to vote once Kamala was running. And so it just ended up being, even with that, even once we knew, okay, more people are voting now, we still outperformed that by a lot. And so it's kind of, it kind of just seems obvious to me. And I want to get into the specific states that you brought up as well. But yes, it just overall voter turnout just seemed to be very high and didn't seem to be an issue for her at all.
Well, again, right? Like, I wish we had comparable numbers, but we don't. So it's hard for me to say much on this. So fair enough.
Okay.
I don't have the data to deal
So
with
then,
this.
okay. So then the other things that you brought up, the states like Michigan, she lost by like,
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. the
yeah,
three, yeah.
she barely lost in those states. Like it overall,
Yeah,
she
very
lost by
close.
300, less than 250,000 votes. That's how much she lost by. 250,000
close.
votes. And with the states, she did drop some other states that we expected her to get, but I would have expected that to be more, like more states drop that we would expect Democrats to just generally have. I would expect that to be higher with Biden because of just, yes, the lack of excitement for the candidate that just wasn't there, but it was once Kamala came in. Like everybody was kind of like, "Oh, Liz, we got somebody."
I don't think that excitement was real. Or it might have been, at least for the look, it's a change and everyone's more interested in the change. But I feel like that didn't translate into actual votes.
I think that was part of her campaign, though. Like if we look at, so when we look at the polling,
I mean, she tried to push it. Yes, absolutely. That was part of her campaign was, look, I'm different, I'm fresh, I'm new, right? And she tried to push that. I just don't think anyone bought it.
yeah,
Or
so
not enough people bought it.
I think they did early on. But when we look at the polling, she obviously skyrocketed. She was up by like, I think a total of like 4 points nationally at one point. Obviously, we expected that to come down. But where it mattered was in the swing states. And I said before the election, I think it was 2.5 to 3 weeks out, that I thought Trump was going to win all 6 swing states. If you had asked me 2 months before that, I would have said Kamala's going to win like 4 out of 6 swing states, like easy. But yes, the closer we got, the more obvious it was that she was tanking. And she didn't tank out of nowhere. Normally, when you're looking at polling, you have to look at an aggregate, but you're trying to find some sort of like connection to what's happening, right? You want to find something that like gives you a reasoning behind why this would happen. And it just so happens to coincide with the same time that she started doing way more interviews. And they were not going well. Those interviews were not great. They did not go well. She may have been better just hiding in the fucking basement like like Biden did in 2020. It would have been much better just doing that. But yes, her interviews were not good. And she just continued dropping.
Analysis, though. One of the issues is, and this is what I was frustrated with at the time in July and in June, right, when people were making those calls for Biden to drop out. One of my frustrations with all of this was the fact that, like, and we can look back at other polling. I use the RCP averages, right? That's the one I use because they keep all this data for years and years and years. And you can look at every time there's a gap, and as we get closer, it always narrows, always narrows, always narrows. Every single time it narrows, right? And that was obviously going to happen at this point as well, right? At least if past this prologue, then we would understand that the gap that Biden was experiencing was going to narrow. And we saw this play out with Harris as well. The gap narrowed, right?
Yeah.
It was something we were basing our decisions on July polls, and we shouldn't have, because I don't think they were representative. I don't think they would have given us an accurate representation of how it was going to look in November. And that was my argument at the time, and I stand by that argument.
I understand that, but you also have to recognize that you, at the moment, you have to make a decision based on the information you have at the time. You can't make a decision in that moment based on information that you don't have. So they were at a critical juncture. They only have a month and a half before the DNC. This is like, it's now or never. If he's going to drop out, it has to be now. And so, yes, everybody decided, okay, our best bet is to just move him aside, run a pseudo primary, and allow the voters to pick somebody that they want to represent them, and then nobody else came out against Kamala because she was too far ahead. So it was like, I think if we look at everything that happened and based on how it happened, this was all just pragmatic decisions being made across the board. Everybody did the best they could. Kamala just wasn't a good candidate. And so like it is what it is, but she was still a better candidate than Joe Biden.
All right, I just fundamentally disagree. It is almost 10. Unfortunately, I'm sorry we got sidetracked a little bit at the beginning with the Singal stuff. You can come on again and talk to me about this again at any point, right? Like, I enjoyed the conversation. Gang, I'm going to let you tell people what you got coming up, but before I do, tomorrow we're going to be talking about D&D with Lucy Hayes, and that should be fun. Wednesday, we have the co-founder of Yimbies for Harris, Armand, coming on. He's going to discuss the same concepts that me and Tom are discussing right now. Why did the Democrats lose? What happened? What can we do better as a party? It's a good guy. I'm excited. It should be fun.
Just to be clear,
then
I don't think we can do anything better as a party. I think as a party, Democrats are fine. They don't need to change anything. Nothing at all.
Not anything?
No,
Nothing?
I think that I think that inflation was the main thing. I think that like incumbents all over the world lost their seats everywhere except for I think literally like the only places like one country. I think it might have been Mexico, but literally the whole world lost their seats because of inflation from COVID to where, and that's the same reason that Trump lost in 2020 is because of COVID. If without that, he would have won. But again, incumbents all across the world lost their seats because when people feel like they're in like a state of depression, they don't feel like things are good, they're just going to blame it on the president. They just are, regardless of whether or not it's his fault. Biden did better than any other country with inflation, yet he still gets blamed just because people feel bad, and it happened. That's it.
Okay. I think that is an analysis that we accept at our peril. But fair enough. What do you got coming up, Tom?
I've got a video essay coming out probably whenever I end stream, most likely. It's there was a radio show host that I talked to recently, and when I talked to him, he hung up on me and like made up a bunch of lies about me after I left, which was really strange. But he had this like whole.
What was your favorite lie? Should I do that, gang? Should I hang up on Tom and then start making stuff up?
It was mainly one thing that was just kind of weird, but you'll have to watch the video to see it. But the main thing that like I go over throughout this video is this guy is just like very representative of my problems with MAGA right now, where they're mad that people keep saying that they're like uneducated voters or that they don't know what they're talking about or that they don't understand the concepts and shit like that. But then they also demonize colleges, demonize people using academic language, demonize people trying to describe the concepts and like talk about what these things mean and crap like that. They demonize all intellectuality, and then also act like victims when people treat them like people who
and so
disrespect
your video
intellectuality.
Is discussing all this?
Yes, it's kind of going over a lot of these issues. So,
and it's going to be released after we're done here.
Yeah, in the morning. Like I just started stream when we started talking. So like I normally end stream around like somewhere between like 4 and 6 a.m. most of the time. So yeah.
Okay, gang, check him out. Thanks for being here. I know we fight and we disagree on this, but you know it's okay. We can disagree and not tear each other's throats out. So I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you taking the time to discuss with me. Thank you again.
Yeah, and for everybody else, yes, this is a very late conversation. We did discuss having it, I think, weeks ago, and so we just both got kind of busy. We didn't say like, oh, you know what, it's halfway through December. Let's talk about what happened a month and a half ago, dude. Let's do that. Like we didn't do that. Yeah.
Well, people always come at me for this take, so I'm expecting that next week, the week after, there's going to be someone being like, "Oh, let's come at you for this take." But I will stand on this hill. I think I'm correct. Check him out, Tom Foolery Show on YouTube. Give him a follow. He has taken time to come on my show, so reward him and for doing that. Gang, if you like my content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. As I said, we got some great shows coming up. The only panel show we got this week is going to be Thursday, and I'm probably going to be talking about maids or the Singal stuff if I can find anyone who defends Blue Sky's actions. I can't, though, so I might not talk about that. Okay, we'll see you guys later. Wait, bye. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye. Okay, now that they're gone. Okay, no, thanks for doing this, and I'll see you later, buddy. Bye.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Hello? Hello? What are you calling?
Oh, my bad. My mic was muted.
What it do?
I didn't hear the whole conversation, but I kind of heard the recap that was going on. Your recap of why you think the Democrats lost in this election, and I kind of wanted to push back on a couple things.
Just real quick, we didn't even talk about it really. Yeah, we didn't really talk about why Democrats lost at all. We were talking. His position was that Joe Biden would have won, and so that's what I was mainly there to push back on. And then he also acted like Joe Biden was treated unfairly, so I wanted to talk to him about that. But yeah, we didn't really talk about why Democrats lost. But the inflation is my main like thing. That's one of them. But yeah, go ahead.
So my opinion is that, and I don't think it doesn't matter who they put up. Honestly, I think there's some candidates that may have beat Trump in the Democrat Party, but I think none of the ones that they're willing to put up would have beat him, in my opinion. And I think that's mainly because of Biden's handling at the beginning of his administration on oil, as well as when he dropped out.
On oil, you just mean getting rid of the pipeline?
So lifting the sanctions on Iran is a part of it. Allowing Nord Stream to be built is another part of it. And in the domestic production of oil actually went down at the beginning of his administration.
Sure, but we didn't actually like lose a whole lot on domestic production in the end, so it didn't.
Sure, by the end we didn't lose, but those effects. I mean, they were still seeing the effects today of the spikes of the oil, of the gas, and the prices.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that like affected him too much. I think that like the main, because especially when we look at polling going into the election, everybody was saying that their top issues were immigration, inflation, democracy, and yeah, well, they would say the economy, but then when you ask them what about the economy, it was like, I think it was like 80-90% were talking about inflation. Like they're because nobody says, oh, it's just the economy overall. We don't have an issue with people being able to find jobs. We don't have an issue with people like making money on the stock market. We have an issue with inflation. That's it. That's the only part of the economy that people had issues with, because they're having trouble buying like necessary goods. That's all.
Yeah, but I think the origin of that, of them having trouble buying necessary goods, comes from the from the lowering of domestic production in 2020.
And that's just oil, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean that's the main thing. I mean, think about how much oil affects the prices of groceries, the prices of shipping. I mean, really, like we run on oil as a society today.
Yeah, I mean it does, but are you trying to say that like it changed um like the price of the value of the dollar or something? Like what are you?
So it made essential goods more expensive, which is because inflation is kind of, I mean, it's not a non-issue, but in this context, inflation is sort of a non-issue because we see other like parts of the economy that are improving and
Sure, but
actually
in
improving
this
pretty
case,
rapidly.
it mattered because of COVID. Like when COVID happened, and all of these, the main issue is that tons of businesses didn't have enough employees anymore, and so because they didn't have enough employees anymore, they were all trying their best to like hire people, and because there weren't actually people. Like I remember at the corporation that I worked for, we had tons of conversations where I kept telling them, guys, there are no employees. There's nobody. You're trying your best to like find people, and those people don't exist. I promise you. There isn't going to be more people all of a sudden. They're not coming. But they kept raising their wages over and over and over and over, trying to make it to where they were like outbidding everybody else and making the being more competitive within the market, but that it never amounted to having like a full staff, because there just isn't enough people. There's not enough workers right now, and so everybody raising their wages so much made it to the point that wages outpaced inflation, but it didn't. It made it to where they had to raise the cost of all of their products and services as well, and so because they had to raise the cost of all their products and services, this made it to where everything was way more expensive for the consumers, and the consumers didn't all of a sudden have way more money, unless they were working one of those hourly wages that was upping their hourly prices. For everybody else, they lost in all of that. Everything was just more expensive for them.
Right. I think you're talking about the inflation issue, which, like I said, like I think the
Yes,
management of
wait.
inflation wasn't.
Hold on. When you say I think you're talking about the inflation issue. You said you're making it sound as though oil is the real like bad thing that caused inflation. That's what people are really talking about. Whereas I'm saying, no, it was COVID and the costs to our employment that made it to where everybody had to raise wages and therefore raise prices, which just cost everybody more. That has nothing to do with oil.
I guess you're talking about something that maybe have compounded the issue.
There are
I
compounding
think
issues for sure.
I think and I also think that the issue you're talking about was major, like majority was fixed throughout his term. Which the issue you're talking about was fixed. Like we saw unemployment going down. We saw wages going up.
Wait, hold on. You said unemployment. Unemployment was not a problem during his administration. It's the opposite. Not unemployment. It's low labor shortages. We still are in a labor shortage today. We don't have enough workers. Not unemployment. We didn't have unemployment issues all throughout his administration. We had labor shortages.
Why do you think that is? Like, what do you speculate is the cause of the labor shortages?
So there were a lot of reasons. So none of these are the reason. It is all of these are like 10 to 20% of the reason. So one is that when COVID happened, tons of people tons of boomers retired. So like, boomers is when there's a baby boom. All of a sudden, there's tons more kids being born all at the same time. They all came into the workforce at the same time, which just cranked our fucking economy because we had way more workers all of a sudden, way more production. And then all of those baby boomers, they had kids around like Gen X, but then also millennials. Gen X replaced the workforce. Millennials did not. So millennials didn't come anywhere close. They just weren't having fucking kids. So now now we're all worried. Oh shit! When the baby boomers retire, we're not going to have nearly the same amount of workers anymore, and we're just going to have less people. And all of these businesses opened up way more locations all over the place because they just had so many workers. And now we're just not going to have enough to keep up with the production that we had before. But this is an issue that had been talked about, but we didn't think it was going to all happen at the same time. It was going to slowly progress over time, and we were going to be able to adjust over and over and over. But then COVID happened, and it all happened at the same time. They all decided to retire all at the same time, massive fucking swaths of them, to the point that we just lost big chunks of the labor force. That was one issue. The second issue, millennials decided for some reason during that time that they also wanted to work less, that they didn't have kids, they didn't have responsibilities, that they could work less hours and still maintain a living. And so that's what they did. Millennials at this point average around 34 hours a week, whereas during the boomers period, they averaged about 45 hours a week. So now we just lost 10 hours per person on average, to where now there's even more labor that's left. So not only do we have a shortage of people, but the people we have aren't working nearly as much, and just have way less motivation as well. Like they don't actually care to show up to work on time, or they don't mind calling out when just because they feel like it, because they know that all of these businesses are short on employees and can't afford to fire them. So they're just not even showing up if they just don't feel like it sometimes. And so it is there was compounding issues. Also, the fact that we were during the pandemic, we didn't have immigration coming into the country. Normally, that is something that we use as a tool to like replace the workforce as people die off, and to continue growing, and to replace the workforce that the millennials are not replacing. But then during COVID for a year and a half, we just weren't letting anybody in. So none of that shit was being replaced while we're losing the most amount of workers. And we didn't even get back to the point that we would have been if we didn't lock down the border, if COVID didn't happen, and we just had a normal amount of immigration the whole time. Even though there was an influx afterwards, we never got back to that point till the end of 2022, to where we would have been at the beginning of 2021. So, yeah, it's there was a lot of issues.
So, it's not that I don't disagree with you, because I'm honestly not super knowledgeable on the labor shortage issue.
I averaged over 90 hours a week in 2022, and the few days that I had enough time to stream in 2022, I spent a lot of that time researching the labor shortages, which is why I was the one kind of pressuring everybody in the offices to keep saying, guys, we're not getting new people. They're not coming. Like, chill. Like, because yes, I had done just insane amounts of research on stream trying to figure out what the hell was going on.
I just think you're kind of using this to like dismiss the mishandling of the oil issue.
I'm not. No, hold on. I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying I don't think that's the reason. And that when you ask people what their reasons are, nobody says like fucking oil or anything. They say like cost of goods. But then if we go look up what the cost of goods were caused by, I don't think that oil was a big part of that either. Somebody else brought up oil, saying that it was like it had to do with our like agreements with Russia or some shit, and that turned out to just have almost nothing. Like, it was just like a very, very small percentage of our issues with inflation, and that, yes, like the biggest issues were supply chain disruptions because of COVID. There was an increase in demand. There was which increase in demand obviously makes it to where prices are going to go up. But if there's an increase in demand and supply chain issues, that means that there's less product. Okay, well, now there's scarcity, meaning that prices are going to go up. And then, and those two issues by themselves were the main two things that like caused all of these problems. Those weren't things that anybody could have really helped. And so once the prices went up, even when we fixed the supply chain issues, when we fixed the increase in demand because of COVID, nobody lowered their prices. Nobody was like, okay, well, time to put the prices back down to where they were before. Nobody did that. So now we're still just paying the prices that we got used to paying before, and they're just stuck there.
I had something come up. Will you give me like
Yeah,
20 minutes? And yeah, I'm sorry about that.
20 minutes? Oh, you're going to call back?
Yeah, I'll call back in.
Okay.
I'll let you know when I'm ready, and then you can just take me in whenever.
All right.
Thank you
All right, bye.
for taking my call.
Yes, sir. Nice choke, Tom? What does that mean? So I got the video essay coming out tonight. I'm thinking about, I don't have a thumbnail for it yet. So I need to make a thumbnail, but I was thinking about just going ahead and making the thumbnail for it while I'm on stream, and then publishing it on, doing a, what do you call, a premiere, and then just rating everybody into the premiere at the beginning or at the end of stream, so that they can just go ahead and watch it as soon as I get off. Let me see. So this is the beginning of the video.
What business?
Car detailing.
Oh, car detailing business. Okay. All right.
But yeah, it was more so I was bringing up populism because the idea for populism is generally that, like, it's
the idea for populism. Oh my goodness. What is this? Is this a college lecture at the Ivy Leagues?
Well, I'm sorry, you referenced liberalism, so I'm referencing that. I'm saying that to me it makes sense. Like, because I do think that there is a problem with the left where they have an issue with elitists, right? But the populist right, it doesn't have an issue with elitists. They have an issue with the establishment.
The elitists are liberal. The elitists are leftist. Are liberals.
Oh, sure, to an extent, you're of course.
There are no conservative elitists.
Sure, of course. The left is more likely to go to college, more likely to have. So I just call. The claim where he says there are no conservative elitists was probably the dumbest statement during this whole thing. He made a lot of insane fucking statements. There's a lot that I don't even address. There's a lot of shit that he says that I don't address throughout this just because it turned into a fucking hour-long video essay. I thought it was going to be like a 20-minute thing, and it turned into an hour. And so, yeah, still waiting for the profanity. Yeah. Tom cussing up a storm. Yep. Couldn't help myself. Yeah. But yeah, the whole I can never figure out this beanie. Like, sometimes just starts to feel a little too big, but then if you wear it like this, now it's too small. And now I feel like I'm like Russian or like maybe Jewish or... I guess this is kind of how Tim Pool wears his, though, isn't it? This is kind of... Oh boy, you cussed? No, I didn't cuss. I did not cuss, but you have to watch the video again. You got to watch the video to understand the memes. You got to watch it to understand. But yeah, this is one of the dumber things that he said, is that there are no conservative elitists. An elitist is not somebody who's an elite. I thought that's what he was saying. So that's why I was like, because I thought, no conservative elitists. Elitist means that if I take Excedrin, will I have a panic attack? No. Let's see. Does Excedrin increase panic attacks? Yes, Excedrin can potentially increase the likelihood of experiencing panic attacks due to its caffeine content, which acts as a stimulant and can worsen anxiety symptoms in susceptible individuals. If you have a history of panic attacks, it's important to consult your doctor before taking Excedrin. So yeah, if you get panic attacks from caffeine, then I would say that it could cause it to be an issue. If you don't have panic attacks from caffeine, then I would say definitely not, because this is a very small amount of caffeine. So it's not, it's not something that I get them from caffeine. From a lot of caffeine, or from just a normal amount of caffeine. Like if you drink a Coke, would you get a panic attack, or do you have to drink like a coffee, a tea, a Red Bull? Like, do you have to have something that's a lot of caffeine? Tom is now an expert on panic attacks, according to Google. What? Like one instant coffee. Yeah, instant coffees. Hold on. Instant coffee usually contains less caffeine than freshly brewed coffee. A typical 8-ounce cup of regular coffee contains 62 milligrams of caffeine. Okay. How much caffeine does Excedrin... Fuck. Excedrin migraine. Each tablet of Excedrin migraine contains 65 milligrams. So it's the same as, an instant coffee. But you said that you guys put shots of espresso in all of your coffee. That's not this. If you're talking about instant coffee with any espresso in it, yes, you are on a whole fucking other planet of caffeine at that point. Whereas this is just talking about just like the coffee that you mix up in a cup that's like grains. No, that's not espresso. Espresso fucks me up. Okay, you told me one time that you said, I said, yes, sometimes I'll get shots of espresso, and you said that you guys don't really think of espresso as a separate thing because you don't have coffee without espresso. That it's just that's just coffee for you guys. And so I'm sensitive to caffeine of any kind. I've never been able to tell with caffeine in Excedrin. So no, I am not an expert on Excedrin, but I commonly highly recommend Excedrin migraine. That this is, I've had tons of issues with migraines over long periods of time, and I've never been able to find anything that helps. There's all sorts of headache Tylenol and headache aspirin and all sorts of things that are supposed to help, and nothing ever helped. Excedrin migraine is the only thing that has ever helped. And and yeah, it's been the only thing that's helped. So that she wasn't asking me because I'm the expert on medicine or I'm a doctor or anything. She's just asking because I've recommended it very highly. But yeah, if you're working, it shouldn't make that big of a difference because you're moving around a lot. And if you're not already having a panic attack and you don't feel like anxious at all, then yeah, I would take one and just yeah, especially if you're working, I would assume that the like the activity that you're doing is already going to make it to where you wouldn't notice that small amount of caffeine. How much caffeine is in a can of Coke? 34 milligrams. Okay. So it's about half of what is in Excedrin. That's wild. I didn't know that. I thought it would have like less than a can of Coke. Yeah, 65 milligrams. That's wild. 400 milligrams equals death, apparently. Okay, so let's see. Where's... I think I have... No, that's not it. I was gonna say, I think I have one of the really big cans of Red Bull sitting here, but I don't, so... Yeah, I can't read this. There's too much of a glare. I have too many lights. Okay, Google. How much caffeine is in the yellow edition Red Bull energy drink?
Here is some information from the web that might possibly help. On the website Amazon.com, they say, Red Bull Yellow Edition Energy Drink, Tropical, with 80 milligrams caffeine plus taurine and B vitamins, 8.4 fluid Oz, pack of 4 cans.
No. Okay, Google. How much caffeine is in a 12-ounce Red Bull?
Sorry, I don't understand.
How much caffeine is in a 12-ounce Red Bull? 102 milligrams. Okay, so yeah. So this, I normally drink about 2 of these a day. At minimum 1, but I'll drink about 2 a day. There was a period where I drank the ones that were much bigger than this. I think there were 20 ounces, and I would drink 2 of those a day. How much caffeine is in a 20-ounce Red Bull? So 171 milligrams. So take 171 milligrams and times it times 2. That was like the average amount that I had when I was working about 90, over 90 hours a week. That is my average intake. And that's just on Red Bull. I would also drink coffee sometimes. There was a period where I would go to Dunkin' Donuts and I would go with a jug, like literally a jug. They eventually gave me this massive jug because I bought so much coffee from them that it was getting to be like insanely expensive. And so eventually they gave me this massive jug and they would fill it up to the top with French vanilla and caramel macchiato with, I think it was 3 to 4 shots of espresso in it. And I would drink that by myself throughout the day. I would have a cup of ice and I would just keep pouring it into the cup of ice, refilling it throughout the day. Damn, I'm sorry, Mantis. Yeah, I would recommend trying it, but yeah, I'm not sure. I take Tylenol and never died. I'm sure it's safe. What? I don't understand. Is that a joke, or do you think, is there somebody who thinks Tylenol is not safe? I don't think it's about whether or not it's safe. It's just about whether or not it's gonna work. But anyways, yeah. So for this guy to say that there are no, and I go over this in the video a little bit. Also, we have I think it's 3 out of 10 donos. So we have 3 out of 10 donos. Different chats say different things, and there's also the tips. So I will personally include the tips. Thank you, Infallible Fowl, for the $10 tip. So yeah, we are at 3 out of 10 donos so far. So we will add some time to the stream if we get up to 10 donos today. And again, the best way to send a donation is through tips. If you send a tip, there's a link in the description for it, and that'll make it to where I get the money immediately, and Big Tech doesn't take a big chunk out of it. YouTube takes about 30% of all donations sent through YouTube, so all super chats. And so the best way to send money and make sure it gets where you want it to go is to use the tips link in the description. Super appreciate all of the donations and all the people who support this channel. You guys have been awesome. But yeah, this guy saying that there are no right-wing elitists. An elitist is someone who believes the elites should run the country. That's what an elitist is, okay? It's somebody who believes that, like, you know, the powerful, the rich, the people with the most money, that they are probably more educated. They're probably they probably have more access. They've already had more networking. They've already had like a lot more experience with things, and so it just makes sense for them to run the country. Elitists come in all shapes and sizes. Well, so the reason that this is insane is because currently it would seem as though there are only right-wing elitists. He said there are no right-wing elitists. There isn't a single conservative elitist. All of lefties are elitists. That's what he said, okay? In the meantime, conservatives have just voted in the richest president of all time. And not only did they vote in the richest president of all time, but in 2016, when Donald Trump got elected, he had the richest cabinet of all time, with other billionaires in the cabinet, and many hundred millionaires part of the cabinet. Like, it was by far the richest cabinet of all time. So far, just with the few nominations that Trump has made so far, he has already surpassed his last record of having the richest cabinet of all time. He has already surpassed that by like 100%. Mainly because of Elon Musk. Elon Musk, like Donald Trump has like $5 billion, or he's worth about $5 billion. There's a number of other people who are part of the cabinet who have about $2 to $5 billion dollars. There's like 10 of them. There's like 10 people that are part of the Trump administration so far that are billionaires. But Elon Musk is like 430 billion just by himself. But even if you remove Elon Musk from the scenario, they still are richer by like I want to say like 5 times richer than his last record. And the last record again was like 1,000 times richer than any other cabinet in history. And so it was just like, it's fucking insane that not only did you vote for an elite to be your president, but he's come with a whole fucking gang of elites to run the country. And so for you to turn around and be like, there are no right-wing elitists. There are no right-wing elitists. Like, okay, you're fucking insane, dude. But there were so many things that he said that were so insane that I just had to let them go. He kept trying to like, maneuver and like switch to different things. And I was only on the phone call for like 2 minutes and I never got to get my take out. I never got to say what my issue was with him at all. Like, at no point did I ever get to just tell him what my issue was, because he just kept pivoting, kept moving the goalposts, kept making like outrageous claims that I'm like, ah, crap, dude. Like, he kept asking me personal questions like, what do you do? Where did you go to college? What's your job? What businesses did you own? Like, oh man. Only right-wing elitists? Is that why Dems spent $1 billion on a campaign on celebrities and somehow still got into debt? First off, that has nothing to do with elitists. First off, I don't know why you just brought that up. Secondly, I don't think the Kamala campaign actually went into debt. That was just a rumor, like that she went like what did they say, $120 million in debt. They were Soros equals elitist. Yeah, Soros might be an elitist. I don't know. I don't think he's ever really supported other elites. I think for the most part he's always supported like grassroots shit. But anyways, they had to pay to support. That's what elitists do. I'm sorry, it's just it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. They paid celebrities to do campaigns, and that has something to do with them being elitist. I don't even think they actually went into debt, because they said that they went $120 million in debt, but they never showed any evidence of that, and nobody else could corroborate it. Nobody else knew what they were talking about, and we had heard before the campaign ended that they were saving like hundreds of millions because they were expecting there to be tons of lawsuits after the election. And so they were waiting for there to be like a bunch of close races and for Trump to try to sue or for her to try to sue. And so they saved a lot for lawyer fees. Smiley face. Let's freaking go. New Zealand dollars. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Mantis, for the dono. We got to get those donos up, boys. Up. Up. Yeah, I don't, dude, Ellen DeGenerate trying to fucking jump on there being like, bro, I'm going to come and I'm going to defend you. You're a fucking retard, dude. I don't know why I would want you to come on here. Like, and I think he might have sent me something later. And he's like, what, you're still mad about that? I'm not mad about that. There is no that. The last time I talked to him, I gave like a 5-minute speech before I spoke to him, just telling everybody, this guy is a piece of shit. This guy is like a horrible person. He like literally like made a point of it to try to get people to like harass other people. And
Tom is fair.
True. Let's go, Felix. Thank you for the 320. What is that? Yen? What did you wait, what did you just donate in? Wait, what is that? What the fuck? What is that? $2.08. Oh, Japanese yen. Yeah, it is. It's yen. Freaking crap, dude. Why did you wait, are you from Japan or am I just like why did that just happen? Why did you donate in yen? But yeah, I gave like a 5-minute speech before I spoke to him, kind of telling everybody. All I know about this guy, like everything that I've heard about him, he's just like a horrible person. He's a horrible person. He's a piece of shit, like, and just like insanely bad faith. And then I talked to him. He turns out to be a horrible person and just insanely bad faith. He goes and like clips up our entire debate out of context and starts posting shit, trying to make it seem as though I was saying things that I never said, arguing things that I never said. That like we literally both had the same like moral prescription and moral position, and then he took it and acted like I held this like outrageous moral prescription that can't be defended, and it was literally the same as his. We had the same fucking position, and we just disagreed on semantics of a word, and he acted like the semantics were the moral position. It was so insane, and he just and everybody, I watched, I think maybe 5 people review the debate, and every single one of them were like, this guy's insane. Like, this guy's a piece of shit. And they didn't even get to the point where he was like cutting me out of context yet and lying about me on Twitter. So did this debate happen today? No. So during the conversation with Whick, he kept telling Whick to let him jump on. And Whick was like, no, I'm not going to pull you on, but I'll address your questions from here, I guess. And then I was like, well, he keeps DMing me saying he wants to jump on, saying that like, Tom, it's okay. I'm here to defend you. And I was like, just so you know, I would never want this guy to be on my side. Okay. I don't want to be on his side. I don't want him to defend me. I don't want him in this call. So I was like, no fucking shot. I want to have anything to do with him. And Whick was like, oh, okay, well, never mind. Let's move on. so yeah, but the debate that I had with him, it's in the intro. It's in the intro for this stream. So when you watch my intro and I'm yelling at the person, I forget what I say. What is the... It's one of the video games. It's one of the video games that gets put in. It's the second one, I think. Yeah, not this one. The second one. That's a cool story. Answer the fucking question, bro. That's from the debate with him. This one. This is the intro to it. Okay.
Your own situation, you don't consider it rape because you had sex you didn't want to have, right?
Again, in what sense? I did want to have sex with them in the sense that I wanted to make sure that they felt loved and that they felt taken care of and that they weren't insecure. They never said, hey, have sex with me or I'm going to feel insecure. That part didn't happen. Okay. That never happened.
So how do you think they would feel if they knew you were only having sex with them to placate them and not because you wanted to have it too?
Again, at the time, if they're saying, hey, but I want to have sex, and eventually I'm just like, oh, okay.
Please answer that question. How do you think your ex would feel if they knew you were only having sex with them just to make them feel better and you didn't actually want to have it? Do you think that she would be okay with that, or would she not be okay with that?
I've answered this a couple of times. I think that they do know this when it's happened. You can keep asking the same question. I do feel like they know this.
If they knew you didn't want to have the sex,
story, bro. Answer the question. Stop skipping to this. You can keep skipping to other things that are... Answer the...
617 tip $10. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
J-Rod, haven't seen you in a while, man. Appreciate the tip. $10. Let's friggin' go. All right. All right. J-Rod the man. Let's get some cheers up in chat. So yeah, that makes it to where it's what is that? 5? Are we at 5? So we're at a 5 out of 10 now, I think. I'll have to recount, but I think we're at 5. So 5 donos. You didn't count the yen? Yeah, we're at 5. Okay. We're at 5. Thank you for the donos, guys. And I did add, for those of you who are watching on the computer part, I added this so we can always see what the last tip or dono was, or if people, gift memberships or become members or whatever, it'll keep track of that right here. So we always have a list of like the last couple alerts up here. This is something that I've been trying to get for a long time, and I don't know why I never realized that I could just put this up on screen. Feel kind of stupid for never doing this before. So yeah, that's there now. I have it for the other stream as well. I forgot to put it up. That's an insane line of questioning. Yeah, I'll explain some of this in a second. But this is the debate with that guy that I was like, yeah, I don't want that guy on my side. Like, he's just a fucking retard. I don't believe he could add anything of value to this conversation. So where is it? Alert, screen alerts. There it is. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So yeah, now the shorts chat also has all the way up at the top. There is a list of the most recent alerts there. Although it did miss the yen. Yeah. The yen didn't make it there. Is it only showing tips? I don't know. I'll have to work on that and see if there's something wrong with it. But okay. Yeah, let's finish this intro real quick.
Okay, that's a cool story, bro.
Answer the question. I love like watching this back, how fucking unhinged I look when I go from like 0 to 100, where like 1 second I'm just sitting there just like whoa. Immediately, dude, just like I'm just like kind of zoned out at 1 second, and
They
then
do know.
and then
Just to
like
make them feel better, and you didn't actually want to have it. Do you think that she would be okay with that, or would she not be okay with that?
I've answered this a couple of times. I think that they do know this when it's happened. You can keep asking the same question. I do feel like they know this.
If they knew you didn't want to have the sex, and you kept having the
Answer
sex,
the question. Stop skipping to this. You can keep skipping to other things that are rape. Answer the fucking question. What the fuck? This isn't that hard. Answer the fucking question, dude. Seriously. No, you're not. You're telling me something else is rape. Tell me why this fucking example is rape.
It's like my voice is cracking and everything, dude. Just go full, yeah, just full dude. Just like my voice is like, I was so obnoxious, bro.
Why this fucking example is No, you're not. You're telling me something else is rape.
You're telling me something else is rape. Just full fucking. This guy's so annoying. He's so retarded that he's impossible to have a conversation with. Like, I'm trying. We went through it at the beginning on like what we thought was good, what we thought was bad, how we thought people should like ask for consent, and like all of those things. We agreed on all of that across the board. We agreed on everything, but what we like, how we defined consent, how we defined rape, what we thought, like those words we had some disagreements on. And so we were just talking about the semantics of the words. But when we're talking about this and I'm trying to get him to like engage in the semantics, he just keeps saying, yeah, that's bad though. Cool story. Who gives a fuck? We're not talking about good and bad. We already agreed on good and bad. We're talking about the semantics. What is wrong with you? He's either dumb or malicious, but after recent convo with Kid Not Kin, I'm heavily leaning towards the latter. He gave Ellen like 0 patience. Yeah, I was about to say, I almost said like, oh, I wouldn't mind watching that, but then I thought, nah, dude, Kid Not Kin is not like, he's all like, with as patient as I am with people. If you are impatient with me when I'm being like overly patient with you, you're somebody who just has 0 fucking patience. Like you're somebody who's just no patience whatsoever. And yeah, so like my last couple of conversations with Kid Not Kin, he just like, he gets to points where he just refuses to even engage. And every time I'm like, so is there like an argument? And he's like, I don't know, is there? Okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here, dude. So yeah, with somebody like Ellen DeGenerate, who's actually just like obnoxious as fuck and just can't comprehend like the easiest concepts and shit. Yeah, no shot, dude. I would not want to watch that. That just sounds like pure brain rot. So yeah, this is one of the clips that's in the intro. And then I think I have the other one here, actually. Because yeah, there's the 2 video games in the intro, right? So there's this one, and then there's the one where I said, we freaking agree. I was getting annoyed with this white nationalist who was trying to convince me that we should have an ethno-state, that like white people need a safe place and that they should be by themselves, away from everybody else. And but everything he used as his arguments, I would say, like, yeah, I agree with all of those stats. I agree with like all of the problems you're bringing up. I agree with all that. But I don't think that means that we need to separate ourselves from black people. That doesn't, you're not giving me a reason to separate ourselves, because I have better solutions for that, to where it's just not as drastic, not as hyperbolic, not as extreme. And he wouldn't engage with that. He just kept giving me reasons on like, yeah, but white and black people are different. Like, yeah, I agree. True, whatever. So what? Does that mean that we have to separate ourselves? Like, yeah, but you don't understand. Like, black people run faster and can jump higher and are better at basketball. And I'm like, okay, cool story, bro. Can we please? Why does that mean that we need an ethno-state? And it was that over and over and over, to the point that, yes, again, I eventually just fucking I don't understand why we wouldn't want everybody to be socialized to exist better.
When we extend this to a culture or race, again, what do we have?
So yeah, so when I say I just don't understand why we wouldn't want everybody to exist better, I'm just saying, yeah, like we have problems, sure. So we should just try to fix those problems, right? Like, not just give up and just say, oh, let's just move on. Let's just give up on fixing things, and let's just move on to saying fuck everything. Like, just go create your own world. Go create your own nation. And so yeah, that's what I'm saying at the beginning here, is I'm just trying to get him to like explain why we need an ethno-state. I don't understand why we wouldn't want everybody to be socialized to exist better.
When we extend this to a culture or race, again, what do we have? higher functioning societies, happier societies when things are homogenous.
Sure. So my question.
Sure, that's just kind of the end of debate.
No, because that doesn't answer my question whatsoever. Why wouldn't we still want to integrate anyways to make things better for the long run?
I think it'd be great to have Asians slam dunking at the same rate that blacks are, but it's not going to happen because of biological setbacks. China.
See, this is like every time he wants to go to like the most random shit. Like, dude, Asians can't dunk, dude. I'm sorry. So we have to split up. Like, what? Because one of the points that I'm making is I was like, okay, so like, how would we do an ethno state? Like, how would we do this? He's like, well, I don't think the whole country would want to do it. So I think if white people were just given like one state, just like give us like Kentucky or something like that, then we'll just go and we'll just do our ethno state in Kentucky, and we'll be our own state there, by ourselves, and then then we'll be fine. And I'm like, yeah, but you understand that like, if we split the country up into all ethno states and we moved all white people, to like 70% of like the western part of the United States, and then we moved all, people of color to the eastern part of the United States, we're still going to have issues because of this. Like, even right now, the United States suffers in some ways because of all of the problems that are happening in Central America. And that if we could improve Central America, our country would be better for it. You understand that, right? And he's like, yeah, of course. Like, but like, that's, we don't live in Central America, so we don't have cartels. We don't have those, gangs running our entire country, and we don't have, people just getting kidnapped and just nobody gives a fuck because of all the gang violence. And I was like, yeah, I agree, but that just doesn't really like change what I'm saying. Like, because of these issues, they still have to be solved. We're not fixing anything by doing this. We're not actually solving a problem. Whereas if we stay integrated, it seems like integration is in and of itself fixing the problems. Like, black people's IQs are rising at a faster rate than white people's IQs. Why? Because they came from a society that was not socialized the same ways that ours were. So their IQs are going to start to match ours, and they're rising at a faster rate to meet us. They're playing catch up. Yes. They're catching up because they're now living in societies that are different from the ones that they were in before. And so I don't remember what they call it, like micro evolution or something like that, but yeah, it makes it to where, yeah, access to better resources, access to healthier food, like all sorts of things are making those differences. Access to better education, lack of systemic racism, and like fixing more of those problems makes it to where their IQs are catching up, are rising faster than white people's. That doesn't mean that eventually I think they're just going to keep rising and they'll be so much smarter than white people eventually. No, they're just going to eventually match society that they live in. They will eventually be the average of the rest of society. Tomfoolery show, that is the problem. Other races even attempting to get to the same level as whites is a threat to those whites nationalists or whatever the fuck. Well, it's not, they don't think of it as a threat. They're just saying, yeah, but why is that our responsibility? Like, you're saying like, oh, white people have to pay because they're the bad guys. And I was like, hold on, no. I was like, this is not a moral thing. This has nothing to do with moral. I'm talking about pragmatics. This is just pragmatic. They're in our country. They're in our country because we brought them here. They're in our country because we put them here. And so now we have a problem. With your solution, we still have a problem. With my solution, we over time fix the problem, and then the problem doesn't exist anymore. So I feel like You're just not really being pragmatic. You're the one who probably has some sort of like moral imperative within this that's making it to where, no, we ought not live amongst the dirty blacks and shit like that. Like, no, there's just not the, there's just, yes, it's just pragmatic. This is just the best solution to have the best outcome for the most amount of people. Is it gonna cost white people? Yes. Is it because they're bad? No. Nope. Not because they're bad. I didn't have anything to do with slavery. I don't feel fucking guilty about it. Not whatsoever. I literally, I want to be clear. I feel zero guilt over slavery. None whatsoever. I don't care. I feel zero. Like, none. So if you think that I'm like putting some sort of like white guilt onto white people, you must pay for your sins. Nope. I don't care about any of that. So I don't feel guilty about any of that. So I don't think you ought to either. Don't worry. That is not part of what I'm saying at all. But yeah, this is just like a clip from it. Just like this is me just like summarizing the problem in this debate. Why wouldn't we still want to integrate anyways to make things better for the long run?
I think it'd be great to have Asians slam dunking at the same rate that blacks are, but it's not going to happen because of biological setbacks. China can invest all their money and resources in having the best Olympic team ever. They're still not going to run faster than a black man who gets basic training in Jamaica.
What? I don't know if you like literally aren't listening.
Well with you. You know intuitively, you agree that all.
I don't know if you're not listening to anything that I'm saying, but you respond with something completely different than what we're talking about. And then the reason I skipped over all that is because I like showed frustration and he thinks I'm struggling to respond. He thinks he's like, yeah, I got you, bro. And you just don't have an answer. And that's why you're struggling right now. And it's like, I think anybody watching this knows that is not the fucking struggle that's happening right now. And so, yeah, that's why I just skip over everything he says, because he's just repeating his points that, you know, I'm right, bro. Yes, I know you're right. I've told you, I agree with you. You're right. That's not relevant. How much like Asians can dunk is just not relevant. Tom, have you seen Dave Rubin's interview with Marianne Williamson? I saw an older one. I don't know. I think there was a newer one that was pretty shit as well, but I think I watched it a while ago. Listening to anything that I'm saying, but you respond with something completely different than what we're talking about and then act like it's an own on me. That's what I'm saying, though. This is ridiculous.
So what you deny, and can an ethno state be made?
Oh my
That's what we're
You're not going to
debating.
respond to anything I'm saying. We can move on to question.
Okay, so then I got a more specific question from you here.
It's the same question like 5 freaking times now. It's the same question over and over. You got to be kidding me.
Questions.
I asked the same question.
You already agree with this, which you're laughing about. So I hope I've answered your question.
I don't care about how fast they can run. You don't care about how fast they can run. Nobody cares about how fast they can run. For you to continuously bring this up as though anybody cares, nobody cares.
Laugh, but it's true, and you have no rebuttal for it.
Because we agree on it. We freaking agree. You keep talking about crap that we agree on. I don't care.
Let's talk about what we disagree.
No,
with.
no, I've been trying to do that.
I've
been trying to do that for like 30 minutes. You keep bringing up the fact that we're different in how fast we run. I don't care. I don't care.
Tom,
I don't freaking care. I don't care at all. I don't know how many times I'm going to say this. I'm going to lose my freaking mind. I don't care. You're going to say the same thing. You're going to say the same thing again. You're going to say it again. I don't care. I don't even care.
You
I'm not even
disagree
going to
with
do it
me
again.
on?
I don't. So yeah, this is where we freaking agree comes from. That's this. So we freaking agree. So like that's why everybody has emotes that say we freaking agree. It's just everybody like every time somebody agreed with me after I said this, they always said yeah, we freaking agree. It's like, fuck. Okay. Good one. I got it. But Freddie and Sass were the two main ones who just always in chat, anytime they agreed with me, they're saying like, yeah, we freaking agree. But they would never say we agree. They just say, yeah, we freaking agree. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, that's the emote right there. We freaking agree. And that's why in the intro of the show, I'm working on getting my logos put on these. I really want to have my logo, like different colored logos or like different shaped logos on the video games, on the video game cartridges. Yeah, I feel like it would be so much better. But yeah, I need to figure out how to get that on there. And I had to make like a Nintendo version of the logo. And it turned out I didn't have to make a Nintendo version of the logo. I already had one. This is what we used for our place. This was somebody had like a setup because we kept putting my logo in different places on our place, and so yeah, somebody like made a like a format. I don't know what you call it. I can't think of the right words, but yeah, somebody made like a thing for our place so that we all knew where to put our blocks or our dots or whatever. And so yeah, we already had this all made up to where it just kind of looks like a freaking Nintendo thing, and was able to just put that as the logo that kind of looks like a Nintendo thing. Yeah, we eventually added like shading on it as well. So this is like the second version. The first version didn't have shading, but once we were able to like hold an area for long enough, then eventually we started adding shading. So yeah. But yeah, that's the lore behind those memes. But yeah, anyways, after that like rape debate, that guy went around saying that I was excusing rape. He won't even call this rape. And it's like, bro, I said it was bad. Like I said that was like horrible. That was like immoral. It was like people should be arrested. Like, why do you care if I call it the word rape? Like, I'm not downplaying it. We both have the same moral prescription on this. So what the fuck? Like, why? Why do you care what semantics I use here? I don't know why, but I had to like adjust my screen a bunch for the video essay, and now everything just seems like out of place. It just nothing's right. I can't get it. I can't get it to fit correctly. I guess that's close enough. All right. So some people did get arrested yesterday. Oh, wrestling's back. Okay. I tried wasting as much time as possible waiting for you, but now I'm about ready to move on to something else.
Yeah, no problem. I had an emergency come up, so I had to step away for a moment. I apologize.
All good. Was there anything else like important that you wanted to bring up?
So yeah, I just there was a couple other things that I wanted to say, but on
Yeah,
the
go
on the
ahead.
oil
Go
thing,
ahead.
I wanted to say I wanted to start where we fucking agree, right? We both agree that most voters aren't looking into the causes of why prices are rising. Like the average voter isn't going to be looking. They're just going to see that groceries are more expensive, utilities are more expensive.
Yeah, but the reasons that I list weren't like people's reasoning behind it. It's like just the reasoning behind inflation. It was like the reasons given by like economists and shit for why prices are higher.
I don't think that's okay. So I actually looked into while I was waiting because I did come back a little bit before. I think you missed my chat, but it's all right. I was looking into it while I was waiting, and it seems like the labor shortages were pretty industry specific in hospitality, transportation, healthcare, construction, and manufacturing.
Yes,
all
but
of those
this made
things
it
are
to where the
important.
average prices are higher. So I was talking about the average prices, but I specifically said hourly wages because we're not talking about people who are on salaries or anything. We are talking about hourly wages.
Right. Yeah, yeah, and I see what you're saying, and like the issue I'm having with this argument is that most of these things, other than specifically transportation and construction to an extent, aren't the things that I think that voters are complaining about. They're complaining about mostly agriculture related things like food, utilities, and like things that they see every day, which manufacturing, I mean, you can see it every day, but it's not on necessities for the most part.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is because of the mishandling of the oil um, during the pandemic, as from 2020 to 2022, that's what increased the wages, or not the wages, sorry, the value of necessities.
Okay. So when I was talking about the labor shortage, you like that the labor shortage was industry specific, right? But when I gave you
Yes, correct.
reasons, I said the labor shortage is one of the reasons for why prices went up and wages went up. And you asked for specific reasons for why there was a labor shortage. But I gave you a ton of reasons for why there was inflation. And I started with supply chain issues, the fact that there was an increase in demand and a shortage of supply, the and then I also added in like labor shortages, things like that. That, like, yes, there were just a lot of issues during COVID that caused prices to go up, but then they didn't lower them once, like, the pandemic was over. They didn't bring them back to normal. The prices stayed up.
Because of the labor shortages. Yeah,
No.
I'm
Hold on. Hold on. You're doing it again. I just named like 5
sorry.
reasons, and you just said because of the labor shortages. I just gave you like 5 fucking reasons. You just finished with labor shortages again.
Right, you're saying that these are the reasons that things didn't, like, the prices didn't rebound. But
no. Hold on. I'm saying that these are the reasons prices went up. And then at the end,
and
I
didn't
didn't
rebound
give
down.
reasons. Yes, I'm just saying that they didn't go back down. But the reasons they went up is because of the supply chain issues, because of there was even issues with like there were like energy is definitely one of them. That's it's on the list. It's like I have the list. The main reasons for inflation 2021: supply chain disruption, increased demand, global commodity prices, energy prices, shelter costs, low unemployment. So these are all of the reasons that that the inflation happened in 2021. And yes, we did not rebound from this. And energy is definitely one of them. But it's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
And so the reason I'm bringing this up isn't because I disagree with what you're saying. It's just that I feel like, I would say that the polls back this up, that if we were able to control the oil prices and bring the cost of necessities down, which are the main things that people are complaining about, then the incumbent would have had a better chance of winning.
Yes, but you're saying that the reasons that the cost of necessities went up is because of oil, and I'm giving you a bunch of other like much more important reasons. Like the supply chain issue was probably number one. That was probably the number one cause of inflation initially when COVID first happened. Was there were too many people, too many places didn't have enough employees. The demand was higher because everybody was just sitting in their houses, but they weren't able to get things transported because of all of the like they had to build like new regulations for how they bring in imports from one country to another, because they're not allowing like immigration or anything. They have to now like test everything and sanitize everything. Everything has to be controlled very differently. And so not only do they not have people for these new regulations and standards, but on top of that, because we're in the middle of a global pandemic and people are getting sick all over the place, like they just didn't have the people either. And so for just normal, regular business. And so, yes, there were just tons of issues there that slowed down the supply chains that, and made it to where we literally had, do you remember the like pictures of ships like backed up at in like California, to where they just couldn't get their products dropped off. They couldn't drop off their shipping containers and they didn't know what to do. And so now they're all just lined up for miles outside the harbor, just having no clue what to do. This makes it to where there's scarcity of supply, which raises prices, which then once the supply is there, and this is again, and it's a scarcity of supply while demand is high. So you already have a high demand. You can already raise prices just because of that. But now you also have scarcity, so you're raising prices even more. And then yes, that like there were just that is the main reason for inflation. That is the number one reason that it initially happened.
We're not shipping in food or energy in supply like crates.
What?
For the most part.
Well, food we are. We do get a lot of food from other countries.
They usually don't come in supply crates though. They're like we import most of our food from Mexico, if I'm not mistaken.
From what I understand, one of the things that like affected one of the things that affected grocery prices the most was tariffs that hurt farmers, but I don't know exactly what that was on, if that was like chemicals or what, but from what I remember, farmers ended up having to raise prices pretty drastically, and that's some of what Kamala was talking about when she first started running, is that there was like price gouging now from people raising prices from for food, and that she was going to try to like fix some of that stuff, but this is let me look up what exactly that was actually.
What I'm trying to say is we get most of our food domestically and from Mexico. Like the vast majority of our food, it doesn't come in shipping containers. And how do they transport it? They transport it through vehicles, right? That use oil.
No.
And
Trucks.
oil was...
Hold on. Yes, trucks coming from Mexico had the same issue. There wasn't a separate issue. It wasn't just because they were ships. I'm just referencing the fact that ships, like we all saw pictures of ships, but we also saw pictures of trucks backed up at the border as well. There were supply chain issues across the board. Like across the board. It wasn't just ships. It wasn't just shipping containers. It was everything.
I don't even know if I want to like continue to like push back on this, because I don't disagree entirely with what you're saying. Where we're disagreeing
only
is, I think,
is how much oil affected prices of everyday items, and I'm giving you reasons for direct involvement. You're saying there's a subsequent effect, a subsequent side effect from this that's like levels removed from the initial issue, and I'm saying, well, these aren't. These are direct, like cause and effect that's happening here, and it seems weird to like point to things that are like outside issues that are just having some secondary removed effect, and not point to these, because there's like when we go over the issues of like some of the stuff with oil and crap like that, I if we're naming like 5 issues that exist, one of them is oil, and that's the one that like Biden could have helped, right? He could have done something, and it's really he only could have done something about like part of the energy issue, but let's just say he could have helped the energy part of these issues. But then there's still the other 4 issues that are still compounding on top of that are going to have, all 4 of those by far have a greater effect to the prices versus just the one energy thing. And he couldn't have done anything about the other 4. Like, it just seems weird to blame him. And not only that, but then once we look at the fact that the United States had the quickest recovery and had the lowest inflation out of in comparison to the size of the economy, like of all capitalist G3 nations, like that we were number 18 on the list of G3 nations in terms of the peak of inflation. 18. Like, when you look at the way that he dealt with inflation, it just doesn't make sense to say like, yeah, he just really fucked it up because of that one oil thing. Like, I just don't think that's relevant. G7? No, I think that we were the first G7 country to return, but I think that we were the 18 of G3 nations, I believe. I could be wrong. I'll double check. Go ahead.
It's relevant to me because Well, I mean, when you talk about, regardless of whether it was the main issue or not, like we could just set that aside for a second. Like we can look at the issues that he could have done better on, and one of them would be oil. It would have lowered the cost of many necessities for the everyday person, and I think it would have helped him to have done that.
Okay,
It
sure.
will help the incumbent party.
Yeah, sure. But I don't. Yeah, I just don't think that would have changed much, and I don't think that it would have affected whether or not he got reelected. I think that we could have cut inflation in half, and I think that we probably still would have had the same outcome. I don't think that most people even know like what. Sorry, hold on. I don't think most people know what the peak of inflation was, what the percentages were, how much how much prices went up. I don't think most people even know about any of that. They just know that things cost more and that they're having to like rebalance their checkbooks and rebudget everything and figure out how to live off, the same salary while everything costs more. And that's annoying to them, and they just blame whoever's in charge. With a percentage of it, I don't think any of them even know.
Yeah. I guess to bring up my next thing I wanted to talk about was, I think I guess I want to ask you why do you think Biden dropped out, like, first, so we can establish something.
Okay. I'm trying to think like off the top of my head, so I'm happy to like update this, but the main reason I would say is because people people were losing confidence in his ability to win. And so I think that because he probably wasn't able to win and he didn't have the support, it was best for him to drop out and hand the reins over to somebody else, and that's why he made that decision.
You think there was any push from like within the party on Biden to drop out?
Yeah, it's part of the support that I'm talking about. So when I say the support, I'm talking about he is losing in polling. He was losing with the DNC. He was losing donors. He was, just like pretty much across the board. The media wasn't happy with him. Yeah.
I guess my question there, and like I guess this is a criticism of the Democratic Party as well, is we knew that he wasn't doing well far before he dropped out. What, like, they couldn't have pushed him to drop out sooner? You don't think?
They could have, but it wasn't dire at that point. So normally you have like a huge leg up when you have the incumbent, right? You just have like a major advantage. Most of the time incumbents win. Outside of like something massive happening, incumbents are just always your best bet. And even with something massive happening, depending on what it is, they're still your best bet. So when we look at like COVID in 2020, people were just not happy. They weren't happy. They didn't like the lockdowns. They didn't like, the businesses going out of business. They didn't like the masks and the social distancing and all of that. And they just blame who's in charge. And that was Trump. Like, that's just who was in charge at the time. And he did a bunch of fucked up shit while he was trying to talk about COVID and just like said some crazy shit that just made him look really bad as well, made him look like he mishandled everything. And so he was the one who took all the blame for that. Was he still the Republicans' best bet? Yeah. Yeah, he still was, even with the fact that he was the one that everybody blamed for all this shit. He was still the Republicans' best bet at the time, only because he was the fucking incumbent. Like, he already had the seat. He was already in the White House. He was in the Oval Office. Incumbents win. They're just kind of a given, you know?
Right. I think that if they would have had him drop out sooner, if they would have pushed him to drop out sooner, I think it would have given an opportunity for people to potentially even like vote in the primaries, which is another criticism I have is how they put up Harris. I think it could have been avoided. It was kind of like a
Harris
last
was their
minute
best bet.
effort.
Well, Harris was their best bet.
I don't think so.
No, again,
I mean,
like,
we see
okay.
a trend towards populism. You don't think putting up a populist Democratic candidate would have
No,
bettered their chances?
No shot.
I think
like the
I think
Democrats.
It would have.
Okay, so you said like three things there that I want to address. So, one,
okay,
Democrats already like denounced populism. We already did it. We already dealt with that shit. There was in 2020 we had like 20 very uber progressive and populist candidates on the stage, and they all polled like fucking shit. The only person who did relatively well was Bernie, and he still got fucking blown out by Biden. No shot. The Democrats have already answered this. We were very clear when we answered it. Fuck these people. We don't care. Now, with that said, it may not have been the populism that got Biden to win at the time. It could have been the fact that he was the fucking VP for Barack Obama for a long time. And so he was just a well-known face. He was somebody that we all knew, somebody that we all saw a lot. We knew his name. He's a household name. Everybody knew. Joe Biden was the VP for 8 years under Barack Obama. We saw the two of them hanging out all the time and goofing off and laughing and smiling. And they were just good old pals, just, buddying around all the time. Everybody knew Joe Biden, right? He was like, he had a leg up on everybody because he was the VP for 8 years, because he was a household name, because everybody knew who he was. It's the same for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris had just a massive fucking leg up on everybody.
But she was also
the VP.
I'm sorry to cut in, but she was also extremely radical as a DA, though, which I don't think helped her at all.
As a DA, what?
When she was a DA in California, she was extremely radical on things like gun rights, and there's videos of her as the DA saying that she's going to go into people's houses and check if they're storing their guns properly.
I don't know that that's like radical, but you mean an AG?
I think that's pretty radical if you're suggesting to go into people's houses and check to see if their guns are stored properly. Like, that's how do you? Why do you think that isn't? Yeah, or sorry, an AG. That's what I meant to say. My bad.
Well, she was a DA as well. I think she was a DA.
I think I meant
well
AG.
in, like,
That's
San
my bad.
Francisco or something like that. I would have to see how she said it, because I don't like it. It depends. Let's see.
But it's not like a secret that
authorities could go into. Well, it is. So I'm gonna get to that. But Harris once said authorities could go into houses to ensure guns are stored safely. True context. U.S. Vice President Harris once said the authorities could go into gun owners' houses to check that guns are safely stored. Harris made those remarks in 2007 when she was district attorney, so she was DA, in San Francisco, and the city was attempting to curb gun deaths. Legislation requiring gun safes and trigger locks passed months later and was upheld by the Supreme Court in 2015. In weeks ahead of the 2024 U.S. presidential election, a video circulating online purported to show the Democratic candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris, saying that gun owners should expect visits from the authorities to ensure that they followed safety rules. For example, a September 20th, 2024 Instagram post by conservative pundits, Tucker Carlson. I don't think that that's all that ridiculous. If there's a law that says that you have to store guns a certain way, and I don't know how they could.
I think it's ridiculous suggesting that you're going to go into somebody's property and make sure that they're storing their guns properly.
It depends. It depends on how it's done. Like,
it would just be a violation of rights. Like, I guess the only way, and I was talking to Joel about this too, where it would make sense is if you're going in and investigating after.
Well, that's what I was about to say. It depends on how it's done, because like if there's like you've heard Democrats talk about like red flag laws and shit like that, right? If there's a red flag that was put up, then yeah, it would make sense for that. If they're just doing like audits of everybody who owns a gun, yeah, that would be a little insane, because I don't even know how you would enforce that. Like, if they say, no, you're not allowed to come into my house, what are you going to do? Arrest them? Like, no, you have to have some sort of warrant to go into their house. You can't just go in or demand to go in. But in the case of like, yeah, red flags, you might be able to get a warrant, or if there's some sort of crime committed, you'll be able to get a warrant, things like that. But outside of that, like her just saying that, like, yeah, it would depend on how it's done, because to just say like, oh, now she thinks like they can break into your house anytime they want and just go check your fucking guns and how they're stored or something like that. Like, we can take
That's what she said, right?
Extreme.
She said gun owners should expect visits.
Yeah,
she didn't put a she
I don't know.
Again,
that's all. Again, that's
moniker
all we have, though. We don't know what else there is. Like, it just says, U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris once said the authorities could go into gun owners' houses to check that guns are safely stored. That's all it says. So what the context was here, how she thought this could be done, like, I don't know. I don't have information. This probably tells us the information. The blurry video shows Harris saying, just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked homes doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see that you're being responsible and safe in the way that you conduct your affairs. The post had gained 443,000 views and 50 likes. As of this writing, I dare them to walk into my home, a commenter said. A long version of the video also appeared on a pro-gun rights YouTube channel. The video and quote come from a 2007 news conference by the San Francisco Mayor Gavin Newsom and Harris, then the city's district attorney, about new legislation that would seek to enforce safe storage of guns. Harris' full quote, beginning at 32 minutes and 40 seconds, was as follows: "For the most part, we're not creating something new. It's just time, and I think that with the rate of homicides that we've been seeing, and certainly, where the fuck are my glasses? Hold on. I can barely see this. And I think that with the rate of homicides that we're seeing, and certainly our focus on that and our concern about it, it's just time and it's the right thing to do. And getting back to that earlier question, I mean, I think that people who are going to oppose mostly what we're doing are the NRA, and they are not African American and people who live in this community, and they're traumatized by violence every day. It's people who own guns who are quietly sitting on those guns, and those guns might end up being the weapons of destruction of a community because they get in the hands of some kid who decides that they like what they see on television and they want to act that way. So this is just about basically saying that we're going to require responsible behaviors among everybody in the community, and just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible and safe in the way that you conduct your affairs. Yeah, this still doesn't give us more. This only makes it more confusing because she is talking about like kids getting a hold of guns. She's talking about gang violence. She's talking about criminals, and then saying, you know, that, yeah, we can walk in. So I just don't have any more clarity here.
I think it's pretty clear this was meant as a prevention policy, and in response to criticism, she was saying that.
Oh, I don't think so. I think that this is. I think that the law is made to say, like, we're going to require you to keep your guns in safes and require you to hold them correctly, and that if for some reason something happens, you are not able to claim ignorance here. You're going to be held responsible if you are not keeping your guns in safes or keeping them secure. And then that, yes, if there's some sort of like suspicion about something, then now we're capable of going and checking on that. It's hard for me to imagine, and this is the main thing. It's the only reason that I'm even like willing to give this like charitability to the like the possibilities of what this means is because I would do this with literally anyone named district attorney, where it's not just some fucking like random person talking about this. This is somebody who knows the laws very well. They understand the Constitution. They understand how warrants work. They understand how like police work. They understand what you are allowed to do and are not allowed to do. Like they hold cops accountable. They're the people who are also prosecuting judges prosecuting cops and people like that. Like she knows what the fucking laws are. And so it's just, it's hard to believe that she thinks that that is even constitutional.
I mean, that that argument is kind of, DAs do stuff that's unconstitutional all the time. I mean, we've seen multiple
Hold on, they
Supreme
do
Court
stuff,
cases.
but them acting as though they're allowed to do something like this blatant is a little like ridiculous, right? Like unless there's a law. So like they'll propose laws sometimes, right? Lots of times they'll propose a law that says like, hey, we should be allowed to ban like, bump stocks or something like that. And then it turns out that the Supreme Court will say that they're not allowed to ban bump stocks and that is unconstitutional. Like that's one thing, but that's not the same as acting as though you can just arrest people for having bump stocks. Those are two very different things, right?
Yeah, there's two very different things, but if she's so smart and knows the Constitution so well, why didn't she clarify in her statement?
I don't know.
I feel like her statement is pretty clear.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't think that it is clear. But anyways, so to how extreme she is and whether or not that this is a secret. So I watched a like a documentary a while ago about her when she first started running, and the people from her district attorney's office said it was really weird when all of a sudden in 2020 she came out as this like uber progressive. She had always been like a hardline liberal, just very like in favor of like guns and free markets and like crap like that, and was kind of annoyed with like the farther left progressive parts, factions of the movement. And they're like, it just seemed as though in 2020 she had a vibe that that's where the country was heading, and she thought that she could like represent that market and be like a democratic representative for those people. And she turned out to be wrong. And in fairness, she wasn't the only one. Like there was like I said, there was like fucking 20 candidates on the stage that year who all thought that like everybody was moving in an uber progressive, like lefty populist sort of direction, and they all turned out to be wrong. It was the moderate liberal who wiped them all out. And so now with that said, even though that's what her DA office said, is that like we don't know where the fuck this progressive person came from. Supposedly somebody else told me they watched a bunch of interviews with her AG's office, and her AG's office said, no, she's always been a very progressive person. All of the people who think she's just all of a sudden progressive, they're all incorrect. She's always been this way. And so, yes, there are conflicting things between the DA's office, the people who worked with her in the DA's office, and then the people who came after who worked with her in the AG's office. And the people who came after would probably have a better idea of her politics around that time. So I'm not entirely sure. But I do know that the only time she seemed to be super extreme was during that 2020 presidential election, and then afterwards she was no longer that extreme person in this campaign. So, yeah.
I see what you're saying, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like, at least from people, I guess on quote unquote my side of the aisle, you look at videos like saying that she's going to come into people's houses to store guns, to make sure they're storing guns properly, and then you look at her voting record, which is I think the second most liberal voting record out of any senator. I think it paints a pretty clear picture that she is not this middle of the road candidate that she was trying to pretend to be.
Well, she doesn't have to pretend to be anything. Like, what her policies are don't matter as much. Like, this is proven with Trump time and time again. Trump is not the fucking right-winger that he pretends to be either. But he doesn't have to be. He's supposed to be a representative of the voters that he claims to represent. That's it. He doesn't have to hold the fucking positions himself. That's better. That's probably preferable. You feel like the person who holds those positions that you agree with, that person's going to have like better decision-making processes, which is why people don't want to vote for somebody like Trump, who just seems to be very immoral and make very bad moral decisions pretty consistently. But when it comes to policy positions, that is not as much of a big deal. Like, you want representatives to be representatives.
Right. Yeah, I'm bringing these up, like the
Well, you agree with that, yeah?
the things that I agree that that's how it should be. But there are plenty of instances of people running on something and doing other things. Would you disagree with that?
I'm really sorry. Hold on.
No problem.
Okay, sorry. Wait, hold on. Okay, I just read farther into this. Apparently, that wasn't a Kamala Harris thing. So what she was saying now looks like it was a Gavin Newsom thing. It was an actual law. It says months later the
and she was going to
legislation
enforce
became,
it.
Yes, but that's not
An
her,
unconstitutional law.
Again, that's not her decision. It says months later, the legislation became law in San Francisco. The law aimed to make possession and sale of firearms more difficult, to keep better track of firearm dealers' inventories, and to force gun owners to secure their weapons in lock boxes or using trigger locks. In 2015, the U.S. Supreme Court allowed this legislation to stand after the NRA sued the city to stop its enforcement. Harris, who is a gun owner, said during her 2024 presidential campaign that while she would support stricter gun laws, she would not seek to confiscate people's guns, as her opponent, former President Trump, has claimed. So it does seem as though that was part of the actual law, that the Supreme Court upheld that. So I'm
Right. Oh, okay. So let me clarify for a second. So when I looked into this, and I did look into this when I saw the video, Gavin Newsom passed a law that was basically saying you have to store your firearms properly, and there was criticisms because how are you going to enforce this law? And her response to those criticisms was that we're just going to walk into your house and see if you're doing it.
Yeah, I'm saying that it does seem, this doesn't give me specifics, but this does say that the part of the law is to where they are able to better track how people are securing their firearms. That, like, this says it. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if that actually means that they were able to go into your house, but for this to say that in this, because obviously
So, like,
DAs don't fucking pass laws, right? DAs don't choose what laws they
one
enforce and don't enforce. DAs don't get to like decide what policies are put up or not put up. Like they just don't really have any part in that. They're just there to like explain the laws to you and tell you what they're gonna do about it. That's about it.
I can almost guarantee you the law didn't say that you were allowed to go into somebody's house and check. I mean,
Sure.
you can track this by tracking purchases of lockboxes with firearms. Just and you like I think it's actually a regulation now that they have to give you a lock with every single firearm sold. Like I think this is a federal thing.
Yeah, I know lots of people when they buy
so-
them, they literally open them up in lock boxes now. Like they come in lock boxes for lots of people.
Correct, and that's a way you can actually, and it's hard to enforce because once the people leave the FFL, how do you know what they're going to do with it? But, which is the criticism that she was responding to, which is that's what I got from um, the interview and the when I did the research. When
So
I
you're
saw
saying
the
the
video.
law says that the gun manufacturers have to send it in a lockbox, and that they said,
No,
okay,
the
just because
purchaser.
you say, go ahead.
The purchaser has to have a lockbox with the firearm purchase is what the law kind of was saying, was that you can't buy a gun without also getting some way to store it safely.
Okay. Well, yeah. Like, I mean,
Because like in Texas,
I'm not sure. Well, I mean, it's still going to go back to the context that I said that was missing earlier. I just wanted to throw that part in there, but yeah. So the shit. Where were we before that? How extreme she is. Yeah, I'm.
yeah.
When it came to her campaign in 2020, it didn't seem to be a very radical campaign. She didn't seem to have radical positions on things. I felt like when it came to how much she was like willing to pay lip service to the progressives and to the far left was annoying, and the fact that I didn't feel like she made much of an attempt with moderates was annoying. But when it came to like what she actually wanted, what she actually advocated for, her actual prescriptions, her actual solutions for things, none of it seemed extreme or radical in any way, and that she did come across as just a very moderate choice.
Okay, so before we got sidetracked, you never actually answered my question. You were saying that
sorry.
representatives should represent the the wants of the people, right? You were saying that that's like regardless of I guess what they like believe, they're there to represent what the people want, right? And I would told you I think that's how it should be, but I think there's plenty of instances of people running on something and then doing something else when they get in office.
Yeah, sure. That happens, but that happens even if they do hold those positions. Like that doesn't, whether or not they hold the positions personally, doesn't, like if somebody was like a hardcore conservative and they were running as like a hardcore progressive, then sure, like I would definitely have an issue with that. Like if they're nowhere near what it is that they're like pushing for, then I can understand. But like Donald Trump, like that guy doesn't give a fuck about like he's not pro-life. He's never been pro-life. That guy, he you know how many kids he would have if he was fucking pro-life? No shot. Like, but he's willing to represent pro-life people, and he's willing to advocate on their behalf and appoint judges on their behalf and try to make it to where they get more representation because those are the people who are voting for him. That's just like the process. But I don't know of liberals who were looking at Kamala Harris saying, I don't believe her. I think she's too extreme. Like, I don't know who those people are.
I mean, I think it's. I don't think it's necessarily liberals. I think it's just. I think it's independents, and I think it's conservatives. Um,
Well, I think conservatives believe that, but that's like I don't think that matters all that much. And then I think that I don't think that as I said, I don't think that she did a whole lot to actually like appeal to moderates, to where I think that was the issue for her with moderates. Not that she not that they didn't believe her, but that she just, she didn't even she didn't even really acknowledge, them much at all. And I think all she had to do was just pay lip service to them like she did with the progressives. Just like talk about immigration like it's going to be fixed. Talk about the economy like it's going to be maintained. Talk about inflation like it's going to be a priority. Like that's all she had to do. And she just didn't do those things. And it was kind of obnoxious. But yeah, well, I don't think that she lost moderates because they thought she was too extreme. I think that she lost moderates because for
I
mainly
do
because
because
of inflation. But
she's. I mean, yeah, but I do think that she lost a lot of people because her her record is extreme. Like because I'll give you another example, right? This is again like around the same time period as the video that you just saw. She proposed basically a mandatory buyback program. It was like back in 2005, and in 2019 she also was supporting mandatory buyback programs, which in my opinion, that's an extreme stance to take.
well, I don't know if
mandatory.
I don't think it was mandatory in 2019. I'm almost positive it was not mandatory.
So you don't think she proposed the mandatory buyback? She didn't express. Okay, maybe she didn't propose the program, but she expressed support for mandatory buyback programs. And it was targeted support, to be fair, because she was talking about assault weapons, which I don't think she has any idea what assault weapons are, but it's still support for mandatory buyback programs.
Tippy at top Fool. Let's freaking go, dude. Let's freaking go, top Fool. Damn. Thank you for joining the membership, Tippy. Give me just a second.
So yeah, in 2019.
Yeah, I don't think. What did she say? I don't know what. Shut the fuck up.
She. Me?
Sorry, not you. No, sorry. What did she say?
So she expressed support for mandatory buyback programs that were targeting assault weapons, which again I don't even think she knows what assault weapons are, but I do think that my mandatory buyback programs are a pretty extreme stance to take. And again, back in, like I said, 2005, the Prop H thing was a mandatory buyback program that she proposed in California on handguns specifically, actually, which I think her record is very extreme, and I think that turned a lot of people away, like including myself, honestly. Like,
Hold on. So there's an article from September 5th saying of 2024 saying she didn't support mandatory gun buybacks, but that's part of that campaign. Here's Bloomberg in 2019. Let's see. Kamala Harris supports mandatory buybacks of assault weapons.
that's correct. Which again, she doesn't even know what assault weapon is. I would. That's what I'm talking about. Is that right there? She expressed support for mandatory buyback programs of assault. What do you think an assault rifle is? An assault
I'm
weapon?
pretty sure she does, because she is a gun owner. She worked in law enforcement. Like I would bet she does. It's
Well,
a
I think
classification of weapons based on like magazine size, like the type of bullets they take, how much it can fire. I forget outside of that, but yeah, I think it's a type of rifle based on those qualifications, right?
you know, the thing about the term assault weapon is I don't think it actually has a legal definition.
Well, assault weapon definition.
I
An
could be
assault
wrong
weapon
about
is
that,
a
but
semi-automatic firearm that is designed to be lethal, accurate, and less conspicuous. Features
is that
high-powered
the legal
rapid fire
definition?
rate. Yeah, so it says high-powered rapid
Okay.
rapid rate of fire, high muzzle velocity, and can accept a detachable magazine. Yeah. So this is it says legality, federal and state laws establish specific definitions as assault weapons. Now, when you say the legal definition, different states and different factions can have different definitions, but this is bad. This
In my
is
opinion, like this is more of a talking point for a lot of Democratic candidates because, there's two possibilities. One, they mean what you're saying is semi-automatic weapons with high magazine capacities, or
well,
two, they're just
technically
using it
the
as a
whole
talking point.
no. The term assault weapon came as a point to address weapons that are that were either initially made for military or as like copies of military weapons. That's what like
Okay, so then we don't
assault
have any of
rifle,
those.
assault weapon, and that well no so I think that is technically what the AR-15 is. It was never
No.
used in military itself, but it is a copy of a gun that was used in the military. That's like the
Missing
something.
a
Sorry.
missing a crucial feature of the
Well, that
M16.
it's semi-automatic, but that's the
Right.
that is what they're talking about. So that's what I'm saying. That's what they're addressing. That's what the point is, and that they address these based on those features. And so, yeah, it's high-powered, rapid rate of fire, high muzzle velocity, and can accept a detachable magazine. Now, there are specifics to each one of those. So, what a high-powered means, what does rapid rate of fire mean? Like, at what point is it rapid rate of fire? But semi-automatic still applies in there and will still be classified. So it's not like you get to semi-automatic and now it just doesn't count anymore. Like that's not how.
I'm sorry, but this definition is actually making Democrats look worse because by your definition, there are many pistols that would qualify as an assault weapon. Like handguns.
As I said, I'm pretty sure it only applies to rifles. I'm almost positive. It only applies to rifles, which is why
they say
the
assault
term,
rifles then?
Because they do. They say assault weapon and assault rifle. They use those terms interchangeably. They don't ever say assault guns. They say assault rifles or assault weapons, but they never say assault guns.
Assault weapon is a broader term, isn't it? I mean, because like you said, if it only applies to rifles, then it's also just as bad because you're talking about a very wide variety of. I mean, it's pretty much any rifle besides something like a lever action or a bolt action rifle. Because if you're just gonna say, okay, the high muzzle velocity, ability to be fired quickly, and detachable magazine, that literally qualifies every single assault rifle on the market that's not lever action or bolt action, which is, again, in my opinion, an extreme policy.
Yeah,
and I think I'm not alone in that.
I'm not. Hold on, I'm not. Whether yes, if she was trying to do like mandatory
assault rifle buybacks, I'm not in favor of that, and I do think that those are kind of annoying. But I'm first, I was just addressing the definitional part of it, but the semantics of it, but the whether or not, if she was actually supporting that in 2019, I think that's ridiculous. But she wasn't in 2020, and I agree that a lot of people had trouble getting the perception of her from 2020 out of their heads. I'll agree that like people still had her characterized as or categorized as this like more extreme candidate. I just don't think that I don't think that she was one of those people.
So even in sorry, I'm trying to find it right now. Okay, so here's directly from her website. As president, she won't stop fighting so that Americans have the freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. She'll ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, require universal background checks, and support red flag laws. That keeps guns out of the hands of dangerous people. She will also continue to invest in funding in law enforcement, including the hiring of training officers and people to support them, and will build upon proven gun violence prevention programs that have helped reduce the violent crime throughout the country. If she's using the definition you're saying right now, she's talking about a ban on these assault weapons, which is even more extreme than what she was proposing in 2019 as
Wait, you said she proposed this in 2020? I mean 2024?
Directly from her website. I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Okay, so as president, she won't stop fighting so that Americans have the freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. She'll ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, require universal background checks, and support red flag laws that keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people.
Yeah, I think she was trying to ban the sales of them. Yeah, she wasn't gonna the people who already had them, she was gonna leave those alone. But she wanted to stop like manufacturing of it. Okay, I don't think it's extreme. I think it's bad. I don't agree with it. I
definitely think it's extreme.
Hold on. Joe Biden ran on similar shit. So did Barack Obama.
Yeah, I didn't vote for Joe Biden either.
But they're not all extreme. These are all fucking moderates that we're talking about, okay? So like to bring up something that all the fucking moderates run on and then say this is extreme is kind of ridiculous. Like I agree, I don't like it. It's bad. That doesn't mean it's extreme because it is like a position that is widely held. Like extreme means like this is not normal. This is freaking, on the farther edges of the spectrum, or this is something that like would very rarely be advocated for. And then you bring up something that's like the most normal thing in the world and then call it extreme. Like it's bad. I agree.
Okay.
It's not extreme.
Would you agree that there are Democrats out there that don't want to ban assault weapons, but they want to require universal background checks and have red flag laws, as well as like other safety things? Would you say that that's true? That there's Democrats out there that don't want to ban the weapons, just make them safer, require lock boxes, universal background checks, etc.
Yeah, I would say that that's
that would be the center position to me.
Well,
because then you have on the Republican end people saying I don't want any of these policies.
But again, you're talking about a position that is the like major position from Democrats. Like you're talking about something that is like the popular position for Democrats.
Banning assault weapons is the as you're defining is the major position for Democrats.
From what I've last read, I think even the majority of like Americans are in favor of.
They don't know what an assault weapon is. They have no fucking idea what assault weapons are. They think it's like fucking machine guns and M4s. Like that's not. Like I said, and also there's no legal definition, like federally, of assault weapons. Like,
Yeah, so from
it's
here it
it's a
says, yeah, majorities still back stricter gun laws, assault weapon, and assault weapon bans. And then, yeah, majority of Americans continue to favor stricter gun laws and an assault weapons ban in the U.S., but public remains largely opposed to a ban on handguns. A stable 56% of U.S. adults support stricter laws covering the sale of firearms in general, while 33% prefer the laws be kept as they are now, and 10% of them want to be less strict. So, I think that because the main reason that I'm against a ban on like AR-15s and things like that isn't because of I'm like hardcore, like we should be able to own all guns because that's what the Second Amendment says or anything like that. It's more so because I do think that even though the like assault rifles are gonna have be able to hold higher capacity ammunition, handguns are gonna be by far the majority of like murders, deaths. They're just like easier to carry, less easier to hide. And a lot of them are gonna fire at similar rates as a AR-15. They're just not gonna have the same bullets as an AR-15.
and the same range.
Yeah, well, yeah,
The
in the
same
same
range
range.
as well. Yeah.
And so yeah, it's well, I don't even think range is one of the things that are gonna be like considered in a lot of these things, but yeah, and so it just doesn't make sense to me to like differentiate these based on characteristics that don't really differentiate them in the outcomes. But I also have to acknowledge that it is just again when it comes to like the things that are considered to be like the trademark Democrat like policies, I don't agree with any of these. I don't like it. I don't like their fucking policy prescriptions. This is why I don't like calling myself a fucking liberal or a Democrat or anything like that. But it just is that like these are just trademark stances for libs and Dems these days. Like it just is. It like I as much as I don't like it, it just is.
But I mean, the way I look at it is like, and why I'm calling it extreme is you have people saying that okay, we should get rid of all assault weapons.
You're not
right?
calling me extreme.
And as you're me, no, I'm not calling you extreme.
You just said why I'm calling you extreme, and I said you're not calling me extreme.
Well, I'm calling it extreme. The policy that she's proposing extreme.
Okay.
So you have people that are saying ban all assault weapons, right? And then you have people that are like, let's have stricter laws, let's have more background checks, let's have red flag laws, and this like center. I think there's some people both on the Republican and the Democrat side that would support like this middle of the road kind of solution to gun violence, and then you have people far on the right that are saying you're already infringing on the gun violence right with the laws that you have for the most part, and we need to get rid of all of them, right? So I find the two extremes, regardless of whether it's held by the majority of Republicans or majority of Democrats, I think they're extremes.
Okay.
I think the center position is the non-extreme one.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I like I don't know what to tell you. Fine. You think it's extreme. I don't think that I don't think that her positions on guns were a big issue. I don't think that like most people felt like that was a big issue for them, and it wasn't.
Yeah, we kind of spent a lot of time on this, but like the broader picture I'm trying to like paint here is that like she wasn't a center of the road Democrat. Maybe she was trying to run as one, but her voting history, the things that she did as DA and AG, and like pretty much everything up until like 2020 was far left. And I think that if they would have put up a more centrist Democrat, then more people would have been able to, even Republicans would have been able to pallet voting for them because I mean, I don't even think Trump honestly is liked by a lot of Republicans for the most part. I think they think that there's better candidates out there.
Yeah,
he just
again,
holds like
you're bringing up things that are like policy positions, while I don't believe Americans give a fuck about policy positions. Like, I just don't think they care. I don't think they pay attention to them. I think if you ask them, "Hey, do you care about policy positions?" They're gonna be like, "Yeah, they're the most important thing. That's what I vote on." But then when you ask them, like, "Why did you vote for Donald Trump?" They're gonna be like, "He doesn't take that woke bullshit from the Democrats and the far left, and he's not gonna kowtow to the Marxists." Like, they're not gonna name any fucking policies. They're not gonna name anything that's actually like legislative wise. Like, they don't have no idea what like either side is prescribing. I don't even know a single policy that Donald Trump ran on. Like, seriously, like, it was kind of wild the amount of people who were running around claiming that Kamala hadn't run on any policies. Meanwhile, you go to her website and it's full of fucking policies. You go to Donald Trump's website, I didn't see any policies ever. I watched all of his interviews. I never heard him talk about policies. I heard him say, "I'm gonna do things and I'm gonna do it the best. I'm gonna tariff them. I'll tariff them. Tariffs is my favorite word." Like, but that's not like a policy. I don't know what's actually going into that, right? I'm gonna build a wall. I'm gonna, it's just always like a kind of like a like just a very general thing that's just kind of thrown out there, but there's no like policies there. Yet the guy who didn't talk about policies won. So I'm sorry. I don't think that anybody like bringing up policies as though anybody gave a fuck about those is just I can't buy that.
I just okay. So to address the first thing, I would agree that Trump didn't like speak about policies a lot, but I actually around a month into Harris's campaign, when I saw that people were saying that she had no policies, I looked at her website and there was none, and I looked at Trump's website and I just it's in the platform section. I saw like so many policies, so many videos of him, which are resurfacing now as if he just put them out when he put them out like before the election.
You're talking about
talking
Agenda
about
47?
policies.
Agenda 47
Yeah.
is the videos that came out. But
Before-
even these
before
are,
he,
even
before the
his
election.
His platform says seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. That's not a policy. That is not a policy. This is literally what I just said he was doing. These are platitudes. Carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. That is not a policy. If you fucking write this on a piece of paper and hand it to fucking Congress, like, let's vote on this, like, that doesn't do anything. You're not saying anything. These aren't policies. These are platitudes. And that's what he gives.
The
Whereas
videos go
Kamala
deeper
Harris is-
into it, don't you think?
The
I mean, have you
well,
watched
not-
the videos?
I have. It's just platitudes. We went over them here. Now they're like, some of them are some extreme platitudes, but they're still platitudes nonetheless. Whereas we went over, like, this is why I was saying this, is because we literally went over both of the websites on stream as well. Here. Let's see. Oh, is her website gone?
Harris's? No, it's still there.
No, here
I
it
was
is.
just looking
Okay.
at it actually.
Whereas, yeah, we not only found like the websites, but then we found and with the policy prescriptions, but then we also found like tons more like press releases, like detailing like how they were going to do it, where the money was going to come from, where like the the processes they were going to use to do this stuff. And it was all there. Like, it was she had like full details of what she wanted to do. Currently, it looks like everything's fucking gone. And so, yeah, I can't pull it up now, but yeah, numerous times on stream I went over her policies on her website, and they were detailed there, while Trump's obviously weren't. And then yes, and his videos are him just saying the same things, but just saying like, we're gonna tariff anybody who messes with us. We're gonna tariff them the best. As an American who loves the Constitution, I believe that tariff is the best word in the dictionary. Like, that's all he's doing. He's not talking about policies. He's just fucking rambling about shit.
Tariffs are a policy. I mean, they're not a good policy, and actually, they almost made me not vote for him. To be honest with you, tariffs like
It's not. Hold on.
I don't
It's
like
not
tariffs
really
at all.
a
But
policy. Hold on. It's not really a policy. Like, there are tons of different kinds of tariffs. How you implement it and who you tariff, the types of products that you tariff, the percentage of like tariffs that you put on these things. There's so much that goes into that like are normally.
I mean, he said he wanted flat tariffs.
There are even like general details, right? Yeah, sure, flat tariffs. Like on what? Like what products?
It sounds like, and this is why, like I said, I didn't vote for him.
On
but
all
it sounded like in
imports?
the interview I was watching, on all imports. That's what he was making it sound like. Yeah, so he's gonna put a flat tariff on all imports coming into the U.S.
At what
I
rate?
think he said like 20% or something like that. He did give a percent. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I think it was around 20%. Which would have been horrendous. And like I said,
Okay,
this
here it is. I found
definitely-
Kamala's. So Kamala's here. It also has the platitude, but it says cut taxes for middle class families. And then you click on it and it's got fucking paragraphs here of like, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz believe that working families deserve a break. That's why under their plan, more than 100 million working middle class Americans will get tax cut. They will do this by restoring two tax cuts designed to help middle class and working Americans, the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. Through these two programs, millions of Americans get to keep more of their hard-earned income. They will also expand the child tax credit to provide $6,000, a $6,000 tax cut to families with newborn children. They believe no child in America should live in poverty, and these actions would have a historic impact. And then they continue on by like comparing their stuff to what Donald Trump plans on doing. They go over some percentages on and crap like that. So yeah, like this is even just that first paragraph, like the first like two sentences that I read, this is already way more detailed than we get from Trump on tariffs. And he's talked about tariffs 1,000 times and we don't know exactly what it is he's doing there. And yeah, it's just like, I don't think Americans care about policy. Like, I'm sorry. I think that they feel like they care about policy, but when it comes down to like pragmatics and the way that they interact with policy, they just don't actually care about policy.
So it's okay. So even if that was true, like even if I grant you that, right, and say like, oh, Americans don't care about policy, right? They just vote off of like, I don't know, vibes and how they're doing under a candidate or whatever, right? Like, even if that was true, I think it would still affect the voters if the candidate that was running and was painted, I believe rightfully so, you probably disagree with me, but was painted as extremist left, like progressive candidate. Like even if you look into her policies and oh, she's a moderate, right? Because you're saying that people don't care about policies, but because that's the way that she was painted.
Wait, but I
by
said
the
that
media and X
because
or whatever.
yes, I said that because of her 2020 campaign, like she had trouble getting away of the optics of her being a lot more progressive. I did say this.
Yeah. So I mean, that's again why I think that Kamala Harris shouldn't have, or they shouldn't have put her up as the candidate. I mean, I really think that they should have had like an emergency vote.
But again, hold on. The things that I'm mentioning are way more important. Like the things that I'm talking about are just like we're talking about the most important things, like name recognition, having somebody that people know, they like a face and name that they feel comfortable with, that they feel like they recognize, and it's like a an old friend that they've gotten comfortable with, versus like some new face that they have to learn about and try to figure out and try to vibes check and try to understand. And like that is like the most important thing. That is why incumbents win. This is why throughout my entire life, George Bush Sr., and it may go back farther than that, I don't know, but throughout my entire life, George Bush Sr. Won the election, won re-election. Bill Clinton won election, won re-election. George Bush won election, then won re-election. Obama won election, then won re-election. Then Trump didn't win re-election. He's the only one, and he had an extreme circumstance that he was dealing with when he didn't win re-election. Outside of that, yes, like the name recognition, like the comfortability that you have with the name, with the faces, with all of that, that is why we do very long primaries, is for people to have time to like learn these faces, learn these names, like start to get comfortable with them, start to feel like they know who they like and who they don't like and all of that. We didn't have that here. We didn't have that time. And that's one of the reasons nobody ran against her in the pseudo primary, because one, she just had all the money. And so like she already had Biden's campaign money, but two, she was already a household name. Nobody knew who fucking I can't even remember his name, like Jack Shapiro was or something, who was supposed to be like the top contending candidate. Like, they didn't have a shot.
Well, just as an example, who I think could have beat Trump is I think RFK Jr. could have beat Trump, even though. And I guess I'm kind of like leaning into your point here, unfortunately, but even though I would argue that his platform that he ran on was actually more progressive than Harris's platform, I think he still could have beat Trump, and I think he had the name recognition. I think he had there was other options. I mean, RFK Jr. I think he could have beat Trump. I really do. In all the head-to-head polls, he was beating both candidates actually.
So wait. You think if he had been allowed to run as a Democrat?
Yeah.
I don't. No shot. No shot. Democrats vote for RFK. Absolutely no shot. Like literally no shot. No shot in hell. Not a shot.
So? I mean,
not a fight, no, dude. No. Come on.
In all of the head-to-heads, he was beating Trump and Harris. Like in the polls that actually included him, like for head-to-heads, he was beating both of them.
In what polls did you see that in? What? Where?
I can link them to you.
When is it? What? Like from before they were born, or what?
No, like I said, I can link them to you. I don't have them on hand right now, but there was definitely polls that were head-to-head that included RFK Jr. and he was pulling ahead in the polls. And it doesn't even have to be RFK Jr. It could have been, I mean, if like potentially Michelle Obama, that's another name.
That's what I said initially. I said, because this is why I didn't want Biden to drop out. As I said, incumbents have such a massive head start against everybody that it doesn't make sense for him to drop out, especially when Kamala is the only other possibility, and she's maybe the only Democrat that's hated more than Joe Biden right now. Like she's just a step down. I was proven wrong on that, so I had to eat that L. She was proven to be much better than Biden and ended up having much better outcomes than Biden would have. But at the time when I was saying there's absolutely no way that Biden can drop out, I said over and over, the only way he can drop out is if Michelle Obama runs. Like, if she runs, we fucking won the whole election. Like, it's over. We win. Don't even, like, you don't even have to do the fucking campaign. Like, it's over. But yeah, I agree to an extent that she would have done much better. But
yeah, I don't even know if she was planning on
oh
running
damn,
or
my fucking
anything like that,
title
but
is Epstein Research Stream. What the fuck? It's on the short stream. I fucked it up. My bad, guys. My bad. That was not supposed to be the title. That was not supposed to be the title.
Epstein Research.
Yeah, that's what we did on the last stream. It carried the title of the last stream over. And yeah, that was not supposed to be the title. I'm really sorry. I kept wondering why people were fucking spurging out about Epstein in the chat this whole time. I was like, what are you... Guys, we already did the fucking Epstein research on the last stream. Like, get over it, okay? We're on a new stream now.
But yeah, I mean, that's those three things. I feel like if so, you were trying to
really
say
sorry.
that they
I'm
couldn't
so
have
sorry
done
to
any
interrupt.
better.
I'm so sorry. Just 1 second. Guys,
Okay.
Did stream go down? Like an hour and a half ago? Did stream go down?
I don't think so.
It says that I went in 2 minutes, went from 31 viewers in one stream to 9 viewers for about 5 minutes. And then, or maybe it's more like 2 minutes, but yeah, I dropped to 9 viewers for a total of like 2 minutes and then came back. And let me see if the other stream
Yeah, I don't
did
know
that.
what's going on. The horizontal stream is the one I watched, and it's still up.
Yeah, no, horizontal stream didn't have that problem. It was, vertical stream didn't have that problem. Horizontal stream had that problem. Yeah, it just dropped. Like, right here. Just dropped off a cliff. So yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know if it looks like I dropped and everybody who was watching live just wasn't watching anymore. And it's only the people who are back in the VOD who aren't live, who are still catching up. It only counts them as watching as 9 viewers for a couple minutes, and then it jumped back up, but slowly over the course of like minutes. Slowly goes back up. That was weird.
That's really odd.
Huh. Okay, sorry. I just saw that and I thought maybe I'm having connection issues and I'm unaware of it. All right. Yeah, go ahead and make your point.
Yeah, the main reason, like, and we've kind of discussed this already, but you were saying that you think that the Democrats ran a flawless campaign, they couldn't have done any better, and that I just don't think that's true. Like, I think that, like, especially those three things I talked about. When Biden dropped out, I think they could have pressured him to drop out way before. Their handling of the energy and the way Harris was being put up, and also
they can't, like, this is, and
they can.
You should.
I mean, it would be the first time something happened.
You should go back and watch like the conversation that I had with Whick, because we go over all of this, but the incumbent just has too much of a I keep saying head start, but I don't mean like handicap. Like, they just have too much. Like, it's just incumbents. I can't think of the right word right now, but yes, it's just they have too much of it. Whatever, like that thing. They just have way too much of it. Like, being an incumbent is just it's just too helpful to ever pressure an incumbent to drop out, even in Biden's state, where people were kind of like losing faith in him and knew that he was polling poorly. An advantage. Thank you, Mantis. This is too much of an advantage. So even where, yes, they're just kind of losing faith in him, they still felt like that was enough of an advantage anyways to still be better than anybody else, to come in with a new face and try someone new that most Americans would feel like, okay, we don't know who that is. And now the only face that isn't new that's in the race is Donald Trump. That's it. That's the only face that's there is Donald Trump. When they said that they were going to do a primary, I am 100% positive they knew absolutely, Mike. Oh, okay. Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. But
all right, so yeah,
stream, I have it turned on.
So when it came to when they said that they were going to run a primary, I am positive they didn't actually want a full primary. They didn't actually think anybody else would win except for Kamala. They wanted to do it for optics' sake, right? They just wanted people to feel like there was like a democratic process involved and have people feel like they chose Kamala and not the DNC. And that was it. Like, but one way or the other, Kamala was going to be the choice. It was obvious. Nobody else had her name recognition, and there wasn't nearly enough time for somebody else to gain momentum to become the candidate above the VP for the last 4 years. No shot. Like, nobody had a chance. So, yeah.
But you already admit that there was an error. There was an error that they did where they thought it would be enough for him to be the incumbent to be able to pull ahead. That was obviously a miscalculation.
No. Hold on. I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I said they felt like it was the best chance. But after the debate, that was it. Like, it was over. There was nothing. There was no shot. Like, he may have lost like 55 or more to 45 or less. Like, it would have been disastrous. The debate was the end of it for Biden. There was no coming back from that. So they had to put somebody else in, and she was the only option. And not only was she the only option, but when she came in, initially, she had fairly good polling. It was okay. Then she had her debate, and she did fucking amazing. Like, literally even every conservative I saw review that debate said that she just fucking owned. And then she skyrocketed in the fucking polls. Like, that was after the debate, she was fucking to the moon. But then she just disappeared for a while and stayed consistent. Polling stayed consistent. She was good. She was up, way up. And then she started doing interviews, and those interviews did not go well. And as soon as the more interviews she did, the more she dropped, and then fucking face planted. And that was the end of her. Those interviews were not good.
Yeah, I just think that honestly, I'm hoping both parties kind of do this, but I really want us to return to like some sort of like middle ground. Like, I feel like honestly, it's hard to say because Trump really isn't like a polarizing, at least policy wise. Like, he's not really like a polarizing right wing figure. So I just want to see them come back to the Democrats and the Republicans both to like a free speech platform, not super harsh on gun rights. And I don't know. I feel like that's one of the reasons that they lost, at least. And I want to see that going forward, honestly. Like, I'm not someone who's just going to vote for Republican just because they're Republican. I think a lot of people are like that.
Okay. Well, I got some other people who are wanting to jump on. So I gotta pull them on. But yeah, I'm happy to get into it more another time. But that's I would recommend going and watching my debate with Whick. And Eric, I don't know why you're saying she didn't skyrocket. She only went up to 55%. I don't know if you don't. Maybe you don't pay attention to like American politics that much. 55%, fucking 5 points in a general election. That is insane. That is unheard of. That is fucking wild. Like I don't know. That's not skyrocket. What do you mean that's not skyrocket? 5 points. Wrestling. Please help me out here. 5 points. Tell him. Did he leave? He left. Shit. That is massive. It evens out. Yes, that doesn't mean she didn't skyrocket. That doesn't mean she didn't skyrocket. And she stayed up around 4.5 points for a long time. Like I said, okay, there he is. Okay, yes. 5 points is skyrocketing, dude. That is unheard of. That is that is massive, bro. And then, yes, when I just said she didn't do interviews for a long time, she was just sitting. Yeah, she was sitting around like 4.5, national for a while. Like that was fucking wild. That especially when we compare this to where Biden was at like 48% before that. Like shit, dude. Like that's a fucking 7-point flip. LOL, we're debating the definition of skyrocket. It's kind of lame. I don't even disagree, but it's not unheard of, man. Pull up the chart. Pull up what chart? What chart do you think there's another 5-point jump on? Tell me what chart? There wasn't one in that one. No, nobody flipped nationally 5 points at any point except for her. The betting odds? I'm not talking about betting odds. I'm talking about polling. What are you talking about? Betting odds? I don't know. Totems.
Totems. How are you?
Totems. How's it going?
I'm good. Just give me one moment here because I gotta close the YouTube.
Trump's butler. event
Okay,
went up
because I was
tons?
hearing
He didn't go up from the.
I was hearing you. I was hearing myself. I was hearing you. I'm sorry about all this. I won't be able to watch the video fully, so. I just gotta get on here because Katmere is an absolute fucking idiot. And he was saying that 9/11 happened because, and he wasn't saying this, but he was saying it's just a little weird. It's just a little weird that the America lost $2 trillion during 9/11.
Okay, hold on.
And if you read the fucking articles,
yes, I know. Hold on. Katmere.
and he
hold
said,
on.
Okay,
hold on.
Okay, I understand.
Katmere, do you want to? I don't want to have you just come on and just yell at fucking Katmere. Katmere, do you?
I will read the word. I will read the article
Katmere,
word for word.
I've been over this. Like we all know. Yes, we.
Honestly, Tom. All he said was that you didn't agree with me, and I remember you saying, "Thank you, thank you." Oh my God, this guy is
You are
angry.
a fucking liar.
Hey, you're a fucking liar. Are you sure? Because Tom said...
Oh, yeah, you bigoted asshole, you fucking prick. Put words in my mouth. Yeah, get another fucking chatter and put their words in my mouth because you're a fucking weasel. You are a fucking spineless little prick.
Whoa.
Fucking weasel.
Whoa, man.
You're a fucking weasel, mate.
Whoa, dude. I never called you that, dude. Why are you saying that to me, man? That just hurts my feelings.
You're a weasel.
Let me read this article to you, okay, Kat?
Well, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. Before you read it, because I don't even know what the claims are. Katmere, why do you think he's lying? What did he lie about? What is the issue here?
Okay, Tom. So I jumped into a conversation halfway with him the other day. Hang on. Shut your fucking mouth, you rat.
Wait, what did you say about Tom tonight, though? You said Tom didn't agree with me. So say that first, because
Shut your fucking mouth.
Agreed with me.
I'm
Nematode, brother.
Nematode.
Fucking weasel. He can't. He's a fucking weasel.
Yeah, you fucking weasel. All right, meerkat.
Sorry, sir. More like a badger.
Nah, badgers have balls. So, in short, Tom, okay, so I jumped into a conversation with him and some other dude the other day, and they were talking about how 9/11 was conspiracy.
See, he didn't even know what he was talking about.
You going to interrupt again, you fucking weasel?
Oh, no, keep going, mate. Keep going.
All right, let him finish. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so what is the difference? What did he lie about?
So all I said in the comments was
That's
on
not
the
all
8th
you
of September.
said.
Hold on, let him finish. I will let you respond. What is
Mate, I swear to God, if you were here, I'd knock your fucking teeth down your throat.
Oh, I'm sure you would.
I would, mate.
Oh yeah. Keep going.
Yeah. Mate, so all I said was on the 8th of September 2001, Donald Rumsfeld held a press conference saying that the Pentagon couldn't account for $2.3 trillion.
Mhm.
I never said it had anything to do with 9/11. I never said it had anything to do with conspiracy. I never said that was suspect. I understand the Pentagon has budget problems all the time and there's always stuff that goes missing. This motherfucker wanted to put someone else's words in my mouth saying I was saying 9/11 was a conspiracy and that I was unwilling to look at later press conferences where I agree. The Pentagon did come out and say that this is the issues that they're having. But I was arguing on the 8th of September. That's all I ever said. And this guy wants to put words in my mouth saying I'm saying 9/11 is a conspiracy. He's a fucking weasel.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Is that all you have to say?
yeah, so Nematode, why do you think first off, do you disagree with that? Do you think he said something different than what he just said? First.
Yeah, and we could totally go look back at chat. I will sit here and do that. But he said, no. There's a different. They're missing $2 trillion. What do you mean they're missing receipts? Is missing receipts not missing $2 trillion?
Okay,
And
yeah, because I said,
I sent him.
well, so just real quick, I said that they weren't
Also,
really missing.
I have another point.
Just real quick, he's saying that because I said they weren't really missing that money, like it wasn't really missing. And then I remember you guys going off about it in chat, and I just kind of ignored you guys. But yeah, that's all I said was I was like, it wasn't really like missing. It's just like it's just unaccounted for. But it didn't disappear.
I don't.
And so that's what I said. And so I'm assuming that's why he says that
You
I
didn't say
disagree
that.
with you. What? I didn't say that?
Yeah. No. Let me clarify. You agreed with me, but what you said simply was, thank you, you said, are people really talking about the $2 trillion thing? Thank you, Nematode, for posting those articles. And Katmir didn't read those articles. He said, yeah, those articles just proved me right. They're missing the receipts. And I said, Katmir, if I gave you $5 or if I gave you a receipt for $5, are those the same things? And I said that tonight too. And he just fucking dodged it. He just fucking dodged it. And then when I told him, Katmir, Tom agreed with me. He said, no, he fucking didn't, mate. And I said, I will put money on it, Katmir. He never put money on it. I put money on it. I donated $35 for Tom's good content to make sure the good work continues. And this fucking pussy didn't want to fucking do it. Didn't want to own up. I don't know what to say.
Okay, so what is the?
I mean, I will read the articles word for word.
Okay, so Katmir, so what is the difference here to you?
What's it? Yeah, what's your big claim, Katmir? That September 8th.
I can ask the questions. Thank you very much.
No, let him ask his question.
I'm good at asking questions.
Sorry. I understand.
All right.
Let him ask his question, Tom.
Well, I wanted to know: is there a difference to you, or do you guys want to?
Yeah,
move
is there a
on
difference?
I'm asking: is there a difference with anything that he just said? And if not, then we can move on to what it was that he wanted to talk about. Is there just like real quick, Katmir? Is there a difference to you in any of that? And then if not, then yes, I'll let him go to the article.
In short, no. I never said that they couldn't find receipts. Hang on. You were the one. Hang on. You were the one that came up with the excuse that they couldn't find anything because it was all. Hang on. You were the one that came up with the excuse that they couldn't find anything from 1999 or 2000 because it was all on paper and that the Pentagon didn't have the technology to do that. So I laughed at you for that. I've never said that the money was disappeared or was unaccounted.
I think if we looked, we'd find out you're a liar.
I know you're a liar, mate. The only controversial thing I said on the night...
I've held my opinion the entire time, and you've changed your opinion.
Go through the last hour of chat. I'm pretty sure Tom can.
I don't care about the last hour of chat. I care about when you
go through the last 3 days. Tom will never see me
you guys were talking about
away
the one
what
from
was
the
said.
other day, right? Yeah, when this first came up.
Yes.
So you can go through that chat, and I have never moved away from the 8th
Where's your
$20,
dude? Where's your $20 for Tom, dude? Now that I fucking proved you wrong.
Mate, you haven't proved anything. And I'm a monthly subscription payer.
I
What are
told you Tom agreed with me. I
paid
told you
once.
Tom said thank you for
And
putting
Tom said he
articles in,
didn't
and you
agree
said
with
no.
you. And Tom said he didn't.
Dude, Tom said, go look back and say, Tom said, thank you, Nematode, for posting those articles.
So you're already manipulating what happened less than 3 minutes ago.
Dude, that's exactly what he said. Is
Tom, you agreed with me, and Tom goes, no, not exactly. I didn't agree with you exactly, but no, you want to say he did. So you've got to manipulate again.
I mean,
see
I
how
didn't
weak
hear
you
that.
are.
I didn't hear that. Does
No,
Tom
you
not
fucking
agree with
didn't.
me about
Like you didn't.
receipts? I mean, I didn't hear it. I was listening to your stupid fucking
of course
accent.
you didn't. Of course you didn't.
Well, how does Tom feel? How does Tom feel?
Okay, so
about the receipts versus where the 2 trillion went, because he said thank you last stream about it.
I'm not okay. So I'm not even sure. I need a specific question.
Yeah.
What
Let
is
me.
the question?
So I mean, what we argued about last time was the difference between 2 trillion versus being organized with the receipts of $2 trillion, and the whole fucking Pentagon, the whole fucking America's fucking defense. 2.3 trillion. How? That's what we were arguing about, was the receipts, and I have I have both articles pulled up,
so
brother.
just
I
real
will
quick.
fucking
Okay,
read
so
them
just
for
real
you.
quick. Hold on, because I didn't
can
get a
post
question in
articles.
there, so I will just say, my understanding is that there was money that was unaccounted for, but it was still like budgeted and spent somewhere. It's just that it's normal that they don't.
I've never said anything
Hold on.
different. I've never said anything different.
No.
Just hold on. Wait.
We need to go
Stop.
back.
No.
We need to go
Stop. That I don't know, like that
simple
it's not
fucking liar.
always accounted for, but that like
You're a
that's
fucking sook.
what they meant when they said that like there was that it was unaccounted for, and a bunch of people took that and said that it went missing as though it may have just been spent on something like corrupt or something like that.
I have another point.
Hold on. No. So, real quick, what Meerkat, what is the difference here from like, is what I said what you were talking about, or what is it that we didn't disagree on?
Absolutely nothing, Tom. All I ever said is it was unaccounted for. I go with the untalked understanding that military spending, there's going to be secret spending that's not going to be spoken to the public. So it's always going to be unaccounted for or secret sort of spending. I never went into that in detail. This nematode, I wanted to say that I was trying to link that to being conspiracy and how 9/11
I'm
was
having
funded.
a goodwill argument with you, and you're
Okay,
like, oh, I didn't talk about everything. I didn't. I just I kept things from you.
Hold on. So
what are you talking about?
So Katmir, do you think
yes, sir,
it's suspicious that this happened around the same time as 9/11?
Let me burp for Katmir.
No, not at all.
Okay. So that was my understanding as well at the time when this happened, and when we kind of like when I addressed it.
All I ever said was on the 8th of September, and I've never budged away from that. I've never said it was suspicious. I never said there was any conspiracy behind it.
He's lying. He's just fucking lying about what he said.
What happened?
He's just lying about what he said.
Okay,
like let's
Nematode,
let's spend an hour to go back.
Just like you had to put Stonewall's comments into my mouth to make you feel better about how I thought 9/11 was conspiracy, and I never did or said anything like that.
You literally didn't even understand the article.
You're the one that puts other people's words in your mouth. You're the one to manipulate stuff. You're the one that just heard Tom disagree with you, but you had to manipulate yourself and say, yes, he did agree with me.
Poor cope.
Yeah, poor guy.
The cope
manipulate.
Is so hard.
Liberals gotta cope. Where's your
the
team,
liberals? I'm not This isn't a political conversation. This isn't even about libs or repubs. What are you talking about? You are coping so hard, brother. Brother.
Send me your tears. I'll pay for the post.
Go take some of your copium and come back to me.
Bottle up your tears. I'll pay for the postage, mate.
Okay.
I paid for the postage. I donated money, brother.
Okay,
Where
just
are
one
you
more
at?
question. Just one more.
Money from your food stamps,
okay, just one more question, and then we'll move on to the next part.
We're done. Yeah.
No. I meant that you guys can get to whatever else, whatever the other disagreement was. But what was I remember I was talking about something at the time. What was I talking about when this came?
I think you were talking about Lily Phillips or something.
Lily Phillips?
Like,
okay.
Maybe the porn star. Maybe the stream before that. It was either Lily Phillips or the stream before that.
Okay.
But honestly, if Katmir wants to say no, I don't. I mean, I'll agree with him because I agree with that point that there's nothing fucking weird going on. I don't think 9/11 is because George Bush Even though that was what Stone Man was saying, and Capmere just joined in
So
saying, "Oh, I don't know where those receipts
So
are."
you just agreed to put someone else's words in my mouth. I never said that. Thank you.
Capmere, I am telling you that you joined in with a weird conspiracy theorist
No,
thinking
whatever,
he
mate.
was right. And I'm not
Yep,
saying
okay.
you think he's right, because I asked him, I said,
Yep.
do you think... Okay. Okay, all right, no worries, brother. If you
Guilt
want to
by
change your
association,
mind,
mate,
I
yeah?
appreciate
Guilt by
that.
association, yep. Yep, guilt by association, mate.
I don't even know what you're saying with your that strong-ass accent of yours, brother.
Yeah, because you're too ignorant and dumb.
No, nope, I'm very educated, brother.
Yep,
I just graduated, actually.
Oh, so you're still young. You're very naive.
No, I'm 27. I was a little bit old to the game, brother.
Oh, so developmentally retarded. Oh,
I'm
even better.
developmentally retarded. That is something I will agree with. Hell, now we can get on the same now we can sit on the same seat, brother. I appreciate that.
No, I agree. The American
But what I
education system
won't
is
agree
bad.
with you, and also another point of mine is that Cat goes, I just think it's weird. I just think it's weird that they talked about this on September 8th, 2001. Tom,
never said that.
This has been dude. Are you
Never said that.
fucking me in the ass right now, Cat? Because I don't feel it. But dude,
the only thing I
you
said on the night.
I'm just saying that this guy talked about it on September 8th. Dude, they were talking about it all year. That's what you said. Okay, Mr. whatever his fucking name was, mentioned this on 2008, and then in 3 days, 9/11 happened. Dude, they were talking about it all year. They were talking about it all year.
So because someone else said something, I said it. Thanks, mate. Yep.
Dude,
good on you.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Good on you.
Showing your
mate.
maturity.
No, I'm
Show
just
your maturity.
telling you. Why is it immature that I'm
because
giving you a
someone else
fucking
said something
counterpoint?
and you're accusing me of saying it because that's real mature.
No, that was in this chat, Capmere. That was in this chat that you said, all I'm saying is September 8th, Jimmy John said this on September 8th. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is that this guy...
That's all I've ever said.
Dude, they talked about it all... No, that's not all you ever said. And first off, second off, they talked about it all year. And I told you that multiple times in this chat, and you still kept going. And so I escalated, and now we're here. And you're acting like you didn't say all that. So I'm
Yes
just
or no?
I'm
yes
so
or no?
perplexed.
Just answer this. Yes or no? Yes or no?
I
On 8th of
already
September,
told you yes.
or no?
They talked
you.
about
That's
this
all,
all
that's the only thing
year.
I've ever
They
said, and you
talked
wanted to
about
carry
that
on like a
all
baby.
2001.
You wanted to carry on like a baby. You're
No. I'm telling you that they.
Thank you for finally agreeing with me, and
talked
thank you
about
for finally
that
agreeing to
all
put other
year.
people's words in my mouth because you are a soft cock.
Okay. All right, Capmere. Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I fucking debunked you through and through, and you're just mad that that you've been corrected. I don't know. Oh, you're educated. That means you can't be debunked.
Edging.
Oh, you're edging me. Okay, well, dude, congratulations. That's what you do on your free time. I'm trying to fucking help you understand that thousands of people dying isn't something to go, oh, well, what the government do?
You're trying to link me to saying 9/11 is a conspiracy. I never said that. You're a loser.
Oh, man. Okay. All right.
Okay,
I mean,
but
I'm
Capmere,
sure
do
plenty
you
of...
think just like Capmere, that was my impression as well. I thought that you were saying I thought that you were bringing this up and to say that isn't this weird? Like, this is kind of suspicious, right? Like, if that's not the case, I would like to understand why you brought it up then, because
why were you defending Stone Man? Why were you defending Stone Man?
Because when I jumped in the conversation, I will admit it was halfway through. It was from memory, it was in the short.
Okay,
chat, right?
He'll admit.
Shut up.
And the first comment I saw was him saying that they. Can I speak or not?
Sorry, I think you might be on a lag. Nobody was talking this time.
All right. So all I saw when I jumped in was that guy Stonewall, whatever his name was, say, yeah, they had this conference that they said the money was unaccounted for. And I saw you say, no, they never did. And all I said was, yes, this press conference happened, and then you wanted to link me into the conspiracy theories. Now, if
I sent you articles.
Hang on, let me finish, please.
I sent you articles.
Can I finish, please? If you want to link me into a conspiracy theory, I did say something a bit crazy later on, where I did say it was a bit suspect that the person that owned the World Trade Centers was able to convince the insurance company to get 2 payouts on the one policy. Now, if you want to link me to a conspiracy theory, there you go. But not 9/11.
You said it was weird that they hit the Pentagon. Why did they hit the Pentagon? You literally said that. Oh my God, this fucking liar, dude. I didn't know Australians were such fucking liars.
I said it would be interesting to know what part of the Pentagon was hit. Yes, I
Oh.
did.
Yeah,
Is that not
so you
interesting?
questioned it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
Yeah, but-
fucking care. I care that people died.
I care people died too, but I'd also like
No,
to know
you
what
don't.
was destroyed.
All right,
No, you
one
don't.
second. I'll be right back.
Resources that are being squandered on the
But
Pentagon.
that, that also has to happen in things that you're going to like. I mean, I believe the Pentagon is completely out of control.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't
but
been
it's
able to
very-
pass a single audit.
yeah,
I mean, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So I completely agree with that. But I believe defense is very important. We could go back and forth. But there's also stuff on the other side. We have squandered trillions of dollars. We don't even. How do we have a government that says, "Geez, where did we put that $2 trillion?" How does that happen?
Yeah, it's crazy. It is. I mean,
Okay, so they mentioned it. It wasn't even Katmere, damn it. Fuck. Because I thought I responded to it.
About God. Okay, we cannot talk about God.
Are there people acting like the fucking $2 trillion? Okay, so Nematode said AP's assessment false. That long circulating claim misrepresents remarks about 2.3 trillion in accounting entries that officials at the same time said were insufficiently documented because of outdated. Okay, so this is at 6:45 on that stream. So I have to go back. Okay, hold on.
You tell me I have a soft cock. Nice, man.
Okay.
I'm just saying, dude. Like I mean, honestly, I'll cut the bullshit and I'll read the article with everyone. Should we do that?
Bro, I never denied the article. All I've ever said is that
You
press conference happened on
did deny
September.
the article.
No, I
Let's
didn't.
just read the article
No, I
and I'll
didn't.
hear what you have to say. Right?
No, I
And
never
you
denied the
can
article.
you
I
can
never denied the
reevaluate.
article. You want to make assumptions.
Okay, well, let's read it together.
Well, he's. I don't know why. I don't think we need to read it.
Let's read the article either way.
I don't think we need to read it if he doesn't
I wonder if
disagree.
he jumped out the window and said, "I wonder if someone's gonna parachute catch me."
Whoa.
I wonder what his last thought was. Shit, that plane's coming real quick.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay.
Wow, that
so
was a
I got-
9/11 joke, huh? Nice.
Okay, so hold on. All right, so, Nematode. This is, by the way, was like 5 streams ago, I think.
I don't
while
know.
I was watching
I don't
the
know.
Anna
I've been
Kasparian
dealing
thing.
with.
So 1, 2,
Maybe.
3, 4. Yeah, I
I've
think
been
it was
arguing
5
with
streams ago.
Katmere for so long.
Okay.
I forget what I argue with him on.
Nematode sent a dono that said AP's assessment.
I don't think
false.
I donated.
You did.
You did.
I'm
You
literally, or maybe no. So, oh, sorry, you didn't.
It was just
sorry,
it was
sorry.
just a chat.
You're
It was
right.
just a
I
chat.
just pulled the chat up. Okay, so I just pulled the chat up, and it says AP's assessment false. That long circulating claim misrepresents remarks about 2.3 trillion in accounting entries that officials at the time said were insufficiently documented because of outdated, and then it stops there because that's as like much as it would allow it to go. Hold on, wait, shut up, up. And then I said,
sorry.
Oh wait, is someone denying that? Is someone saying that like the money
just went missing?
That it just
Are
went
they,
missing
are
or
there
something?
people acting like we just lost
then-
$2 trillion?
So this is at 6:46:27.
Oh yeah.
So now I'm looking at the chat, and both of your chats are fucking
So we
gone
start from
because
there.
you
When
guys
we-
kept getting fucking timed out by the bot that makes it to where it deletes all your freaking chats, so I can't even see it. So thanks a lot.
Oh, dude.
Jerks.
That was Katmere's grand plan. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
Okay,
just
so-
kidding.
okay,
I'm
okay,
just
okay,
kidding.
here we
Don't
go.
yell at me.
You're
Here we
not
go.
conspiracy
Okay.
put on me, eh?
Okay. So here's
No,
I found
no.
Katmere said, I'm not saying 9/11 was a conspiracy, but the 3.2 trillion is correct. The Saudis did not.
It's not correct what you were saying.
he said the Saudis did it, not Afghans. The owner of the World Trade got his insurance paid out twice. Okay, so that, yeah, he literally says there. He's not claiming that there was a conspiracy.
That was after I debunked him.
Thank you.
Well,
That was
hold on.
after I sent him
hold
articles.
On. Wait,
and
but
he
hold
still
on.
didn't
Wait,
understand the article.
hold on though. Okay, even if that was true, Nematode, you came here today as though that he was arguing that. And so today you are saying that is what he's arguing. Yet here, it's not like this is the first time you heard from him that he's saying that he's not arguing that. So you feel like, from your perspective, either either you feel like he said that he didn't care about it, and you're like, oh, okay, my bad, or you feel like he has just conceded the issue and that he's coping and he moved on. One of those two, right?
Yes.
But if you come on here today acting as though he's like going to he's refusing to concede this position and I'm here to own him in the marketplace of ideas, yet here you already know that he's not going to argue you on this position, then it doesn't.
I mean, he conceded.
This wasn't the first time. Yeah, but you acted like this is the first time that you heard this. Like you didn't know. That would have been the first thing that you should have brought up. You come on here and say, "Look, he's acting like he wasn't arguing this."
I think he's just playing a little game because did you see that Pentagon comment about? Oh, I think it's a little weird. Where did the Pentagon get hit? You can't see all of our comments. You didn't see the fucking work I had to do to get those 2 articles, and I read it to him, and he said that there's no difference between the monies and the receipts. Where's the money? And you can't see that. Maybe you can't see that. I understand. But dude, this guy was with Stone Man saying, yeah, I think it's a little weird, Nematode. And I was like, dude.
Oh, bro, I'm off my
I'm just saying, hold on, Nematode,
you're not
articles
really, and he argued.
You're not really.
He argued with me the entire
time. You're not really engaging. Okay, so you're saying that something after this point, because more took place.
I'm
after
pretty
this,
sure something
you
before
still came to
that
the
point.
conclusion. Well, hold on. Yes, but I'm talking about right here. So I'm talking Nematode. I'm saying right here, at this point, when he says this, when you come on here today. Well, this has already happened. So when you come on here today, your first statement should be like, Katmir's acting like he doesn't believe this, but he does. But instead, you came on acting like he was going to come argue with you when you already knew he wasn't going to argue with you because he already said here that he doesn't hold that position. So even if you think he's coping, you would still do that. You would still come on here. He's coping about this and refusing to admit that he believes this.
The initial.
I gotta say, you've finally been fair.
I totally understand, Tom. The initial conversation that started me getting into a waiting room for you was that he said, hold on, let me just give me a second to gather my thoughts. He said, you disagreed with me. And I said, no, Tom thanked me for putting those articles in chat. I don't know if you can hear that, but you said, are people really talking about 2 trillion? Thank you, Nematode. That's one of the only times that you've said something to me that through voice, and I'm just saying, like, it's pretty notable that you could, like, you said thank you, Nematode, for posting that, and in that entire time, I don't know if you can see the comments or if you can't see the comments, Tom, but what he was saying, he was going, oh, those AP and Reuters articles, they agree with me.
I have an update. Okay, hold on. Katmir, you did say. Okay, Katmir, you did
say. Thank you. Oh my God.
Shut up. Okay, Katmir, you said, I'm assuming the conversation is that 9/11 was a hoax. I don't think it is. Some suspicious stuff happened around it, but it's not a hoax.
Whoa.
And it was used to cover the Pentagon's lost budget money. And then, hold on. I gotta scroll, but this thing is.
So what does that mean? Linking that to 9/11?
Let me take a hit of my copium.
Hold on, quiet. And then, crap, move. And then it said, saying, Okay, hold on. I'm just saying that Donald did hold a press conference September 8th saying they lost such money is true. So here, Kamir, it does seem as though you're saying that the 9/11 was used to cover up the money lost from the Pentagon, and
No.
that.
Can I explain that, please? Because
go ahead.
as you can understand, those chats are very small.
Why would you
small format.
explain that to Tom, but not to me, man?
Shut up, Nematone. Explain it.
Can I say a sentence without you interrupting, please?
Yes, sir.
So, was the news the press conference was on the 8th, so that was the news story of the night, right? What happened the very next morning? 9/11 happened, right?
Okay, let me tell you. No. 9/11 didn't happen.
Hang on. Let me
Wait, hold on. Nematode, hold on. Hold on.
He said
Okay.
9/08.
Yes.
9/11 didn't happen on 9/08. On 9/09, excuse me. Happened 9/11.
Wait.
Yes,
no,
sir.
no,
Okay, so I got that wrong.
I thought 9/08 was when the insurance thing happened. I thought 9/10 was the.
I don't know what these
Okay. All right.
conspiracy
Anyways, go
theorists
ahead.
think.
Kamir, go ahead.
Well, okay, I may have had the date wrong, but I'm pretty sure that press conference was held the night before. And if 9/11 never happened, that what he spoke about in that press conference would have been in the news for a week, too, as major headlines. All I was trying to say was because such a major tragedy happened, that it was taken out of the news.
Wait,
That's
but
all I was
you
saying.
didn't.
I was
Okay,
never
but just to be
saying we-
clear,
You didn't
just to
say
be clear,
that. You
just
did
to be
not
clear,
say that.
you didn't. What you said was it was used to cover the Pentagon's lost budget. You didn't say it just so happened to cover the Pentagon's lost budget. You said it was used.
And I agree. I agree. And you can look at my previous chats over the last 3 months. I misspeak quite often and have to correct myself later on because the
Well,
chats are
why
so
don't you
small.
correct yourself to me, man?
Because you were trying to link me
Because
into
I'm a
conspiracy
soft
theories.
punk.
Hang on.
I'm a soft cock.
You are a bit of a soft cock. Because you were trying to
Okay.
put Stonewall's words into my mouth and linking me to a conspiracy that I've never believed or hold. I like a good conspiracy theory, but I've never once in my life believed 9/11 was conspiracy theory.
When
Not
you
once.
said,
You wanna link me to it.
but your Pentagon comment suggests otherwise, Katmere. I don't know what else to tell you. It
have you also
suggests
noticed-
otherwise.
Have you also noticed I like to come into this chat and be a bit of a shock?
Be a fucking
chat.
asshole? Okay, well, you were a fucking asshole to the wrong guy, Katmere. I don't know what to tell
Mate,
you.
I don't give a fuck. You're not the wrong guy, mate. If I saw you in the street, you'd be.
Oh, if I saw you
you'd be
behind
turning
this
the ambulance, you'd be at
keyboard,
90.
behind this keyboard,
Yeah.
I'd tell you your uncle's a fucking cunt, and I'm glad he died. I don't. What do you want me to tell you, brother?
I never said he. I was glad he was. I never said he was.
I
glad he
know,
was
but
dead.
I'm just saying you're talking big
But
for
then you
being
want to put
behind a
words in my
keyboard.
mouth.
And honestly, I'm not
wake you up.
threatening. I'm not saying here. Oh, if you and me, if there weren't keyboards in between us, brother, I'd be showing you straight. I'm telling you that you're wrong about 9/11, and you're telling me,
You're
oh, well,
still
if you.
telling me I'm wrong about 9/11 because you want me to think it's conspiracy. I've never said it's conspiracy. So you're on a different
okay. Let me
platform.
correct myself. All
Manipulate
right.
reality.
Katmere is
I love
correct.
the liberal coach.
He isn't telling me. He was telling me about all this conspiracy shit, and I corrected him, and his answer was, "Oh, if you went in between a keyboard, mate." It's like, dude, I don't know. Why are you mad at me?
Hang on.
Oh, hold on. Wait. I gotta add some context here because again, like
one question
Nematode,
quickly.
he does
One
go.
question.
No. Hold on. Wait.
question.
Nematode, he does go into the fact that he says like because you're saying, well, why didn't you tell me this stuff? You didn't argue against the things that he was saying there. He said because he even says again, like, yes, you're just saying that it's unaccounted for. That's what I'm saying. Like, why did they? He's like, you're showing article. You're acting like it wasn't unaccounted for, but it was unaccounted for. That's what he keeps saying here.
And-
Every time you're saying things,
Yeah.
he's like, but it was unaccounted
Absolutely. And my argument
linking-
was that
hang on, Nematode.
I would love to hear what you're saying, but my argument was that there is a huge difference between $2,000 in your hand and 2,000 in receipts in your hand. You can't go and spend receipts. And I told you, please read the article. It explains
You're on a tangent
it.
here, mate.
And you
You're on a
didn't
tangent.
read it. You didn't even read
You're
it. And then you said, oh, and then you said, okay, well, what about September 8th? Why did they say September 8th? And in both of these articles say it was a problem for a year. It was talked about for a whole year. And even today, you said, oh, well, what about September 8th? Because you didn't even read the articles, brother. You didn't even read the articles. And if you did, you just have low reading comprehension.
Can I respond at all, or do you like to send your own voice? Can I respond yet?
Yes, you can respond now. Even though you didn't listen to any of my talking points that were completely fucking valid,
But you
yes, you can
ramble
talk.
and you keep going over and over the same
I
bullshit. I've
said
been
my
trying to respond
valid
for the last
points.
10
I would
minutes.
love to hear your valid points. Where are they?
Did I ever say the articles that you showed me were incorrect or deny them? Yes or no?
I'm pretty sure you
or no?
said
Yes or
that
no?
my articles proved you right.
That they
the
were
2
unaccounted for
trillion.
at the time of the press conference, yes, because they did.
That 2 trillion was unaccounted
Hey,
for.
no, now's my
That's
time.
not what
No,
happened. That is
not
not
my
what
time.
happened.
Did I ever say 9/11 was a conspiracy and I thought it was an inside job?
No, you corrected
So why are you
yourself.
trying to say hang on, no, so why are you trying to say I think 9/11 is a conspiracy?
Because that Pentagon comment, do we need Tom to read it again? I don't know. Do we like fuck, man?
You've just gone through all the comments. How many times did I say 9/11 was conspiracy or I believe it
You
was?
can't see all of our comments first
Well,
off.
I am
was the
going
very
back
first
to
one?
like I am going back towards like the beginning to try to find other things, but there's yeah, I'm sorry, like Catmere, that is like the implication here, but it also seems like Nematode, like when he's like correcting the implication, because you're even saying like, well, why didn't you tell me that? But it does seem as though he is saying like at certain points that like I'm just saying it was unaccounted for, and then you're like either missing those chats or just like, yeah, unwilling to accept them, and then continuing to argue about whether or not the conspiracy happened instead of
like
whether
if
or
you
not
want
it's
to
unaccounted for.
If you want to talk about
there's one-
drones in New Jersey, I'm not gonna fucking attack you about it. But 9/11, fucking thousands of people, innocent people died, and for anyone to make a little thing about it, like, oh, where did 2 trillion go? Oh, was it a hoax? Oh, was it this? It's so offensive. It's so offensive.
So
I'll always defend myself. I'll always defend
You're making a massive leap. You're making a massive leap, which shows how actually emotionally weak you are on the actual subject matter.
Yes. This very
I
cognitive
wanna-
argument shows how emotionally weak I am because I have investment and I have fucking value in being honest. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so Stoneman said,
if someone wants to go through today's chat, you can actually see where you admit to putting other people's words in my mouth to make it look like I was linking 9/11 to a conspiracy.
What? Yeah, I would love to hear it. What did I say? That's probably drunk.
You were finally
Nah, just kidding.
Stonewall
I'm just
comments
kidding.
to me, yeah?
What?
So real quick, Stoneman said September 10th, 2001, they said they couldn't account for over $2 trillion.
Yeah, Stoneman started it.
Nematode responded to him and said, Stoneman, you're a psycho, bro, for a
I don't
9/11
agree with that.
comment. Was Sandy Hook a hoax, Stoneman? And then he said California tried to pass universal health. I don't know why. Where Stoneman seems to like go off on his own schizo rant after this. He says no, it wasn't.
Yes.
Now explain what that
He
has
agreed.
to do
yeah,
with them
he did.
saying
I will
2
give
trillion was
Stoneman credit.
unaccounted for. Well, okay, and so then Catmere says
about Sandy Hook.
Catmere just says Google Donald Russell September 9th, 2001 Pentagon accounted to $3.2 trillion. And then he says, yeah, Russell or Rumsfeld or something. And then
excuse me.
Yeah, that's like where all of this came from, but he's
Catmere betting on a losing pony. I don't know what to say.
Really? You're still trying to say I think 9/11 is a conspiracy, and I've never said that once. Tom's started at the start.
Okay, wait. I have a huge question.
And then hold on, and this is like hold on, wait, hold on. So Nematode, you said that he said this way later. This is his third comment on this, And all he said before that
That's
was
what I
like,
thought.
yeah, Google the Rumsfeld thing, Google, the 3.2 trillion.
What is
And
that
then his-
suggesting?
Hold on,
Tony?
hold on, Nematode. His third comment is not saying 9/11 was a conspiracy, but the $3.2 trillion is correct. The Saudis and not Afghans.
It's not correct.
The owner of the World Trade got his insurance paid out twice. Okay, so hold on.
Okay.
Earlier
Great.
when I brought
Yeah.
this up to you, and I was like, wait, why would you act like this was like he still believed this thing when he already said this?
That's
And
the start of the
you
conversation.
said, yes, you were like, because of all the things he said before that, to where like now it just seems like he's coping. But I just
Well,
read everything he said before
yeah.
that. He didn't say
Absolutely.
he didn't say those things before that either. And so now I'm lost on how he could have said any of this before that when there is nothing before that except for the Rumsfeld, like Google the Rumsfeld thing.
Yeah. No, totally. It was after it. I don't. It happened a few days. Excuse me, Katmere. Shut your stupid fucking Australian mouth. It happened.
New York accent,
No, brother, I'm in Reno, Nevada. That's West Coast in the
Even
mountains,
worse.
brother. I got my revolver in my pants. Just kidding. I don't own a gun. So let me explain this. So me and Katmere, he might have said that his third chat. He might said that his first chat. I don't know, but when I sent the articles, when him and Stone Man supposedly read them, I don't know if you can read those, Tom, but when Katmere read them, he said, "This article proves me right."
Yes, because
Nematode."
he's saying that the
And I
money
said,
is
"Are you
unaccounted
kidding me?"
for. Yes, he's saying because the money is
But
unaccounted for.
listen. He
Changing the
thinks
goalpost
that
like a liberal.
Tom. Let me explain. He thinks that $3
I love
trillion
this game.
are missing. He doesn't think that we were unorganized and just didn't have the proper fucking tax receipts for him. He
doesn't
was
say
saying that they were missing.
He doesn't
Or
say
else-
missing. No,
or
he
else-
doesn't.
or
No, he doesn't
else-
say missing. He
or
says unaccounted
else-
for. He
or
says
else-
unaccounted for. He
or
said,
else-
hold on,
why would he
hold on,
mention the
hold on.
Saudis and the
Wait,
Pentagon?
hold on, wait, hold on.
Why
He
wouldn't he
says,
agree with me?
hold
Why
on,
wouldn't he say
hold
yes?
on,
The
hold on, hold on,
tax
hold on,
rec-
hold on.
No, no, no,
hold
no,
on.
no,
no,
He
hold on.
said the
No, no, no.
tax
No,
receipts.
no, 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 no,
If he
no,
said
no,
the
no.
tax
Hold on.
receipts are missing, I would have agreed.
Hold
I would
on.
have
He
agreed.
didn't
But he
say-
said, why
hold
did
on.
the Pentagon
He
happen?
didn't say this. He didn't say that. He said unaccounted for. That's what he said. He literally said it numerous
Okay,
times. He
but
said
what
unaccounted for.
what was he suggesting? He was suggesting $2 trillion, or else he would have agreed with me all night. He wouldn't have said, "Oh, Tom disagreed with you, Cody." Because when I posted those two articles, he agreed. You, Tom, agreed. He didn't agree. And tonight he
I never
said,
disagreed, did I? Because I was not moving away from my point of what was said in the press conference by Donald Rumsfeld.
Again, okay,
Tom,
hold
no,
on.
I
Wait,
even- I
no, hold
even-
on. Stop,
I even
stop,
tried
stop,
to
stop, stop,
explain.
stop, stop, stop,
I
stop,
even
stop,
tried to
stop. No,
explain
no,
the
no, no,
articles.
no, no, no. Hold on. Okay.
Even
I'm
tried to
gonna-
explain the articles.
Nima, I'm trying. Just let me explain this, okay? When he says Tom agrees with me, he's not saying Tom is a fucking wacko Trump MAGA conspiracy theorist like me. He's saying Tom also believes the money was unaccounted for. That's what he's saying. He's saying the money was unaccounted for. I'm saying the money's unaccounted for. Tom's saying the money's unaccounted for. We're all saying the money's unaccounted
But
for.
the money
That's what he's
wasn't
saying.
accounted. That's not true. That's a simply false statement.
Wait,
the
wait,
receipts
that's what-
of money aren't accounted for, Tom.
Hold on. That is
It's
what they're
not-
saying. That's what
It is
unaccounted
not the
for
money.
means. Hold on.
It
Stop.
isn't-
Stop. Nematode, listen. That is the same thing. He's saying one is if the money
No,
was.
it is
hold
not the
on.
same thing.
Stop. One is saying money is missing, meaning that like money just disappeared. We don't know where the money went.
Yes.
Whereas the other one is money didn't disappear. It was spent, but it's unaccounted for. Accounting
I
is
don't.
what.
I don't
hold on.
remember.
Nematode, stop
I will
it.
take back everything I say.
Nematode. Accounting
Yes, sir.
is what we do,
I'm saluting.
trying to get like we figure out where money went, right? Like an accountant is one who keeps up where spending is going and like budgeting and all that, right? It's an accountant. Accounting is us keeping up where money is being spent. He keeps saying unaccounted for each time. He doesn't say
That's a
missing.
fucking-
He says unaccounted for. Each and every single time, unaccounted for. Where he never says missing. If he said missing,
then he doesn't know
I
what
would
he's
agree with
talking
you.
about.
I would agree with you if he said missing. But each time he says, yeah,
But why
that's what
is
I'm
he
saying, unaccounted
disagreeing
for.
with me? I explained it to him. I said, no, the receipts are missing. And he said, no, the money is unaccounted for. So what is the difference between what me and him are saying? What is the difference? Because he can say it's real convenient for him to say, oh no, I was agreeing with Nematode. Nematode's just freaking out. But I sent him the articles and he disagreed with me. Can you see those chats, Tom? Because he said this article just agrees with me. I mean, I don't know what you're saying, Nematode. This article just agrees with me. AP and Reuters, I have both of the articles pulled up. I can talk about
I'm a
both
little
of
lost
them.
on this as well because Katmir, you are disagreeing with him. Like you're telling him he's being dishonest, that he doesn't like. I'm a little lost on this as well because it doesn't. You're saying that you didn't disagree with him, but you're also saying that he's like being dishonest and that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I don't.
I gotta.
I'd agree with him. I'd agree with him.
I gotta admit one thing. I never read the articles because I thought he was disingenuous in the way he wanted to argue. So
Motherfucker
that's
didn't
why I said
even
that.
read the articles?
No,
What an
do waste my time with
idiot.
you.
What an absolute fucking retard.
Why?
I fucking helped you. I helped you and you didn't even read the articles and you made me feel like a fucking retard for it.
Can I tell
but
you
didn't
why I
even
didn't
read
read
the
the
article?
article?
Oh, because you
Can I
have
tell you-
soft cock. I don't care if dude, my cock's hard as hell right now,
That's one
brother. Come
reason.
and see. Come
That
and
is one
see.
reason. But the reason was because you were looking for an argument that wasn't there.
I
I could see you were
wasn't.
being. Can you shut
You
up? You were being
Pentagon comments suggest
You were
otherwise.
being disingenuous.
You're a
Why would I
liar.
give you any of my
You're a
time?
fucking
You were trying to
liar.
link me to a conspiracy that I never had there. No,
I'm going
why
to
would
the
I give you
computer
the
real
time
quick.
of day?
What is cognitive dissonance? Let me look that up in Google real quick. Cognitive dissonance. A psychological state of discomfort that occurs when a person's beliefs, attitudes, or values are contradictory or inconsistent with their actions. Excuse me, no, I didn't mean to read that. Sorry. That was me. That's me. That's not you,
Is that what
Captain.
you've been demonstrating for the last 15, 20 minutes where you just scream over everyone that disagrees with you?
No, I've given Tom the stage anytime
No,
he
so you
yelled at me,
screamed at
brother.
Tom as well.
Okay, so,
No.
so it's pretty clear that
Yes.
Katmir is saying that
Tom
he
is
didn't
king, brother.
read
I'd never
the
yell at him.
article.
You've screamed at Tom.
It's pretty clear that he's saying that the article, like that he didn't read the articles, that both of you thought the other one was arguing something different, and so both of you kind of ignored each
pretending.
other's points. Well, no, because you also
He's
ignored some of his
pretending,
points
yeah.
and just argued
I read
past
the
them.
articles, I tell you, I
And
read the
he
articles.
What are
is
some of his
he's
points?
saying-
His points I all disproved.
No, that when one of the points is, I'm not arguing a 9/11 conspiracy theory. I'm saying the money was unaccounted for.
Pentagon.
You're arguing past this, and you're continuing to argue. Yes,
I'm not
the-
arguing past that because the money wasn't unaccounted for.
It was
The money
unaccounted
was. All the receipts are in the if you read the article, Tom, all the receipts are in the Pentagon, but he was saying our system fucking sucks. It's in files
that
and
definition again?
in floors we don't know. We need it all to be organized. And Tom and Catme, I think either Catme or Stoneman, I won't point any fingers, but one of them said, "Oh, this is the Pentagon, dude. They should have every little fucking number filed correctly and precisely." And I was like, "Dude, do you understand
clarify?
the
'Cause
fucking
that was
scale?"
me and you're misquoting me. So
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Hang on.
Pull it up.
No.
Pull it up, you fucking cunt, because you said you read the articles, but you didn't.
You were
So
saying
how
that
am I
they
supposed to trust you? How am I supposed to trust you when you said
Because
you
so
didn't
far,
even
you're the
read
one
the
that's been
fucking
proven to be a
articles?
liar
You
so far,
fucking
not me.
soft cock. You can't even read an article that somebody sent you. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then you told me that the article proved you right, but you didn't even read it. How insane is that? How absolutely fucking insane is that, Catmere?
Okay, all right.
What the fuck, dude?
Nematode, shut up. All right.
I'm
Catmere.
sorry. Okay, Catmere.
Fuck, man. What was it? You went on such a manic rant. I forgot what I was
I'm
gonna
sorry. Sorry, brother. Well, I'm passionate about fucking assholes like you getting shit right. I want you to get shit right, brother. Sorry.
I'd stay away from assholes, otherwise you're gonna be people.
Hey, I fucking deal with plenty of you, cunt. Now,
Yeah,
what was
sure
your
you
point?
do.
What was your point?
I don't know. Can you say what yours was again? Because I actually forgot what your first half of the statement was.
Just saying the Pentagon. You were arguing the Pentagon.
That was 15 seconds ago.
No, it was like 3 minutes ago, mate.
You were saying the Pentagon.
The Pentagon?
Yeah, he was saying that you were arguing
What
about
about
the Pentagon, and so yeah, go ahead.
So yeah. Well, while I'm not saying like the Pentagon is suspicious and it's has anything to do with the records and sorry, no, now I get what I'm saying. So that comment where he's saying that we couldn't find the records and all that sort of stuff is sort of misquoting me. So he was saying that they couldn't retrieve paper records of receipts from 1999 and 2000 in 2001, and I just
In electronic.
As a sarcastic remark, I just went, yeah, the Pentagon, the most sophisticated agency in the world, couldn't get records from 2 years ago, even if it's on paper. So I was saying it's a bit sarcastic there.
Okay,
really, because the way you put it was like it's a necessity that the Pentagon should keep track of their stuff.
Do you think in 2001 that the Pentagon couldn't find records from 1999 and 2000? Does that make sense to you?
In between electronic and paper filing in 2001? No, I don't think it's that far. I don't think it's that's fucking far of a reach to think that. No, Capmere, I will be honest. I don't think it's that crazy to think that. And could you keep track of $2 trillion, brother? Do you know how to make sure a team knows how to keep track of $2 trillion?
Were these
more than that?
I don't think they were. These weren't classified receipts, were they?
That's a good question, Tom. That's a solid question right there, brother. I don't know.
Okay.
But I will say that this was a problem, which was a big talking point for Kat, was that, this happened September 8th, which is the wrong fucking date before September 11th, which is super offensive that he would argue about this and get the date wrong. But it was talked about for a year. At least AP and Reuters said that, and as far as I'm concerned, AP and Reuters aren't like they aren't sucking the cock off of America, are they?
And this came up because initially, what's his name? The guy that Anna Kasparian was talking to. Well, Stoneman, I think, said it because Beck, I think that's his name. I can't remember his name. Glenn Beck said that, our government's horrible. I mean, we can't even keep up with where $2.2 trillion goes, which just goes missing. And so I was like, missing? What the fuck? And then that's, I believe, where Stoneman started saying, yes, it did go missing. That did happen. And then that's where I think everybody got into the argument.
I should have just said right off the bat what I said earlier is that Capmere, you're betting on a losing horse. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy doesn't. Stoneman is just a fucking conspiracy. Might as well be smoking ivermectin. I don't know.
Yeah, Stoneman is another conspiracy theorist that's in chat, guys. He was somebody that was just.
I'm sorry. People are going to think whatever they want to think, but I'm going to argue with them if I fucking think they're wrong.
And so Stoneman kind of started it, and then Nematode responded to him and was like, "Oh yes, what about Sandy
Capmere?"
He said, "What about Sandy Hook?" And then, but Capmere's first response. But hold on, but Capmere's first response just said, "Google Donald Russell, September 9th, 2001, Pentagon unaccounted for $3.2 trillion." And again, there he says
it's
unaccounted
wild.
for.
That's wild.
And then he changed it to, he said Rumsfeld, and then he said,
but
my bad, I'm not an American and was only a teen during 9/11. And so he that is where you start going off on this, and then he just says, I'm not saying 9/11 was a conspiracy, but the 3.2 trillion is correct. The Saudis not Afghans. The owner of the World Trade Center got his insurance paid out twice. So real quick, but Katmir, explain the Saudis and the Afghans comment, because that is the part that apparently threw him off. Even when you're saying it's not, you're not buying into a conspiracy, then you say the Saudis and the Afghans, and he feels like you're still arguing a conspiracy there.
So at the time 9/11 happened, everyone, I'm pretty sure you got the same sort of news over there. We got it over here that it was Afghans and Iraqis on planes with box cutters, right? And later on, it turns out that it was Saudis who were on the planes doing the bullshit. That's all I'm getting at.
Wait.
Really? That you didn't explain any of that in fucking chat, brother.
I shouldn't
Thank
have
you.
to, because that's general knowledge.
You shouldn't have. That's general knowledge. Are you fucking retarded? Are you fucking on planet fucking Mars?
Wait, but were they
Talking
Saudis?
about-
I didn't know.
I don't. Yeah,
thought
that's something we need to check.
I don't even think that that's true. The bin.
Nope,
what was?
it's
I'm,
not.
I'm blanking on I'm blanking on Bin Laden.
Bin Laden.
Hold on.
It
What,
was
shut
all
up,
over the
Nematode.
place.
Shut up, Nematode. What was the name of Bin
Sorry.
Laden's group again?
Al Qaeda, which is located in Afghanistan.
Yes, it was. Well,
Afghanistan.
so they were headed out of Afghanistan, but then him and like the leadership were all like Iraqi and Iranian, right?
I'm not too sure about that.
So then where did the Saudis
that
come from?
fucking-
Where did you?
They could have been.
Where did you get the Saudis?
Let me pull up. Hang on,
Yeah, pull up some AU media, brother.
mate. Shut your face.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Bring me
Dad.
to an-
Don't
bring me
yell.
to an
Don't yell
conspiracy
at me.
theory.
Don't yell at me. You've been yelling at me all night.
Tell me how I believe Sandy Hook was staged actors.
So
I
there's
asked
like, there's
Stoneman
a-
that, and I will
there's
give
a-
Stoneman credit. He said no, Sandy Hook wasn't staged. I was expecting him to say, yeah,
All right.
30 children died
So
for no
there's
reason. Okay,
there's
excuse me.
Wikipedia alleged Saudi role in September 11th attack. Since September 11th attacks in the United States in 2001, alleged Saudi government involved in the attacks have been made, with Saudi Arabia regularly denying the claims. The 9/11 attack commission, or the 9/11 commission report issued the 9/11 commission on July 22nd, 2004, found no evidence the Saudi government, as an institution or senior Saudi officials individually, funded al-Qaeda to conspire the attacks or that funded the attackers. However, according to BBC, the report identified Saudi Arabia as the primary funding location for al-Qaeda.
Yes.
And that 15,
I will-
Hold on, shut up. And
Sorry.
that 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi citizens. So there you go. Well done.
Thank you.
Count your
Yes,
W.
yes, I will say I have read that. I have read that too. Now that
you.
you're
Well, I'm
now that
making
you're
bullshit
bringing
up.
it up, I will agree with Katmir, and I will change my direction, even though Katmir doesn't do that. I will.
You haven't proven me
I
wrong
will
yet. You just
resign.
gotta limit the stuff I haven't
I'll
said.
resign from the convo. Yes, I understand.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Wow.
Well,
I wish you would do the same thing for me, you asshole.
Well, when you tell me I've done like when you've proven I've said something wrong, I will.
You have said so much wrong, and we just went over it. And you've conceded. You've conceded, even though you didn't say so much. It's
What
all
have I
good.
conceded?
It's all good, Cap.
What have I conceded? What have I conceded?
You literally told Tom earlier. What about the Pentagon? Let's go over the Pentagon comment. Do we have to go over it again? What about the Pentagon comment? What's up with that?
If you think my elaboration on that comment needs to be
wait, from my understanding, hold on. From my understanding, hold on. Shut up. Shut up.
Okay.
From my understanding, the Pentagon comment, you're saying that you think they're bad at filing and that they need to have like a better system as in 2001, right? That's a Katmir. That is what you were saying, is that they're accounting.
That's what he's saying now.
Hold on, shut up, Nematode. Shut up, Nematode. Shut up,
After
Nematode.
me?
I'm Katmir.
So
I'm
it
asking.
means-
I'm
with those filing
asking
comments-
you.
Oh, no, like I said to you
I'm
like 5 minutes
asking,
ago. The
Katmir.
Pentagon comment.
Katmir, I'm asking you to just agree with my steel man, yes or no. You're saying that the Pentagon should have been better at accounting for their money, yes?
That's a bit too simplistic. If you
Okay.
have to
All right.
yes
Go
or
ahead.
no,
Go ahead and
yes.
explain that.
Because I was in those comments, I was just being sarcastic and saying How is the most powerful and technological industry? You'll see that. I've even said this in the comments. How is something so technically advanced not able to look 2 years back in records, even if it's paper?
Right.
That's all. I'm being sarcastic there.
Okay.
But dude, why didn't you say that instead of fucking
I shouldn't
offending
have
me
to.
all night?
I shouldn't have to.
Brother, you're a
You
fucking
can't help
little
your offense.
worm.
That's a you
You're
problem.
just a little
Okay, hold
worm
on, hold on,
spewing
hold on. Shut up, shut up,
disinformation.
shut up, shut up,
Dis-
shut up.
Not
Okay,
miss,
hold on.
not miss,
Hey, hold on.
disinformation.
Okay,
Disinformation.
hold on.
Cam.
Quiet. I'm gonna start just server muting you guys while I talk. Okay.
If you gotta mute me, that's okay.
Yeah, you
I
can just
understand.
talk by yourself, but I also want you to listen. So, Nematode, you were saying like just a minute ago, you're like, well, you've taken some L's here. What about the Pentagon thing? And so you're like, what is the thing that you think he said here that like changes this
So,
for you?
yeah, absolutely. You can read the comments again to refresh my memory, but when he goes, now hear me out. When he goes, I'm not saying there's a conspiracy theory, but what about the Saudis and the Pentagon? I just think that's a little weird. I just think it's like, well, don't say you're not conspiracizing. I don't know if that's a fucking word, but I'm gonna use it, and then make a conspiracy theory out of it. Like, you have no connection, you have no information, you have no data analysis to support your view, and then when I put 2 articles in that suggest to you what's going on, you don't read them, and you tell me that what the articles said were against me, and that proves you, Katmere, right when you didn't even read them. You admitted tonight you didn't read them. So do you? When somebody goes, I'm not saying, but it's like, dude, what are you talking about? You're not saying. What do you mean you're not saying that 9/11 was a conspiracy? But then you bring up, but I just wonder about the Saudis and Pentagon. When you use the word "but," maybe that was Tom out of context or me out of context.
He didn't say I'm just worried about the Saudis and the Pentagon. The Saudis and the Afghan thing was in the first comment. Then later he said
but does he use that?
No, shut up. Later, he said, I'm assuming the conversation is that 9/11 was a hoax. I don't think it is. Some suspicious stuff happened around it, but not a hoax.
Exactly.
And it was used to cover... Shut up. And it was used to cover the Pentagon's lost budget money.
Exactly.
I'm just saying that Donald did hold a press conference September 8th saying they lost such money is true. So here you do say lost money.
Is that not?
This is the one time that you do say lost money, Katmere. The other times you say unaccounted for, but this time, yeah, you said lost money.
So that comment is a split comment, right? It's in two.
It's split in two, yeah.
I'm trying to shorten the comments as much as possible.
Shut up.
Fucking hell, man. I'll let you have your manic little rant. I'll come back and I'll respond to what Tom wants in 20 minutes, yeah? Go on, Nema.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, go ahead, Kamala.
What are you waiting on?
What?
I just told you. I admit, the wording in that comment is bad. It's clearly over 2 messages. I was trying to short it as much as possible because I understand a lot of your chatters.
That's why.
Because a lot of your chatters get frustrated with me. I doubt they read everything. This guy is already making assumptions. You've proven many times tonight he's trying to link me to stuff I've never said and make assumptions.
I'm just
She's
reading
laughing
what you
about
say.
No, mate.
I'm just reading what you say. How am I supposed to make assumptions? I'm reading what you fucking say.
That's all you do.
How am I supposed to make assumptions of you?
You did make assumptions because, again, you did start assuming that he was pushing some 9/11 conspiracy theory when he was making comments about whether or not the money was unaccounted for. And later, he does
Is
say
that not a
numerous
conspiracy?
times. No, because, again, he does say unaccounted
the receipts.
for. Later on, he does
the receipts
say
are unaccounted for. Yes.
No,
the receipts are.
Hold on. That means... No, hold on. Not having receipts means the money is unaccounted for. That's what that means. It means that, like, we cannot account for where that money went.
I agree. Okay, I agree, but what Katmir was implying was of different fucking conscience than what you are saying, Tom. He was saying that the 2 trillion is missing. He might now say, "Oh no, I was talking about receipts. I was talking about receipts." He was not talking about receipts, although I was talking about that, about the fucking
No, he's not. He's
paper
not.
trail.
Hold on. He's not.
That's
Yes, he's not
not what he
saying.
was saying, Tom.
No, hold on.
Read
hold
the
on.
argument.
He's
Read
not
the
saying.
comments.
I am. I've been reading through it, and I keep stopping you to tell you what I'm getting from this, and then you're saying, "Well, that's not what I got from it because of X, Y, and Z." But yes, every time I
Why
read
didn't
through
he
this,
agree?
every time
Why didn't he agree?
He literally just says that these things agree with him, and that like that's what he keeps saying. And he mentions articles as well. He mentions like the C-SPAN article with the video that shows the press conference and everything. And so
He talks all about the video. That's all he talks about. He didn't even read the articles. You didn't even read the articles that I showed you, dude. That's so that's so fucking bad will. Fucking what is that? What's the term? Fucking dude, that's so I tried to help you, Katmir. I tried to fucking help you and show you the fucking what's actually going on, and you didn't even read them. So when you say you're agreeing with me when I showed you the articles, but you didn't read the articles, how could you agree with me if you didn't read the articles? How? How? I am trying to understand.
Because again,
if you said Cody,
hold on, wait.
if
He's
you
saying,
said,
hold on, because he's saying
my
your
name's not
arguments.
Cody, my name is Cody.
He's saying your arguments are just like arguing that the money was unaccounted for. So why would he go read articles where you're posting a bunch of stuff that is like because your arguments are proving. Hold on, wait. Your articles are supposed to prove your arguments, but your arguments aren't like necessarily disagreeing with anything that he's saying, and so it doesn't make sense that he's going to go read
I have
an
a great
article
point.
to okay, go ahead.
I have a great point. So when I sent them the articles, whether it was Stoneman or Katmir, they were both in chat. Now I'm not gonna say Katmir said this. I'm not gonna put, as he likes to say, as soft cock would, put words in his mouth. But if he was in chat, and whether I was talking to Stoneman or Katmir, I said, look at these articles. And one of them said, dude, you proved me right. You did not. There to a trillion aren't fucking there.
Yeah, he does.
Maybe
say,
he
yes,
said.
he
Maybe he said.
Right.
Yes, exactly. He said, you're proving me right. 2 trillion isn't there. And I said, no, Katmir. Your reading comprehension, you need to read it slowly. It's saying that it's saying that the Pentagon is unorganized. And it's been talked for, again, this is a point no one wants to talk about, but I will talk about. It was talked for a year.
Yes,
about
but he says,
where the money is.
After that, he says again, all I'm saying is he held a press conference on 8/9/01 saying it's unaccounted. Nothing more, nothing shown proves he didn't hold this press conference. So again, he is saying, yes, I know. He said the money's unaccounted for. That's what I'm saying. He says it
again. Why would he not read the article and say, Cody, I see what you're saying. Yeah, my name's Cody. Call me Cody all fucking day. He said, why wouldn't he say, Cody, I see what you're saying, and now I'm thinking a little differently, and what you're saying is right, but yeah, they need to fucking organize. Because I'll agree with that. I'll fucking agree with that all day. Yeah, they shouldn't have had, we need to fucking keep track of that stuff. But I don't think it was a cause for 9/11 or the Pentagon happening, because 9/11 is the Pentagon. It is the Pentagon getting fucking blown up by an airplane. It's the Twin Towers getting blown up by an airplane. It's the same thing.
Okay, I will say, Katmir, you do go on to, I've read maybe 3 more posts from you where you're arguing that it's kind of ridiculous to think that they were behind in technology to where they can't account for this money, and that's
exactly.
Not having
the
right technology, that he's gullible if he believes that they're behind, that the technology existed for a whole 2 years at this point. There's no way that the Pentagon didn't have it, and he's gullible if he actually believes that. You are still kind of arguing that That
So
like
I am
that's a
poking in the
lame
bear a little bit
excuse.
there, but is it unreasonable to think the Pentagon
Is it
wouldn't have the
unreasonable?
technology to read scripts from 2 years ago?
It is
Like, even if they are,
unreasonable. It is
even if they
unreasonable.
are in the even hang on, I'll let you talk that entire time, mate. I didn't interrupt you once. Give me a chance.
All right.
If they are in the process of transitioning to new technology, which I agree they would have been, Y2K or whatever it was, all that sort of bullshit, right? But they still would have had the technology in the Pentagon to go over the like the documents from the previous 2 years. How else were they putting them into digital form? They needed to still be able to read them. They still need to be able to file them. They still need to be able to go through them. There was no issue there. I'm just saying, if he wants to use that as a complete excuse not to be able to dig through something, that is pretty gullible.
Wait, but they would have to, again, if the receipts are missing, and they would have
I
to use
lost
the
my
receipts
connection.
to
Just
put
give me a
them
second.
in
Sorry, folks. I'm sorry.
technology. If they would have to use the receipts to put them into the computers,
I'm back.
then but they don't. But the receipts are missing. Then why? What? I don't understand how.
I don't think either of us were arguing at that, like with those general statements there. I don't think either of us were arguing the missing receipts. I think we were arguing more along the use of or the ability of the technology at the time.
Yes,
So
but
I think
that's what.
we were sort
But
of
that's what
excluding
he's saying.
the missing
That
receipts.
he's saying the
so
missing
say.
receipts are missing.
If that's a fair assumption, because that's
well.
definitely where I was going with it.
I'm from what I'm reading, it looks like he's saying the receipts are missing, because they didn't have everything digitalized
Sorry,
at the
I'm
time.
back.
Okay.
That is not true.
Oh,
You were
wait.
telling
Hold on.
me-
I could still hear them the whole time. I could hear them. They were talking the whole time, and they started. And then I look at chat and then see that chat's not moving. OBS says I'm down. But my internet was fine. I checked my internet. It was fine. No issues. Don't know what the hell happened. But I was disconnected from Discord and OBS at the same time. I wonder if I got what is it? What's it called when somebody does the thing to shut down your router? What is that called?
DDoS.
I got fucking yeah.
DDoS? Yeah, I got DDoS.
Yeah, DDoS.
Maybe I got DDoS or something. I don't know. But yeah, I just cut out. It's apparently a cutout, but when I looked at it, it was up and it was fine. So I have no idea. That was weird. All right. I was in the middle of a sentence and I don't remember what the fuck I was saying. Mantis, thank you for the $2 super chats. I think it restarted the goal though. I'm really sorry. So now we're at 2 out of 10. Sorry about that, guys, but not my decision. The internet cut out and YouTube makes the rules. So yeah, we're at 2
I
out
need
of
them
10.
donos.
All right, hold on. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be such a pain in the butt, but whatever it was I was saying was the most important thing in the world. So, but
yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna rewind for just a second, and try to figure out. Okay, and now it looks. I chat. I don't know. Okay, almost there. Yeah, for anybody watching, I guess you figured it out, but my internet cut out. So,
Tom, on a scale of 1 to 10, how unhinged was this argumento?
It's up there.
This debate-o. Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear.
Anybody?
There we go.
Okay, I think I'm almost there. Okay, here we go.
The Pentagon.
All right, hold on one second. Yeah, it was so strange, dude. I could hear you guys for so long.
To go over the the documents from the previous 2 years. How else were they putting them into digital form? They need to still be able to read them. They still need to be able to file them. They still need to be able to go through them.
If this don't get you views, I'm gonna have to come in more unhinged next time.
Okay. Wait, but they okay, I remember what I was saying. Okay, so I was saying that you're arguing against. I thank you guys for all the fucking super chats. I appreciate it. Camere, you were arguing that you felt like you guys were past the thing, but the reason that you guys were talking about the technology is he was saying, yeah, they just lost the receipts, and you're like, yeah, but that should all be like digitally accounted for. And then he's like, no, they didn't have this digitalized yet to where they could keep up with all of their accounting digitally. And then you said, well, I have you said, well, it's if they have technology that's 2 years old or that's already been out for 2 years and they're not able to get it somehow, then I think that you're like super gullible if that's something that you would believe that they can't get it. But then when I explain this to you, you're like, oh, we weren't really talking about like the receipts anymore. We were talking about just the technology. But I'm trying to explain that you were talking about the technology because you were talking about whether or not they were able to put the receipts in as technology. So you said, I'm not saying it has anything to do with 9/11. I would only question what section the Pentagon was hit. Oh, no, sorry. That's a different shit. But yeah, I lost it. Shit. There was something specific that I was bringing up to try to. But yeah, anyways, you guys were talking about the. Wait, am I down again or am I back? I don't.
No, the chat's gone.
Well, my chat's popping up with Fs right now.
Never beating off the allegations, said Weatherdham. Beating off the allegations.
Oh, I'm back again?
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I'm refreshing all the chats real quick because they're moving slowly for some reason. Beating off the allegations. I like it.
So probably, not probably. What I was trying to get at, and it's very uneloquent, because I guess you may have noticed by now I smoke a lot of bong. What the point I was trying to make there is, if you think the Pentagon would completely disregard technology that's only 2 years old, that was able to read its records, then you'd have to be gullible. There's got to be some way that they're able to read the old documentations to be able to digitalize it. There's got to be a way they'll be able to go through those files. They'll be able to archive and all that sort of stuff. There's no way they can't access those files. When I'm making that comment, I'm not talking about the receipts that are missing. I'm talking about stuff they have.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. If I would say that, I think they should keep better track of what's going on, especially when now we're sending a lot of money to different countries for defense. I think it's critically important to keep an open and accurate and reliable paper trail for what's going on. If that's what you want to say, I'll agree with that, because especially with what's going on with Israel, Ukraine, whatever else is going to come into our 5 to 10 year future.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
we can throw as much
with
money as we feel like. We're just literally giving them money, printing
I'll
machines.
agree.
It's fine.
I'll agree with that, Tom. I'll agree with that, absolutely.
I wouldn't say it's unreliable paper trails, because unaccounted could just mean they've got figures in a book that hasn't been signed off yet. Like, they may know where it is, it just hasn't met approval. But
I don't know what approval is for a receipt. A receipt is usually for something that's a transaction, like afterwards.
Obviously, you understand how financing military and government works. It's always got to go up a hierarchy
No,
to
I
be signed
don't.
off.
I don't, but I would love for someone to explain it to me correctly and read an article before you fucking tell me to make sure you are right.
I mean, you talk a lot. You got 2 ears, 1 mouth. Judge Judy's famous for saying this. Listen twice as much as you talk, man.
And 2 nostrils, brother. I can breathe good too. I got a working brain.
Man.
I'm just. I hope things thought that was funny, brother.
I was gonna say you're witty. You should go into stand up, but I mean, I don't.
No. It's a serious. I'm passionate about this specific topic. I don't think it's funny to make or fun or like intellectual to make a conspiracy theory out of something that wasn't proved. And I send you articles, Cappy, and honestly, I hurts my feelings when I sent you 2 articles and you acted like you read them, but you didn't read them, dude.
That's
Come
messed
on,
up.
man. I'm trying to help you. Yeah, it's kind of offensive.
I'll give you that one.
I am a mouth breather. I hate everything.
Back and read the articles, all right? But besides that, I'm not considering anything else.
All right. Well, that's okay. And you, like you said, we agree. It seems we've come to a middle.
I never disagree. I've never.
All right.
To
Well,
be honest, my
found,
thinking never changed.
I have found myself at a middle point with you.
I think I actually appreciate how well you did, Nematode, at convincing Katmere of your position. That was a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Did very well. Appreciate the talk.
I'm an asshole. I'm an
Totally
asshole. I'll
convincing.
be the first one to fucking say it. So
No.
I won't get
understand
offended
the
if somebody
passion and
calls me an
emotion. I
asshole.
kind of enjoy it.
All right. Appreciate
You're all
you
good,
coming
man.
on.
Yeah, thank you.
Glad I fixed this for you.
Thank you, guys. Everyone. Thank you.
All right. Later, Gators.
Love you and leave you guys.
And bye.
For some reason, yeah, the screen is still not popping up with super chats. So I'm trying to, I think it's called screen alerts or stream alerts or something like that. Screen alerts, there it is. Okay. Let me see if updating it like this will help. Nope, that did not help. I don't understand. Why won't this work? Why? Why? I don't understand. Did I? Wait, is this? Oh, wait. Nope. Yeah, no. I don't get it. I don't understand. Why isn't this working? It's gonna drive me crazy. Because yeah, it's picking up all the tips, but it's not picking up the super chats. Sag, I'm being unappreciated. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's doing this. So I have them here. So let's just real quick appreciate everybody. So we got 6 hours ago, MW sent $1.27, said, Super chat, why so early, Tom? Frowny face. Infallible Fowl sent tipped $10, said, sorry, wasn't trying to derail the Biden conversation. You are forgiven. Charles subscribed, Frank C subscribed, Mantis Donode super chatted $1.15 with a smiley face. Thank you, Mantis. Felix Donode $2.08 said Tom is fair with a PH. That makes it better. That makes it much sexier. J Rod tipped $10. He said, Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Let's freaking go with the $10 tip. Then C Gonk has renewed their Tippy Top Fool membership for 1 month. So, okay, they renewed it. All right, then who the fuck is C Gonk? Who is C Gonk? Who is it? Is it Slim Shady or is it Moba? I am C Gonk. Wait. I thought you were Seagonk based on what you were saying, but then it says Seagonk renewed their membership at Tippy Top Fool, which I don't think we had a Tippy Top Fool until today. I feel like you're the first. Seagonk is my civilian account. Yeah, I'm almost positive you are the first Tippy Top Fool. At $34.99 a month. I'm almost positive. I'm the tippiest of the toppest, motherfucker. Yeah, but you didn't renew it at Tippy Top, right? You were already at like Fools 2 before this, I thought, and then you upped it to Tippy Top, yes? Is that correct? Pay pigs are the worst, lol. Huh. Yeah, people who fucking pay for the shit that they use is weird, isn't it? It's the worst kind of person. It's normal. It's much better. But the people who just, consume, and never give anything in return, those are the good ones. Those are the good types of people. Chet Raj Pandy is also subscribed. No, someone gifted me a sub. Then Cat Double Dog dared me to dono. Tom, is multiple subs or a dono better? It depends. If you're, it depends. So if you're saying like in a one-time spend, a tip is better than all of them. A tip is gonna be better than all of them across the board. Because yeah, if you're saying I just want to send money once, yeah, tip is gonna beat all of it because YouTube takes 30% of super chats, and so super chat is like okay, but YouTube takes 30% of those. Then memberships are great, and donated memberships are awesome. But the reason memberships are good is because this is money that I can look at and that I can expect to come in monthly, right? Whereas when it comes to gifted memberships, those are good too, but at the end of the month, those all drop off, and then we have to build them back up with more gifted memberships. And I don't know how many of those are going to be. Lots of times people who get gifted memberships, they'll enjoy having a green name, being able to use emotes, having access to like all of the members only videos and shit like that. But then and then sometimes they'll renew it because they enjoyed it, because now they're like, well, damn, it's gone now. Like, now they'll go and gain a membership or buy a membership themselves. But if they don't do that, then the gifted membership would have been much better in a tip for sure. And that's going to be the majority of them. By far, the majority of them are going to be much better in tips. But yeah, and then Mantis sent $1.15. She said my OCD, then another $1.15 needs to meet, and then another $1.15. That goddamn target, and this won't. And then MW sent $1.27 and said, we effing agree. So there you go. But thank you, Mantis, for all the super chats today. Okay, I think there was something that I wanted to get to earlier. I was thinking about just going. I saw Rotten. Or it's not Rotten Tomato. What's the tomato girl's name? I saw she was holding a panel a little bit ago, and I thought about jumping on. And wait. Oh, I thought that was Taftosh for a second, dude. Wait. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I thought it was Taftosh, and then I was like, wait, why is Taftosh in Keffel's streaming room? Tom, what shirt do we get when we get a membership? Well, currently, all of the memberships say you'll get sent some type of like apparel, but currently we're out of all of them and we're not sending them out. But if we ever get them, then we will send them out. But we kind of have to meet like a minimum threshold in order to start getting the apparel again. So Raging Tomato. Yes, thank you. Let's get more of chat to fight. That was fun. Yeah, that's why you should take that off the memberships. So the problem is that when you list all of these, you have to list more things. It doesn't let you just put them all at the same thing. Whereas like, yes, I put initially like I will love you more than the others. And then once we get to like level 2, then I'm like, okay, I'll love you more than level 1. And then we get to level 3, and now it says, I will love you more than the others. I will love you more than level 1. So I'm like, well, I'll love you more than level 1 and 2. But now it says all 3 of those things on the same thing, and it doesn't let you like move them. Destiny says you don't get anything. Well, so mine do have some perks to them, like they say things. But again, it says next to it on there. It literally, again, it says it on there. We don't have apparel right now, and we're not sending it out. But if we get it, we will send it out. It says it. That's what it says. So I don't need to take it off. It says it on there. Why is Taftosh in Keffel's streaming room?
Hey guys, I'm going to talk about my experience dating men as a trans woman. Obviously, this is going to be my personal experience. This doesn't reflect every trans woman's experience with dating men. You guys probably won't deal with a lot of the BS I dealt with. Maybe you will. I don't know. So my initial experience with dating men before coming out versus after, before it felt like it was a lot more difficult because first of all, I didn't really get into a relationship. Like, my first partner was a guy who admitted he was a sociopath and told me he was not in love with me and he was only lusting after me. So, half of the relationship was me thinking, oh, I'll just try to get him to actually love me and not lust after me.
Bro, there's so many. I can't, and I'm not kidding you guys. There are so many trans women who have told these stories about the fact that when they transitioned, it was like, all of these dudes from their high school were all of the sudden like hitting them up like fucking like hardcore. Like this is something that I hear from trans women all the time, is like just over and over and over and over that yes, they're like, yeah, when I transitioned, all of a sudden, all of the dudes that I went to high school with are all kind of like blowing me up. And when I would turn them down, they would get like furious. Like they felt like I was like, because I'm trans, I'm like so desperate to find somebody that I should be appreciative that they're even willing to hook up with me. And they're like, lots of times I was like, almost all of them said I was lonely and I didn't have like a list of people who were like waiting to be in a relationship. But the problem was that I knew None of these guys wanted to be in a relationship. They just wanted to sleep with a trans woman. They had some sort of kink that they weren't allowed to talk about publicly. And so they needed to like use me to do this privately and hope that I would be discreet. And yes, I'm like actually blown away at the amount of like how common this is. It's like it is insane to hear how common this is, that guys all over the place are apparently like obsessed with trans women and just don't, they're just not public about it. Although when you look at like the top porn categories and how many people watch the trans categories, it's not, I guess it shouldn't be all that surprising. Look at that face. She humble bragging. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I don't know why I was thinking like that was okay at the time, but I was 16 and dumb and desperate.
Wait, what did you say?
He was only lusting after me. So half of the relationship was me thinking, oh, I'll just try to get him to actually love me and not lust after me. I don't know why I was thinking like that was okay at the time, but I was 16 and dumb and desperate. So I tried to make it work, and that was dumb. It didn't work, obviously. It was high school dating. After I transitioned, it felt like I was getting the hang of dating again and realizing red flags, green flags. Had a lot of exes.
The reason I clicked on this is I'm interested to hear, there's something that happens where it's common when people first transition to where they're like embarrassed to tell people that they're trans, especially if they're passing. Especially if they're passing. They do not want to tell guys that they're passing. Or sorry, that they're passing. They don't want to tell guys that they're trans. And they will like meet guys at parties and like be dancing with people passing. Yeah, it means that they're that they pass as a woman. Like if you saw a trans woman, that they would just look like a woman. You wouldn't be able to tell that they're trans. You have no idea. That means passing, right? So they would go to a party. They would be talking to a guy or dancing with a guy or something like that. And then all of a sudden, the guy wants to hook up. And they're like terrified to tell him that they're trans because they're like, you know, they like the guy. They're like, you know, they're also, you know, horny and getting into it. But then also they know that the pants are going to come off at some point. And so they're hoping like once they do, hopefully they'll just be okay with it. And instead, what happens is the guys normally are fucking furious. Like, normally what happens is, yes, the guys get furious and feel betrayed and are now mad, thinking, oh shit, if somebody finds out that I fucking kissed a dude, they're gonna think I'm gay. Oh shit. And now they're like freaking out and it gets violent. Like yes, it gets violent, and I'm like interested to hear stories like that sometimes. And so yeah, I clicked on this just to see if that's something that happened here, if that's one of the stories.
Almost seven evil exes. So that's fun. But I had a lot of experience with dating, and most of it was when I was trans. I think I only dated one guy before I was trans, but my preferences have evolved definitely. Like beforehand, when I was gay, I think I was mainly into like very macho,
This is
dominant
super
men,
quiet for some
hairy,
reason.
like really, really tall. Like if you think of the meme with I want a guy who's like 6'5", 6 figures, really huge, like that was me, I think, back then. But now it's like as long as you're like an inch taller, maybe even shorter, I can be like a dommy mommy for you. I don't know, but like my preferences have changed, and I think it's good. Like I definitely just like really, as long as your personality is just I'm more of a personality person by far, but I think that should be obvious as we get older. Because why do we want to spend our time in a relationship with somebody who, yeah, they're hot, but like, can I talk to them? Can I talk to them about Avatar: The Last Airbender? Can I talk to them about, hey, like, remember when Jacksepticeye did that shit? Or like just casual conversation. And if they're just like, show me your like, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not feeling it. Like, anyways, challenges in dating. So with facing rejection and being fetishized, this is like a
Oh,
common experience that a lot of
I was
trans
about to
people deal
click
with.
off.
And it sucks, obviously. Like, getting fetishized is not a fun feeling because obviously you're going to feel like an object. But we unfortunately deal with that. And I mean, I just go through my comments every day and just see men that are like, are you a top or a bottom? And it feels like it's never just about you. It's just kind of about like their whole kink that they have about you. And there's a lot of stereotypes about us too with dating. For example, the first like set of guys that I dated, like I didn't realize how much of a red flag it was at the time, but a lot of comments that they would say was just like, you're not like real women because real women are really like bitchy. They're annoying. They complain and they're like treat men like crap. I'm like, yeah, I'm a woman too, so I'm gonna do the same fucking thing. Like I don't know why they would assume that, oh, you're a trans woman, so you understand us guys. You know how we think. You're gonna be nicer to us. No, we take female fucking hormones, dude. Like we think like fucking women because we are one. We're not gonna fucking like we're not gonna be exactly like a dude, but a lot of guys that fetishize us do think that way, that we think exactly like a guy and we look like a girl in their heads. That's how they see us. And especially if they use terms like she.
Well, you are going to have like you are going to have like more of like a male experience to where you're probably going to have like more of an idea of like what it's like to be a man. You'll likely have, yes, unless you like transition at fucking like like 5 or some shit. Like, yeah, you're likely gonna have some experience as a male and understand like the way that you see women, the way that they're characterized, the way that they treat you, and then yeah, you're gonna be able to like interact a bit better. So, my trans friend cries all the time, apparently. Welcome to emotions. Damn.
Email and like other things I don't feel comfortable mentioning on here because I don't want to get demonetized. Uh, that's a lot of weird comments that they make about us. And with dating, especially with Grinder, trans men, I get like wanting to find somebody, or like trans people or anybody in general, like just trying to find somebody, and maybe you're like, well, this is the app that'll do it quick. I've heard horror stories on Grinder, and it just seems very unsafe from my experience. When I went on there was somebody that said they would want to, I can't even say it on YouTube, but it was really bad. And I've noticed with apps like Bumble, I've had probably the best experience with, I mean, obviously there's going to be people that have like sex positivity in the description, which means they just want to like, do the nasty with you. um, but yeah, there's going to be people that will fetishize you, but then there's also the rejection part of it.
And so what do y'all think about the Christmas logo? I was going to switch everything out for the rest of the season with a Christmas logo. And this is what I got so far. Where it's like the bottom is like Christmas tree and ornament wrapping paper. And so is the top. I have some others that are not that look different from this. And but they're on my phone. So I was about to send them to myself, and now my phone just died. So yeah. So never mind. I gotta make the thumbnail for the fucking video.
The rejection hurts, especially if it's a guy that's like genuinely really sweet, but he just can't do the whole like you're trans and he wants kids. Or it's just something like that. And there's gonna be someone that doesn't really care too much. Oh, you can't have kids, cool. And that's nice if you find somebody like that. But there's people that do want, to have kids. And obviously you can adopt. There's like things you can do. But maybe some of these people just don't want to do it. Like they're like, no, I'm sorry. Like I don't hate trans people, but I wouldn't personally date them. And everybody has their preferences. Like if that's what they want to do, I'm not gonna like fucking pull them by the hair. Like you have to fucking like trans women. But
What?
Like, as long as they aren't a dick about it. Because then if you're like, ew, that's gross.
Yeah, well, she's apparently not into the best kinks.
Like it's like, okay, buddy, like you're being an asshole. But like if somebody were to be more respectful, like, hey, like that's just not my thing, but like I'll be your friend, blah, blah, blah. I'll tolerate that. But I won't tolerate somebody lashing out at me because of it. And you definitely need to make it clear
Yeah,
beforehand. And I know that's
like my favorite thing when they pull my hair. I can't be in a relationship if they're not going to pull my hair.
debate in the trans community. Should you reveal before dating somebody that you're trans? In my opinion, I think you should, because that's a safety issue. Obviously, you should be your own person. You don't need to tell anybody you're trans immediately. But when it comes to dating, I think it is definitely a safety issue with the amount of trans women, trans men that have been killed. It's a safety issue, and I'm worried for you if you were to just not tell anybody.
This is what I said like early on when I was talking about this. I was saying there's a number of issues with this. One, I would say if you're even like kissing a guy, or anything, and you haven't told them that you're trans yet, I would say that this is unconsensual. And a bunch of people got upset and would say really dumb things like I want to make sure that I'm getting this right. I believe Pixie was one of the people who said, oh yeah, well, why do they have to share that information? And I'm like, because that's like information that people would expect to know. Like you would expect people to want to know if you're a male or a female. Like that's just a thing that people want to know. That that's something that they want to know. And so other people would say, okay, well, what if I don't want to sleep with a Republican? I don't ever want to sleep with a Republican, and that's something that I would want to know. And now, if somebody sleeps with me and I find out afterwards that they're a Republican, can I say that that was rape? And I believe Pixie was one of the people who made this argument. Again, I could be totally wrong. I could be way off here. It might have even been Aaron. I don't remember. But so they made this argument, and I'm like, this is actually insane. Like you're fucking, you gotta be kidding me. Like most people, when they just look at you, expect to be able to tell what your sex is. So they don't ask what your sex is. Nobody ever asks that. But if you want to know somebody's politics, you have to ask that. We always know. Everybody knows. If you want to know somebody's politics, you have to ask. You can't just look at them and know whether or not they're a Republican, because like it's just not that easy. And they're like, okay, so what if I live in California and like pretty much everybody is a Democrat? So at that point, I can just assume that they're a Democrat, right? And if they're not a Democrat, it's on them to tell me, just like you're saying. It's on a trans person to tell me their sex, right? That's what you're saying. And I'm like, no, that's not. No, again. Because if in California it was 99% of California was Democrat, then maybe, because in this case, 99% of humans' sex aligns with their genders. So there's It's not anywhere close. Like, even if it was 99%, that's just not a norm that people would say, I'm not going to hook up with someone based on their politics. It's not that deep. There are only two genders, and men already in touch with his feeling, just in a different way. Women and men both have feelings and emotions. Only women shows it. Men try. What the fuck? I don't know what planet you live on, bro. I don't know what planet you're from. I've never heard that women are the only ones who show their emotions. I don't know. Maybe you were talking to somebody else, because that was like, that comment has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about like trans people and like them consenting and shit. You're talking about whether or not women show emotions and whether or not there's two genders. Or okay, cool, yeah, whatever. Hello, GDK3M. That comment made me emotional. You're not allowed to be emotional. You're a man. You do not have emotions. You don't show emotions. Don't tell us about it.
Obviously, if you were to tell them, please tell them in a public place, or just tell them online, like through Messenger. Don't tell them that you're trans in a private place, in their car, at night, or at their place alone. Like, very public, or just text. Like, text. I do that. I
Yeah, so she is kind of like addressing that this issue exists. I think everybody knows that issue exists. It's just I wanted to see if she had like personal experiences with this, and that's what I was looking for.
But he thought I was cute, and he said he would definitely be in a relationship.
Oh,
on him. I think he was like, just I had a crush on this guy, and he was really real. I mean, I ended up not liking him, and he was kind of mean, and he would call me the F slur as a joke. So didn't like him anymore. But beforehand, I had a huge crush on him. I think he was like, just
diversity doesn't work. Yeah, dude. America's failing, dude. What shit? We're just, oh man, we're having such a hard time. Maybe one day we'll be a successful country. So it's a struggle for us. Tom says that he is a sociopath who doesn't have emotions, so not sure why he's memeing. Oh, shut the fuck up. But yeah, it's all yeah, it's rough for us Americans having so much diversity to where we can't succeed, and diversity is just obviously fucking up so bad. We're working towards getting to being like a second world nation at some point, to maybe one day. But we have to get rid of the diversity to stop being a third world nation first, you know? Yeah, look how respectful they are in Europe. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry. I don't know what planet you're from, bro. If you want to give us a clue, like what part of the galaxy, maybe we can communicate a little bit better.
just a very cute, muscular, like into anime. Had a lot of interest with me. I'm like, ooh, cool. But he
My speeds are fine. My up is down a little bit, and my latency is down a little bit. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Wait, I'm using a Charleston, South Carolina server. What? Why? I'm always on the Atlanta server. I need to get my phone charged so I can figure out what the hell is going on. But this charger is very loose. so it doesn't want to stay charging.
I have had positive experiences for sure. Positive.
Yeah, I was actually literally just going to check on that actually. Cause yeah, I gotta make a thumbnail. And I was gonna raid you guys into my video premiere. And and so yeah, I was gonna go click on that and then see if I wanted to jump on. I'm trying to make a thumbnail for this, for the video essay, and this is something that he says. He says in the video, liberals want to kill you. I didn't really address that part. I actually, that was actually one of the more sane things that he said. That was, that guy is insane. So that was the original thing that I typed is, this guy is insane. And then I thought, okay, maybe I'll type MAGA is insane. And then just make the title like, MAGA radio host hangs up on Tom and lies about him. And then I thought, because initially I was going to put that on the thumbnail, not the title. But then, but like, because that is kind of like the framing around it. But yeah, I'm not sure what to put here. So I'm trying to think of something that'll be a little eye-catching. But this is something that he says. I just don't really address it in the video. It's not really about that. Put a clown nose on him? You think? So he debates, but not this one? Who? Who are you talking about? So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what to put on here. But not sure just yet. We'll workshop it. We'll figure it out. All right. What's fuck. Stop. Oh, Manar is so fucking retarded, dude. Even just seeing like his expressionless face right now is just like, oh shit, this guy. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Why are you going and appealing to a secular moral structure and their legal system for your laws? Why are you not appealing to your scriptures for your laws?
Because if we did, then fucking people would be marrying 6 and 10-year-olds. That's why.
No, look, like we said, it's a biological indicator. It's not the age. You guys keep
Exactly. That's why we need to set an actual law. Because anybody could say, oh, this 7-year-old has given me the biological indicators that she's ready for marriage. And we can't have that, so we fucking need laws based on secularism.
Wrongful rage coming in with the big 5. Why is Manure screaming like someone stole his prized goat? Now I understand he beats lamb chops, not cheeks. Thank you, Wrongful Rage.
I love religion, but I think that we do need
Only eat halal cheeks.
legal standpoint.
Paige is talking. She's been very quiet for like this whole panel. So
You don't say
anytime
anything
she-
to Melanie and Ghosty when they
You know
interrupt
what?
me.
I'm just gonna mute your dumbass. You've been yelling this whole time. Shut the fuck up.
You don't know how to mod.
Paige, listen, bitch. Do you not understand? This is my fucking panel. I'll mod it whatever way
You
I
see what
fucking
Vicky was
want
doing to your panel?
Does this look like a formal, structured panel argument to you? Did I reach out to you 5
Did you see
days
what Vicky
prior
did
to
to your
this
panel?
to set up this goddamn panel and give you an opening statement and a closing statement and choosing sides? No, you openly hopped on my fucking panel and started talking stupid fucking shit. I will let every goddamn person on here roast the fuck out of you all night long. So shut your goddamn mouth. Paige, the floor is yours, my darling.
Well, I'll just respond. I didn't say you're a bad person. You're a good person for bringing me on, but you're a
Shut
bad moderator.
the fuck up. I'm not modding shit. I'm just telling you to shut the fuck up.
I will keep it quiet and very limited there, I promise.
Floor is yours.
My
No, you
only
take all the
point-
time you want, Paige.
Thank you. I love religion. I'm a patriarchist. I think that the man is the head of the household and he should have the final decision. But I do think socially, as a society, we do need to have guidelines as to what
Was she yelling at Minar? What did he do? He looks like he's pouting now, like he just got in trouble. Having a normal one? Oh no.
is acceptable, specifically in the terms of marital consummation. Because if we don't, it opens up the doors to pedophilia, which is something that I think we can all agree.
Wait, what?
Specifically in the terms of marital consummation. Because if we don't, it opens up the doors to pedophilia, which is
Wait, what is wait, hold on. What?
my
No, you
only
take all
point.
the time you want, Paige.
Thank you. I love religion. I'm a patriarchist. I think that the man is the head of the household and he should have the final decision. But I do think socially, as a society, we do need to have guidelines as to what is acceptable, specifically in the terms of marital consummation. Because if we don't, it opens up the doors to pedophilia, which is something.
We need to have societal norms, especially for marital consummation. Because if we don't, it opens the door to pedophilia. Because according to Bibles, religion would allow child marriages. Huh. That's the argument. Okay.
That I think we can all agree is demonic and that we should stray against. If we accept that on a case-by-case basis, an individual can be assessed by the church, what I would assume would be the specific criteria for consummation, I don't know to what extent there's medical professionals in the church that are able to assess that. I think that's very, very, very complex. I don't personally endorse that.
Andrew came.
Andrew,
I did not message him.
It better have been for procreation reasons. Otherwise, that's a sin. Andrew.
God bless the king of so yeah, I do believe there is a need for some kind of intervention. I would like to believe in the Christian church anyway that we do have those safeguards in place. And in my experience we do. But when we're talking about Islam, it gets kind of skewed because there is this standard going forward that like there was this very young bride for the prophet, right? So is that acceptable for all Muslims? I don't know. And I think that's where the secular standard engages. That's it.
Why are you guys strawmanning the position? I'm never appealing to Islam. I'm always trying to
Shut up, I'm
understand the
reading a
Christian
super
position.
chat. Ticky Tack coming in with a big 20. He says, I
Shut
did this,
up.
and I'm giggling like a schoolgirl. You did, Ticky Tack. You came in and you lit a fire, and I love it.
I fucking
More
love
power
that
to you.
feeling when you
I
do
love that.
So
Yeah.
good.
Michael Arnold.
I love that feeling when I do that, and then I'm so happy.
Coming with the Big Ten. So I hear many people wanting no-fault divorce because they protect women. Will these people also advocate the government terminating a marriage if either party desired a divorce? Anybody on the panel may answer.
Would these people advocate the government terminating a marriage if neither party desired a divorce?
No, that
That's why we
well
want the
not.
government out of like the marriage, or like less so. So
Yeah, we don't want them to determine if a marriage is valid or not.
right, we don't want them dictating our relationships.
So I heard that there was a Muslim who was upset, so I came immediately.
The floor is yours. I'm going to the restroom. Minor, if you interrupt Andrew, I will beat the shit out of you with my microphone.
I
Andrew,
at
the
least
floor
need
is
my
yours.
credit for bringing him on. I at least need that, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what are you so upset about, man? What's the matter?
Nothing. They got the Aisha. I'm not upset at all. I just want to know in the Bible.
Are you upset? Are you, hang on, bro. I just want to make sure. Are you upset because Jesus Christ is God? Does that upset you?
Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, absolutely.
You mean wait? No, well, peace be upon him because he's God, right? Right.
Peace be upon him because he's one of the mightiest prophts of God. Absolutely.
You mean he is? Wait, you mean he is?
I'm upset that
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
You mean because he is God? That upsets you, right?
Can you explain what that means? Like, why would I be upset that Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, is like your God? Like, what do you mean?
You mean he's the God?
So you claiming that Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, is God does not upset me at all.
No.
Does he have to say peace be upon him every time he says it?
Doesn't upset you?
Not at all. I mean, what do you want me to say? I don't understand this, Andrew. I'm supposed to get angry because you have religious convictions. You have the ability to actually practice your religious, moral framework as long as it doesn't break.
Bro, I can't understand you. You need to take the sand out of your mouth, bro. I can't understand what you're saying.
You're allowed to practice your Christianity. You can believe whatever the hell you want to believe, as long as you don't break and start, for example, going against the threshold, which is the Sharia law, the federal church law, that tells you cannot, for example, sacrifice your kids for religious rituals because it's against.
That's fair. Can I just ask you a question? Under Sharia law, could you marry a 9-year-old?
Today's age, things have changed, so we would look at the biological indicator. It seems like all the biological indicators show that sexual activity starts from 13 on to 16.
Yeah, but let's just say hypothetically, hang on, let's just say hypothetically, a 9-year-old had gone through puberty. Could you marry her?
Yeah, but like you're saying about me, like let's say she's my daughter.
Hang on. I just want to get this super clarification on this.
Can I give you an example where she?
Well, yeah, Menard does. It feels like he's trying to apply this to him, and so Andrew needs to change the hypothetical to could someone marry them? Because yeah, Menard, he's like, oh wait, I'm not saying I'm gonna marry a fucking 9-year-old. That's so I need. Yeah, I think that's why he's. I think that's why he's pushing back because yeah, he doesn't want it to sound like he's gonna marry a 9-year-old.
So, just want to make sure. Hey, bro, before you start spurging out, I just want to get clarification here that the answer to this question is yes, and then the qualifier, right?
If she hit, she's finalized.
That's not. Hang on, bro. Before you give me the qualifier, is the answer yes or no?
How can I give you an answer of yes without giving you the qualifier?
You can give me the qualifier after I get the answer.
Well, 9 years old, she needs.
So is it yes or no? Yeah, hang on. Yes, or you fucking evasive tube of toothpaste, lying sack of fucking dog shit. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Stop spurging. Stop spurging, bro. You're spurging, bro. You're fucking spurging, bro. Calm down, bro. Can you just? Yeah. Can you just give me a yes or no, real quick, please?
If she's qualified, yes.
Okay, so a 9-year-old could marry a 9-year-old under Sharia law? Yes or no?
For example, if I'm in the middle of a desert and I have a necessity for it,
in the middle of a desert.
As long as it's afforded to me, as long as she has actually hit her biological indicator. The age
you have to spend 40 years in the desert.
Does not matter. Hello? Hey, do you understand how to debate? Can you debate my point now? Can I actually ask you a question, Andrew?
Yeah. Hang on. Hang on, bro. You'll get a chance, dude. You'll get a chance. I promise. You'll get a chance.
No,
when have I ever?
I know you're scared.
Dude, stop, bro. Stop spurging. Stop spurging.
Women
I
age
promise
in the desert, okay?
In the Bible, quote it.
I can't even understand you spurging out so bad. What's the question?
The age of marriage in the Bible, quote it. Quote the evidence for it.
Well, I mean, don't you guys like to say 6 or 7, right? Because you misinterpret the text.
Is it true that in 1564, a 3-year-old named John was married to a 2-year-old named Jane in the Bishop's Court of Chester, England? Is it true or no?
I mean, maybe Noble did all kinds of. That doesn't mean that that's part of.
So
yeah, there's things that happen in the Bible. That doesn't mean that they're advocating for it. Like there's they talk about like people cheating on their spouses. They talk about people being prostitutes. They talk about all sorts of things. That doesn't mean that the Bible's saying this is good or that it's okay or that one ought to do this or anything like that. It's I don't know, but Menard's fucking retarded, so
So the nobles that own your Christian faith and are actually your doctrine writers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it true that people who follow Islam have bombs in their chest to blow themselves up? Does that mean that's an indictment of Islam?
Shit.
I mean, if they blow themselves up, no, that's not
Answer
no.
the question.
Sure,
No, no. Okay, no. So that point's blown out. Do you have another one?
Okay, well, it seems that all of the marriage in the Bible is between 10 and 12, all of it.
You sound
10 to 14. Actually.
no. Well, no, it's not. Of course not. You're talking about nobility from the medieval period.
No, I'm talking about Isaac, Mary, and Rebecca. I'm talking about Mary consummating with Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah. Dive into Isaac, Mary, and Rebecca, and just show me your Muslim math. Go ahead.
It says she's 14.
Show me your Muslim math.
Okay, well, what age was Mary
Do
when
it.
she consummated? The problem is
Mary was a virgin, bro. Mary was a virgin. So here. So hang on. I'll answer your question, and then I get to ask one. Yeah. Okay. So let me answer I'll answer your question first. Okay. So Mary, she was basically part of a monastery, and she was betrothed to Joseph, right? She was betrothed to him. Do you understand the difference? It's not marriage. There's no consummation. It's a betrothal. Do you know what the difference is between a betrothal and a marriage?
Betrothal, like she was promised, basically?
Yeah, you're promised to him, but that doesn't mean that you get to have sex with him. Unlike in your religion, where you get to actually bang 9-year-olds because you can just say that they're post-pubescent, which is fucking disgusting.
Because there's no other biological indicator you can look for in the traditional history.
Okay, well here, let me give you my argument here. Okay,
but
this is called the socket. Hang on. No, I don't agree with you. Here, hang on. Under your religion, isn't it true that as long as you're not doing damage, but if you do damage to a girl's body, if she's 9 or 10 years old, when you sleep with her, that's not allowed in Islam. You agree that that's true, right?
You don't know what you're talking about, Andrew. You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't. Wait. So wait a second. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. Because I could have sworn I got it here. In fact, I can pull it up.
From you, that means she's not ready for you.
Yeah, exactly. So she's not ready for you, right? Because you could do damage to her, right?
Sure.
Wait.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So just so you.
That doesn't change what Andrew said. I don't know why he said he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's the same thing.
You know, this is called the socket tape measure argument patented by Andrew Wilson. So the thing is that if we are to look at Aisha, for instance, okay, at 9 years old, in order for the vaginal canal to have been developed enough to have taken on Muhammad's penis could only have been 1.4 inches in order to not do damage. Do you agree that Muhammad's penis was only 1.4 inches?
So that means Isaac, when he went and met Rebecca, he had to make sure.
Okay, I'm not. Yeah. This is whataboutism, bro. I want to know about Muhammad. Is Muhammad's name Muhammad, or is it something else?
Muhammad, peace be upon him. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. His name is Muhammad. So I'm asking about Muhammad. Isn't it true Muhammad's penis could only have been about 1.4 inches if he wasn't going to do damage to 9-year-old Aisha? I literally can show you the vaginal canal in women does not develop until they're about 18 years old to be able to take a 5 or 6 inch penis. At 9 years old, the general science shows the vaginal canal of a girl, right, is extremely shallow.
What year did the study was made? What year was the study made? Do you agree with me that?
This is modern science. I've shown it on stream before. Muhammad's, in order for your religion to be true and for Aisha not to have been damaged by Muhammad's penis, it could only have been about 1.4 inches. Do you agree with that?
No.
Or do you think he was packing? Do you think he was packing a monster and Aisha was?
Hey, why the fuck won't you shut the fuck up for a minute, damn? What the fuck, man? You're just gonna speak out the whole time?
No, sir.
No, I'm gonna show you that there's a fallacy in your argument. Get ready.
I'm gonna
Get
tell
ready,
you
Sarah.
something, little bitch.
Hang on, let him go, Sarah. Let him go. This is great. Let him go.
He's using modern studies to try to show that traditional customs were wrong. This is a fallacy, fallacious, appealing to modernity.
Wouldn't God know that?
Wait, hang on. I'm not appealing to modernity. I'm just appealing to human physiology.
From the old times, then. Go ahead, show me.
Well, hang on. Are you saying?
Are you saying? That wasn't the old time. That's what you're saying right now.
Yeah.
So
Are you?
fallacious argument?
Bro, are you saying that 9-year-old?
You don't know what the canal was 1,400 years
Yeah.
ago.
Okay, so I just want to make sure you think that
fallacious argumentator.
Yeah, you think that 1,400 years ago, 9-year-old vaginal canals were deeper?
You have to show me the study that shows you that it's a 1.4 inch. Show me. You see how you appeal to modernity and you're a failure? You failed.
Well, it's not.
You made it yourself.
It's not an appeal to modernity.
Have you considered?
I don't think it is an appeal to modernity. I believe I could be wrong. I believe penises are bigger now than they used to be. After adjusting for geographic region, subject age, and subject population, erect penile length increased 24% over the past 29 years. So, according to recent research based on studies analyzing data across multiple decades, male penises are indeed getting larger on average compared to the past, with a noticeable increase in erect penile length observed over time. However, the exact reasons for the trend are still being investigated and may involve factors like environmental chemicals impacting hormone levels. Yeah, no, it's not. It's fucking bitches. That's what it is. It's needy fucking bitches who are only wanting to get with the biggest dicks. That's what it is. Everybody knows that's what it is. This study's not gonna fucking gaslight me, dude. No shot. Chicks are size queens. Yeah. I said I've done extensive research into child vajayjays. I'm basically an expert. Yeah. There's that Andrew knows all about women, little girls' vaginas, and when they are finally capable of accepting a grown man's penis of 5 inches. He knows. He doesn't know when it gets to the point where you can do like 8 inches or something like that. He's not aware. But he knows when it gets to 5 inches. That was the point that was very important for him. He said 5.2 inches or something like that. It was very specific.
Okay. All you have to do, Andrew, is show me that you have proof to know what 1400 years ago the canal of a woman looked like. Go ahead, show me the proof.
Are you sure Allah? Are you sure Allah couldn't have stretched it? Like, how do we know Allah didn't get it?
Well, so the reason that I'm bringing up that men's penises have gotten larger over time is to say that I would assume women's canals would have been similar for the time. And so yeah, I would bet that if their penises were much smaller back then they probably would have had smaller canals, which would go against Andrew's point as well. But Bernard would at least be correct on modernity.
Get in there and
so okay, bro.
That's great.
I'm sorry, bro. You seem very upset. You seem very upset.
Why does this have to do with modernity? Wouldn't God know like women's vaginal canal sizes, like no matter what year it was?
Okay, show me proof you have any knowledge on it. Show me the study.
Yes, yeah,
God,
okay.
God doesn't need.
Show me any proof you have knowledge on that. What? Show me proof you have knowledge on that.
Proof though, right?
So
like
hang on. I do have the proof. Okay, I've shown it on stream. I showed it with Muslim Lantern. I explained in depth the research on human physiology. So 9 years old, if you don't want to do damage to a girl, right? If you don't want to do damage to her, your penis could only be 1.4 inches. So Muhammad married a 9-year-old, consummated it with her. Therefore, his penis must only have been 1.4 inches long. Is that correct or incorrect?
Appealing to your modern studies, I would have to say it's incorrect because you're not accounting to 1400 years of history.
So 1400 years ago, 9-year-old vaginas were different or what, bro? What?
Hey,
yeah, no, that's not
fallacy of appealing to
You're the expert on 9-year-old vaginas.
Fallacy of appealing to bad studies?
You know what?
Right? You can't appeal to bad studies, right?
Yeah, but you don't know that it's studies, but you're just assuming it is because that would be
Okay,
advantageous.
where does it have a study that shows how deep the canal of a woman was?
I don't think that like medical science has like.
And by the way, Aisha,
You don't
not
think
actually any woman. But
don't
an
think-
average would be nice. An average would be. I would accept an
You
average.
don't think gynecologists would already know this?
Yeah,
Like,
but
any term
wait a
like
second. Wait a second. That is an average. That is an average. And the thing is, unless you are claiming that you think that female physiology has changed since 1400 years ago, which would be insane, by the way, it would be fucking insane. I'm going off of the average. Hang on. I'm just let me.
Whoa. Yeah, based on everything that we've seen, even just in our lifetime, the human physiology in this area has changed. So,
Make the argument that he can spur. Okay, I'm going off the average of what a Muslim's penis is. Well, this would be an Arab man's penis, and then the average of what the vaginal canal would be for a child. And guess what, bro? Guess what? In order for you not to do damage to that child, your penis would have to be 1.4 inches. So you have to bite the bullet here that your prophet's penis was 1.4 inches long. Can you just do that?
Man, I never knew so much about some guy's penis from that long ago.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you can do that, bro. That you can say Muhammad, peace be upon him, when he was raping this 9-year-old, he didn't do any damage because his penis was only 1.4 inches long. That's all.
Also, actually, I would also like to throw this in there. Andrew is here's another problem with modernity is Andrew is making an argument about when women currently are changing, whereas women today actually mature faster than they did hundreds of years ago as well, and they hit puberty earlier. Tom, sad fact, Christian apologetics did do the research to make this argument. Yes. Yep. Correct. But yeah, it's women go through puberty much earlier today because of, like, I believe last I checked, I think it was because of hormones like in our food and shit. And so I think that it is yeah, it's not only like that men's penises have changed over that period of time, but even whether or not women go through puberty has changed. So I'm not gonna lie, this is super disrespectful, and I'm not even religious. Jesus couldn't even get it up, brother.
That's all.
Okay, go ahead, link us the study. I want to see how deep the vaginal canal is actually at 9 years old. And actually, this is a good argument for why we should not accept this. We don't actually accept it right now. And we actually, basically what happened was, even in like the average in Islam has changed. It's actually moved up. The average age of Islam moved up over the years. Can you agree on that or no? Or you're not?
Well, I think that there's a lot of political pressure which has been put on Arabs to stop raping children. Yes, I think that's true. But the thing is you just said under Sharia that hey, if you're in the desert, your need was great. Whew, that 9-year-old, oh man, you're gonna boogie with her.
If I'm in the desert and I have a daughter and I gotta go to Damascus and it's gonna take me 6 months to a year to get there on a caravan of 6 camels, and I'm gonna leave my daughter all alone in the middle of the desert with no running water. Yes, I would like to promise my best friend her, and then at a certain age when she's ready, I would absolutely send her off immediately because I need her taken care of. I'm so worried about her.
Yeah, but when do you how do you know when she's ready though, bro?
She goes through a whole biological change.
Right. So there's the thing. So wait. So if she goes through this whole biological change, then you would have to admit that you can't do damage to her. The reason she has to go through the biological change so that you don't do any damage to her.
Andrew, what are you appealing to? Are you appealing to secular studies and law, or are you appealing to Christian?
I
think he's pulling you up. I think he's saying your prophet was a PDF.
I want to understand what he's appealing to. Is he acting as a Christian right now, or is he secularist? Because he mentioned.
Well, what do you mean? I'm always acting as a Christian. Do you think, for instance, that philosophy? Wait. Do you think, bro? It's not arbitrary. It's not arbitrary. Do you realize that when I do an internal critique of your religion, it has nothing to do with Christianity? Nothing. Zero. Nothing to do with it.
Okay, but the problem is every time you create an internal critique of my religion, you're exposing Judaism, you're exposing your religion, you're exposing your own prophets. For this
those are all pointing to what about these other things? I'm not talking about the other things. I'm just talking about Islam right now. Can we just focus on Islam or?
The general.
Okay, I'll focus on Islam, but I need to know as a Christian, are you?
I feel like what a lot of people do is they'll especially Christians. They will make these arguments. They'll get the other person to finally like concede on these things, and then the other person's like, "But I get to ask you questions when you're done." And they're like, "All right, fine. Yeah, we'll focus on you first." And then as soon as it's done, they leave and dip out.
Argue against the biological indicator for marriage?
Well, I don't know what that. Well, wait a second. We have church ecclesiastical authority, and the church ecclesiastical authority says that you can't get married to a woman, right, unless she's at least 16 years old, and that's in the dark parts of the world. Do you understand that? Like, do you get that, bro? Like the Christians, so Christians are very much against you know the Islamic pedos, dude. Like they want to put them up against the wall. You see what I'm saying?
I wonder.
When did this happen? When did the ecclesiastical authority happen?
Yeah, we've had the ecclesiastical authority intact for about 2,000 years. Yeah, not kidding. Yes, that is the case. So the thing is like, listen, bro, I just want to make sure that that we notate that when you're talking about these different nobles who did these different betrothals, you're talking about Catholics, right? I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm not a Catholic. I'm not a Roman Catholic. And when you talk about Roman Catholics in medieval times where you had different nobles who betrothed different noble classes to different people for the purposes of state, that's a whole different thing than what the religion itself is arguing ought to be done or not ought to be done. So in this case,
can I quickly add to that? It's like they treated marriage differently at the time. It was mostly something for nobles because we lived under feudalism, and that is what they used marriage for, was to basically like decide who gets property and stuff like that.
correct. It was a state function. It wasn't for carnal desire. Do you understand the difference?
We as Muslims, for example, the Hanafiya and other, for example, jurists in Islam, and different denominations, not denominations, but schools of thought in Islam. Hanafiya, for example, they've created the same kind of arbitrary, because of the pressure of societal pressure, they actually had to create, like you were saying, an arbitrary number. But basically, they exist, whatever this authority you're talking about, they are creating this. They actually don't get, like, the evidence is not
What is this music
clear
in the
from the Bible. There is no arbitrary number. There's no age. You cannot actually create an age.
The thing is like, yeah.
It's definitely too young. There's definitely such a thing as too young.
Yeah.
Wait, by the way, I don't think that 16 number existed 2,000 years ago. I think you're actually maybe the last 100 years you actually guys evolved, because there's a lot of marriage for 14, 12.
I mean, we can see that Christians.
No.
Dude,
listen.
We can see in southern states they have marriage as young as 14 still.
Because in
Those are from Protestants, bro.
We also have general guidelines. For example,
now we're into Protestantism.
The Hanafiya will allow 15 years, nothing below, for example, because of certain, because of the science that we have, because we evolved so much, we actually can.
No, it's not from science, dude. Listen, okay. When you say stop, bro. When you say that there's an arbitrarity here, right? It's not really arbitrary. Arbitrary means without system, right? There is a system here, and there's a system Islam uses. It's not arbitrary. The system that they use is puberty. Okay, Christian ethics doesn't use a pubescent system. That's not what they do. They use an ethic guideline system. There's a distinction here. In Islam, in your legalism, you say that a woman, or sorry, in this case, a girl, just needs to go through puberty. But that's a process that takes years. It takes years to go through puberty. It's not a quick thing. So the thing is like, there's no possible way that you could say Aisha was post-puberty at 9 years old. It's not even fucking possible. And you can't say her.
I'm gonna defeat your boy. I'm gonna defeat you on this medical.
Yeah,
I haven't even made the argument yet. You're already spurging, bro.
No, I've already. Wait. You didn't already make it. You just.
I was in the middle. Well, I was in the middle of it, and then you started like fucking Allahu Akbar on me. You need to fucking calm down, bro.
Your best argument, Minar, at this point is to say that Allah did it. Allah pushed her through puberty early, so that way Muhammad could have her.
Just to preface, Andrew, I did.
Go ahead, Andrew. Finish your point.
Okay, yeah. So my point is to just say there's no possible way Aisha could have been post puberty. It's not possible. And two, if it's true that she wasn't post puberty and she couldn't have been at 9, not possible. By the way, not even possible. She could have been. Even if she had some disease that forwarded puberty, right? Which is, by the way, nowhere mentioned in the Quran at all that she had any sort of disease. None. Okay. Because even if that was the case, and we granted this, unfortunately, your prophet's penis had to be a micro penis in order to not do damage to this kid, bro. I mean, you just got to bite the bullet. No, we so can't move on from it.
Do you know what the last stage of puberty is? Do you know what the first stage of puberty is actually?
Yeah, there are actually 5 Tanner stages.
Melanie, shut the fuck up. You fucking.
Okay. Currently, I'm struggling with whether or not to put the picture of Mangione on there. Because do it? Well, I'm thinking it doesn't make it seem like as crazy if he's trying to like make a point because Mangione killed somebody. And so now he's like, using Mangione to say Luigi is amazing clickbait. Is he though? I don't know if anybody actually gives a fuck. Like, the only thing that's annoying is like it is so fucking obnoxious when liberals are running around saying shit like, yeah, like it's actually just a representation. It's more, we're just trying to make a point about what's society, and that's all. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. You guys are so retarded. And then the conservatives get to grandstand. It's like, well, you know what? I think murder's bad. It's like, damn, dude, why do you guys give this shit to them? Like,
shut up, Joe. Lee and I.
Why do you have to make us look so fucking retarded all the time? Like, shut the fuck up. Just stop talking. Just don't, like. And the worst part is that conservatives don't know how to like separate liberals and leftists, and so it is leftists who are saying this shit. It is leftists who say this shit, not really liberals. Liberals are not gonna say something like that, but the leftists say this shit, and then conservatives think that liberals are leftists, and then yeah, we end up looking fucking retarded because conservatives and leftists are retarded. It's so backwards. It's so backwards because these two sides are so retarded. Liberals look retarded in the end. You have it titled liberals, which it is. That's because that's what he says. He doesn't know the difference between liberals and leftists. I literally brought this up with him and said, bro, you keep switching back and forth from whether it's liberals or leftists. And he's like, there is no difference. There's no difference. Liberals and leftists, it's the same word. It's two different words for the same meaning. It's not the same thing, dude. But okay. And so yeah, and so I'm saying it is leftists who are defending this. I have not seen any liberals, none, not one. I haven't seen a single liberal defend this or like raise this guy up as some sort of like fucking hero or anything. Not one. But I've seen leftists do it, and they're all retarded. Like, they all sound like fucking retards when they say this shit. But I can't. Yeah, I don't know. I can't stand all of them. Like, just recently. So this guy's pretty funny. He's got some funny videos. So this guy right here.
Donald Trump just told Time Magazine it's too hard to bring the prices of groceries down.
I thought it was his campaign promise he was going to bring the prices
down. Get over it! He did say that, but then he said in the interview recently that it's hard to bring the prices down once they're already
then
up.
said
He can't make any promises, but he still thinks they'll come down.
He made a promise saying...
Were you not listening? There's only so much he can do! Tariffs will ruin supply chain. However, he did say a better supply chain and energy prices should bring them down.
The energy prices are going to bring the groceries down.
Yes, that's what he said! You do not believe it!
Number one, that doesn't make any sense. And number two, what energy? The energy Canada is threatening to withdraw because of his tariffs?
Stop taking Trump literally and out of context. I still believe Donald Trump will be able to get the groceries
down. How can
you
possibly...
I love that, dude. I fucking love that. Stop taking Trump literally and out of context. Like, wait. Which one is it? Is it that we take him literally? Or is it that we take him out of context? Those are two very different things. If we're taking him literally, it means it's in context. We're just not getting the meaning behind it. Whereas it's out of context. Well, okay, well now you can't take somebody literally out of context. Like, that's just... For example, Tom, Destiny, and Parker are liberals. Hasanabi is a leftist. Are you asking me? I don't know Parker, so I can't speak to Parker. But yes, Destiny is a liberal. Hassan is a leftist. So Hassan will defend the shooting. Destiny would not. And so yes, that's the difference there.
We believe the price of groceries are going to come down, especially with the introduction of his
You're not
tariffs.
listening? If Donald Trump said the prices of groceries will come down, then the prices of groceries will come down. What's not to understand?
What's not to understand? Tariffs are going to raise the price of everything.
What? No, they're not going to do that. After Trump raises tariffs, we're going to buy American products for cheaper. They'll make Mexico pay for the border wall.
I understand your faith and your beliefs.
You better.
But just saying words.
I was watching this and I thought that they were going to say something else. So I thought that would have been better. So I went and posted it myself. I thought they were going to say that Mexico was going to pay for the groceries. And so yeah. Man, did you have to do this? I was just trying to tell you we couldn't hear the guy. You've been placed in timeout by the owner of this video or a moderator. Oh. So yeah, anyways, like that, like, so this guy, it's a funny video. It's a funny video. I enjoyed it. But then he also did, where was it?
Why is Luigi Mangione's CEO shooting such a big deal?
$1 billion company CEO was shot.
Okay, but people get shot every day, so why is this any different? And why is everybody on Luigi's side?
Because people saw what Luigi did as an act of, you can only kick us down for so long before we start to fight back.
But that doesn't make what he did right! What he still did was against the law! He should go to prison.
I didn't say what he did was right. However, it sent a strong message to all of America.
Is that why that lady was taken to court for telling her insurance company defend, deny, depose after they denied her?
Yes, they're going to make an example out of her so the fire doesn't spread too much.
What do you mean? She should go to prison, but what do you mean spreading a fire?
Think of it like a villain in an anime that kills a henchman for questioning him.
God!
All the other henchmen that saw what happened will no longer question the villain.
But this isn't an anime! This is real life!
This is retarded, dude. The yelling is hilarious. It is. The yelling is so freaking good, dude. I love it. This is too funny, but this is also retarded. Like he's like making it sound like, yeah, they're gonna set an example out of her so this fire doesn't spread. It's like, yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. But then he's like, it's like when an anime villain takes out one of the henchmen to scare everybody else. Like, wait, that's... Why are you framing this like it's fucking evil to try to stop people from killing people? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What are you doing? Am I down again? Play, motherfucker.
You make a violent threat, shouldn't you be prosecuted
Yes,
for
this
it?
is real life. However,
If you commit a crime, you should go to jail. Why are people defending?
think of it like an animal.
Think of it like a villain from an anime. Think of it like an animal. Are
You're
you
asking me
stupid?
a question. I'm trying to get you to understand.
It sounds like you're defending the perpetrator.
I'm not defending anyone. I'm explaining.
Now it's time for the grown-ups to talk. All you need to understand is it's too late.
What does Project 2025 have to do
We need
with
to get
it?
rid of the enemy from a day. How dare you dodge my attack?
Stop hitting!
So that's what somebody the other day was like, it was in one of my comments, I forget who said it, but they're like, yeah, you guys will all run around spreading conspiracy theories about Project 2025 after Trump said he didn't want anything to do with it. But then you'll act like drones is a conspiracy theory and we're all crazy for talking about it. It's like, I cannot believe you're saying this right now, dude. I cannot believe you're saying this right now. Like, after Trump just fucking hired all the people from Project 2025 and he did all the shit that everybody was saying he wasn't gonna do, now you're still running around like, oh, some fucking conspiracy theories. Like, you're a little late on that, dude. You were able to say something similar to that for a while. I mean, there was still reason for people to think that that was happening, especially after the guys who did Project 2025 said Trump's going to do this, but you know, whatever. Like, fine. But now you can't say that now, especially again, the drone thing is a conspiracy theory. There are drones out there that some of them are big, yes, but the big ones that people are saying are like sizes of cars. There aren't a lot of reportings about those specific ones, and none of the ones that are the reportings of those specific ones are being reported at the same time in the same places. They're just in different places in different days and different times all over the place. It sounds like it's just one freaking drone. That one's just one drone. That's the only one that people are actually like scared of and that actually like freak out about. That's it. Just that one. But that one is not that. Then there's like thousands of reportings of people just seeing drones, and it's like, okay, like that's supposedly the majority of them are manned aircrafts. They're not drones. They are manned aircrafts. There's a reason why all the videos that you see are at night with people standing under trees, right? There's a reason why it's always they're under trees trying to like view the fucking thing from under trees at night, right? They don't see the drones during the day, and they're always under trees looking at it. The reason is because the trees make it to where the leaves is what the camera is going to focus on, so that the lights up above you are out of focus, so that it could be a plane, it could be a helicopter, it could be all sorts of things, but the leaves make it to where your camera will not focus on what's all the way in the sky. So they can just keep like zooming in and out on it. And you have no idea what you're looking at. And then also, yes, the fact that it's at night makes it to where all you see are just glowing lights. That's it. Whereas like if it was during the day, well, now we can see like the shape of it and like kind of have some depth perception or something. But no, the videos are never that, because that would make it too easy to tell what's going on. So yeah, so like tons of people are just going and getting their fucking drones, flying them up in the sky, video recording it, and then putting it on the internet. There's another drone. Like I've got a couple of them right here. I got a bunch of drones. I've got a lot of drones, okay? These right here, these are the lights on the bottom, and they shine green and orange light. And you can fly this very high up, and it's still, you just see the lights shining very bright. And I've got a bunch more of these. I've got bigger ones over, in the next room. I've got a bunch of bigger ones. I've got smaller ones. I've got, I think I have 4 drones. Oh yeah, there's one right here. Here's another one. Here's the lights. I forgot about this one. Yeah, I forgot about that. Damn. Why did I forget about this one? Why the hell did I forget about It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. Anyways. The leftists are fucking annoying. They're all annoying. They're all obnoxious, and I can't stand them.
Fucking dog. Let me talk to Andrew Wilson right now. He's the big boss right here. How many stages of puberty are there, Andrew Wilson? Do you know?
You tell me. Yeah, tell me.
4 to 5 stages.
No, there isn't.
45. Okay.
What's the first stage of puberty? You literally don't notice any change. You don't notice any change, but
Wait, I thought he said 4 to 5, and then Andrew said 45. Right? Am I crazy? He said 4 to 5, yeah?
slowly she starts growing a little bit hair. But what's the final stage of puberty? Does anyone know what the final stage of puberty for a woman is? Go ahead, guys. Anybody knows?
Standard stage 5.
Yeah, what's the final stage of puberty for a woman? What happens to her?
It's a menstrual period.
She gets a period, so it's easy for us to know if she's finished her puberty.
No, it's not.
What do you have to
No,
do?
that's totally incorrect.
They get their period at Tanner stage 2, you fucking idiots.
That's totally incorrect at stage 2, bro.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. You just
Yeah,
you
no,
just don't know what you're talking about.
I got my period when I was 10. My boobs probably came like a year or two later. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I grew after that shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, so hang on. Let me just make sure, right? Her period came at 10. Manar, she was ready to. She was marriageable material to you, wasn't she, buddy? Hey, Manar, old Ghosty over there at 10. But yeah, she would have made a good wife for you, huh, bro?
Yeah, stage 1, pre-puberty.
Hey, can you answer my question, bro? Can you answer my question?
Stage 2, breast buds form. Pubic hair appears. Stage 3, acne appears. Armpit hair forms and height increases rapidly. And stage 4, which is one of the last stages, first period start to arrive. And then stage 5, breasts are finally developed. One of the last stages is actually puberty. So it's very
so wait, you just disproved yourself. You just said it was the last stage. You just said it was the last stage. Yeah, so you were wrong. You were wrong about your own argument. Not only that. Hang on. Not only that. But here's the thing. Can you answer my question real quick, bro? Ghosty just said, hey, stop, bro. Can I ask my question now? Ghosty literally just said she got her period at 10. Does that mean that you would have advised your cousin to like marry her if he desired her because she went through puberty, right?
Hey, Andrew, do you understand that today we have technology, we have...
I don't know why you won't answer my question, bro.
Can you actually answer anything you
You're not answering my question, bro.
I will answer it, but you have to concede that there's a change in climate, there's a change in atmosphere, there's a change in
that doesn't change. That doesn't change how puberty works.
The travel distance from Damascus to Syria used to be 6 months to a year. Now it's 3 hours with a plane.
You realize that stress would make it take longer for puberty to happen.
So
realize stress would delay puberty. Realize stress would delay.
Okay. Listen, I'm just gonna grant all of this. Can you just help me out here? Poor Ghosty over there just said she got her first period at 10, right? The thing is, does that mean one of your cousins? If one of your cousins thought that 10-year-old Ghosty was just quite the looker, then since you said that the end of puberty was your first period, does that mean that if one of your cousins wanted to marry her under Sharia, they could have? Yes or no?
Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior.
Hang on, shut up, Melanie. Let me answer.
I have to hear about Ghosty as a child one more time. Poor Ghosty.
Okay, answer the question.
Yes. Okay. Got it. So here's the thing, bro. Like, what else do you want me to say about your religion, man? Like, what else do you want me to say?
I'm waiting for you to give me the argument that this is actually anti-Christianity.
The Christian morality doesn't stop us either. That's why there were Christian
I'm waiting for you to tell me
there were Christian sects that allow marriage at 14.
Hold on.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Hang on. Listen, I'm going to answer the question, but you have to stop spurring long enough for me to answer it. So just like bro. Okay. Whenever you're ready, you tell me.
Go ahead, man. Melanie, can you chill for a second? God damn.
Okay, so just like Melanie says, well, Christianity doesn't stop this either, right? Because you have different sects that do A, B, C, and D. Well, Islam considers itself unified, Melanie. You understand that? They consider themselves, all of them consider themselves to be unified. It's not a sect. Stop, Melanie. One second.
Where's the moral framework?
Stop, Melanie. Stop talking, Melanie.
There isn't one, right?
Okay, never mind. I'll tell you what. You go ahead. You guys go ahead. I'll wait.
There's no framework that actually prevents. There's no framework under Christianity. There's no moral framework under Christianity that prevents this.
Hold on a fucking second. Let me just read some of these first real fast. Nephilim coming in with big 2. The legend is true. Yes, Andrew, we said your name 3 times and you magically appeared. Trib 1 coming in with the big 2. The crucible cult asked and shockingly received. Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 5. But we only said his name once. Fuck, Andrew's getting quicker. Crucible crew, not one step back. Tommy Woosah coming in with a big 2. Not one step back, and salute back to you, Tommy. Heartbender coming in with a big 10. I'm so happy Andrew showed up. Win, Andy. The Trib one coming in with a big 2. Andrew and Manure.
I got manure. Damn. Fuck. We got the. I think it was MW who said, I needed a crazy look on my face. I needed to look at him crazy. It was good. Tom, do you know if the Crucible crew mob flashed their chat for Let It Slide? What? We'll let her chat. Wait. Tom, do you know if the Crucible crew mob flash her chat or Let It Slide? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying. You saying the Crucible mom? Usually after Andrew's done chatting, his chatters watching will flash Phil and troll the feed. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying. I have no idea what you're saying. I'm so lost.
Don't disagree on no fault, right? And I believe that would be true because Manure was arguing for that no fault was wrong, and I believe Andrew has a.
Wait. His name is Manure.
I'm calling him Manure for the evening because he's just been
Feeds,
stinky all
I'm
night.
sorry, I
with
don't
Spurg
know
session.
what you're saying.
Trib 1 coming in with the big 5. Don't need to put the whole peck in order to damage the badge. LOL. Even trying to come up with that number is wild as fuck. Muhammad was gross regardless. And I will say this is an instance where it's literally just the tip. If you really think about it, it's kind of gross. Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 10. I'm here from the roast. Muslim Andrew be cooking. I still want to know how an illiterate Muslim prophet wrote a holy book and why so many people believe it. Suspicious. Jesus is God.
That's really interesting. Can I just quickly point out that I don't think most of the people who wrote the holy books in the Bible were around for Jesus anyways.
Okay. Ticky Tack coming with the big 5. Be charitable, Andrew. Give him 2 inches. A Plumpy coming with the big 5. Keep Christ in
You know, the
Christmas.
problem is, like, if you give them an inch, they take a mile, you know?
Exactly.
Like a child.
Oh, no! Nephilim coming in with a big 2. Someone clip him calling Andrew the big boss. Shazzy Bear is a new member. Congratulations. Welcome to the Mater side. Wrongful Rage coming in with big 5. Now, I know why the people of Mimir go for the Muslim next. It's a cultural Buddhist 969 sect problem. Straight savage. Thank you, guys. We love you. All right, Andrew, back to you. Have fun.
So let's get back to this. Before I was so rudely interrupted, Islam considers itself to be a unified religion. Okay, so it doesn't have sects. Do you understand? There's no sects. It's one holistic thing. They consider all themselves to be one thing. Correct, Monarch? So that's why when you Melanie, like the tard that you are, who doesn't know shit about this, right? When you say certain sects of Christianity, we don't consider them part of our church. We don't consider them a part of it. Anybody can call themselves a thing. They don't follow the same Bible. They follow a different Bible that has the book that has the entire Deuterocanon removed from it, Melanie.
Sometimes.
Do you understand?
Sometimes they don't.
No, they do. They have the entire Deuterocanon removed. All Protestants, all of them.
Deuteronomy says some fucked up shit. Like, I don't know if you should.
Not Deuteronomy. The Deuterocanon. That's the book of Maccabees. That's a book that has other books in it.
Fair enough.
It's not even the same Bible.
Okay, so was I incorrect when I said that most of the people who wrote these books weren't even around for Jesus? Because I'm pretty sure, I've heard someone actually.
No. Listen, Melanie, hang on, dude, stop spurting out. See, just give me 2 seconds to answer what Melanie's asking. No, the New Testament is a collection of what the Gospels are letters that are written by the apostles to their various churches on how to guide those churches. That's what it is.
Right, but they make a lot of claims about Jesus that can't be verified. You'd have to get that.
Yeah, well, even if that's true, right? Even if that's true, it has to do with anything we're talking about here.
Well, how do you know they're actually prophets?
Yeah, even if that was true, it wouldn't have anything to do with what we're talking about here.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like,
even if I just granted all of that, it would have nothing to do with what we're talking about.
What is the moral framework that your religion imposes that prevents what Menard's religion apparently endorses, which is PDF files?
we look at an ecclesiastical authority, it has to match up with.
Sorry, you're robot. Can you start again? I just didn't hear the first part.
Your phone went out, Andrew.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we got you. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, yeah. So the ecclesiastical authority, which is the church, right, has to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ and the apostles, right? And so a lot of this is actually outlined in Paul as to what is permitted, what is not permitted. There is going to be some sort of cultural relativity which happens here, yes, but Christianity has never ever been an advocation or in any way advocated for marriages at these wild ass ages of 7, 8, 9 years. So that's insane.
Oh no, I'm not claiming it's that deep, but like there are definitely states which use religious definitions of marriage and then saw it fit to allow 14-year-olds to marry. And all I'm saying is that the Bible itself,
but they're all
wasn't enough
Protestant.
to prevent
They're
that.
all Protestant.
That's like
Yeah,
Mormon
because they don't
shit.
follow the right Bible.
Also Mormon.
right?
It is
Yeah,
also
they don't-
Mormon shit, definitely. Mormons are just Mormons are wild though.
Yeah, that's like a whole. Don't they follow like
Puritan
Joseph,
shit.
whatever?
Yes, that's true. But the thing is,
You're a bit
like,
of a
this
Puritan with, like-
criticism. Yeah, the reason this criticism doesn't make any sense is because they're not following the same Bible we follow. That's one. They don't have the same church authority that we follow. That's two. Essentially, you can have a cult and call it Christianity because there's no way to prevent that. Like anybody can just call themselves a Christian, but it has nothing at all to do.
Isn't Protestantism the next biggest sect to evangelicalism in the U.S.?
Well, no, evangelicalism is Protestantism.
Oh, my bad. Well, then it is the biggest.
Yeah.
Right? So that's a cult.
Yes, in the United. Well, no, in the United States, it's set into mini cults, hundreds of micro cults.
This kind of got like way off track, dude. This is.
Ma'am, you do realize how young this person would have been during World War II, right?
Talk to you yet, Andrew?
Andrew, can you please tell us your age, your location, and who you're voting for this cycle, please?
Yeah, I'm 40 years old, and I'll be voting for Trump.
Awesome.
Location.
Yeah, so I can give you my.
He's closer to the perspective than we were.
And that's why we had to drop you. You can request back up.
Come down, and you.
Oh.
Yeah, he's from Cruces.
And then they're gonna try.
What am I supposed to do with this? Catmere.
So do you think that Christianity is just like perhaps fertile grounds for cult-like behavior?
Yes, of course. In fact, there's a great book you should read called "Occult Feminism" that my wife wrote. That ties in to the occult roots.
Though, so that's kind of
that's what she talks about the entire time is the roots of feminism coming from Christian cults.
Right, but that's why like modern feminism, which is secular, wouldn't apply as much.
Yeah, but it's not really secular, right?
Oh,
so
it definitely is. You think
no,
that
definitely their values are adopted from occultists for sure. All of the rooted feminist doctrine is rooted in occultist. Yes. Okay, I'll tell you what. Name a prominent original feminist who wasn't an occultist. I'll wait.
Well, no,
They
I was going to ask,
like,
like,
yeah.
but I was going to ask, like, you think that like modern day feminists look to the Bible for how to do feminism or something?
Well, no. So what happens with different cults, right? And this is especially ones that last for hundreds of years. They take a bastardization. Yes, they take a bastardization of a multitude of ideas, and then they kind of create a smorgasbord, and they pick the things that they like and they reject the things that they don't like. And so the thing is like what happened. So what happened with the feminist occultists? They were taking things from the cult of Golden Dawn, Aleister Crowley, and others, and they would mix them in with Christian ethics. Like they rewrote the Bible. The feminists rewrote the Bible, called it the Women's Bible, the Feminist Women's Bible, and they took all of the things that the men did out of it. Prominent feminists made up. They literally made up a new gospel and said that it was Jesus's wife who made that gospel. It never even happened. It was a complete forgery. So, like, yeah, bro, it's all rooted in occultism.
It's not. It's rooted in.
I mean, it is. No, it's not. What convention? Name a prominent feminist who's not a witch. Name a prominent feminist who isn't a fucking witch,
They
too.
came through occult groups, different occult groups, and some of them were like offshoots of Christianity. But they came through that because that's where like women were allowed to be prominent like religious figures, whereas they weren't allowed to be that in the church.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
feminism
correct.
grew along with different occult groups, and they kind of They were like two roots of
Great
one
way to make a
tree.
case. It's a great way to make a case for why we don't allow women to enter into clergy.
So, by the way, it was in 1848 that the Seneca Falls Convention happened, and yes, there were women with religious backgrounds and stuff like that, but they actually came together regardless of the religious backgrounds because it wasn't religious background.
No, we're aware. They're all occultists, bro. All of them were occultists.
No, they had
occult
different
groups. Occult
groups with entirely different belief systems. Yeah, that makes sense.
that's how occultists always work. You think
No,
that
actually, you share. You have a hive mind.
No, Aleister
You
Crowley.
don't understand how cults work,
dude. Aleister Crowley came from the cult of the Golden Dawn. Okay, and we're not talking about cults. We're talking about occults. Do you understand the difference? Occultists, not cultists.
So occultists are just people who don't share mainstream Christian views. Really.
Yes, but
you're using an umbrella term.
Occultists follow esoteric belief structures. Esotericism is its own style of philosophical magical belief. And the thing is like many of these occultists. Dude, stop talking for 5 seconds, or else I can't even explain this to you if you don't stop talking. So either you're going to talk, and I'm going to sit here while you spurg about shit you obviously don't understand, or you can listen. It's your choice.
It's just yes or no question. Are you dying that they were all occultists?
Yes, they were all occultists. Yes,
okay,
all of them. Okay, well then great. Name one. Name one that wasn't. Name a prominent feminist who was not an occultist. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Several. I just can't remember the names offhand. I'll get back to you.
Oh yeah, because they didn't exist. They were all occultists, dude. Ghosty knows this. She had to prep for a debate with Rachel, so she ended up having to dive in. She thought she'd prove Rachel wrong. In fact, she dove in and went, "Oh shit, they were all occultists."
So I had knowledge of this prior, and I agreed with that they came from the occult or whatever, but I disagree with Rachel's framing of it.
What's the framing that you disagree with? They were all cultists. They were all part of the cult. All of them.
They came. The occult and feminist grew together because they had identical goals. But
exactly.
But they weren't one movement. They weren't like one. They just happened to like work with each other.
Some of them were evangelical.
Yeah, this is the same. No, none of them were evangelicals. None of them were evangelicals.
Like Rachel frames it as if like the occult pushed feminism.
They did.
As like some purposeful thing to like take over society, when really they just happened. Both of their means like worked together in the same.
It was just a happenstance too. It was just a coincidence.
Yes.
No,
the truth is, if those are the only places where women have a voice, then that's where women are going to go.
Yeah, Madame Blavatsky created her own form of occultism, which then indoctrinated new women into the occult. It was definitely part of her design to have modern feminism. She wrote about it nonstop. So did most of the feminist authors. And yes, they all had different cults or were in the occult and then started different cults because they did want to have power vacuums to spread feminism. That's true. But you act as though because each of them had like their own little sects and then worked together, that somehow they weren't working together for the same spreading of occult ideology. Clearly they were. Why do you think they're all abortionists? That's all occult shit. That's all occult shit. All of it.
Abortion is like a women's rights thing because especially back then women were getting pregnant so much and
back then Ghosty, what did the church do? What did the church do to you in the 1300s? If you had a fucking abortion, what did they do to you? If you were a woman? Can you let Ghosty answer, please?
No, I said I'd get back to you on this. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I know, and you can in a second as soon as we finish. Ghosty, what did they do to you?
I don't know, like hide you away and then
they burned you. They burned you at the stake as a witch.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's what they did to abortionists. If you read the Malleus Maleficarium, or the Malleus Maleficarium, this was
that was
a
written
guide.
as propaganda, though.
Okay, hang on. It wasn't written as propaganda initially. So the idea here was, while I disagree with the synopsis of this book, right? It gives you great insight. It's extremely long, by the way, and it gives you great insight as to what they considered, especially the Catholic Church, witchcraft to be. And what they found out, if you look into this, you'll find out as well, that most of the women who were burned by the Catholic Church as witches were midwives who were assisting in abortions.
So now he thinks whatever the Catholic Church does is valid. Hey, I want to ask you, Andrew.
What are you talking about? Did I say that at all? Or did you just make that up?
Was Frederick Douglass a witch?
I don't know why you don't answer my question. Why did you just say that as though I said that?
Remember, you said I could do that later. So was Frederick Douglass a witch?
Frederick Douglass was later in the feminist movement.
But he was at the Seneca Falls Convention, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, like, all of this is kind of obnoxious because it just doesn't, while I don't know if any of this is true or not, it doesn't really matter, like. Okay. While I don't know if any of this is true or not, it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't think it matters at all. And this is kind of like, this is kind of like the talking points that conservative use, where they do this like, oh, well, this group did this thing, therefore, like, you shouldn't be part of this group. And it is literally what people do to conservatives or to Christians. It's literally the same thing people do to conservatives, where they say, conservatives will say like, oh, well, the woman who came up with abortion did it for or for, not for abortion, the woman who came up with crap, I can't remember the name of the group that does all the abortions, the family something, no, not feminism, the actual like organization that does abortions, not that, yeah, Planned Parenthood. Yeah, that the woman who started Planned Parenthood did it to kill off as many black babies as possible. That was like the whole plan is, and it turns out that like this is true, and that yeah, she wanted to make sure that black women were having abortions, and so that was what Planned Parenthood was organized for. But that doesn't mean that people who today agree with abortion or like Planned Parenthood, that has literally nothing to do with them. Like nothing, absolutely nothing. Or this is when conservatives will say, oh, you're voting for the party that had the KKK. And it's like that, okay. So, like, that doesn't mean, that means literally nothing. You're saying absolutely nothing. So what? Who cares? Like, it doesn't mean anything. But this is like when people say to Christians, like, you're with a religion that allowed, priests to have sex with children and had tons of pedophiles. Okay? So, like, it doesn't mean that those people are advocating for pedophilia or for like kids to get raped or anything. Like, it's just not relevant. It doesn't matter. But you just bring it up as this like thing, as though they're supposed to be like, what? Well, if bad people ever existed within this religion, then I want nothing to do with it. It's like, it just doesn't mean anything. It's such a pointless thing to say. But yeah, like, even though I would feel like, Christians should know better than to make such a dumb point, and know better than to say something like that, because that sort of shit is thrown at them all the time. They should know like how fallacious that is and how ridiculous it is. They still end up going and making the same freaking arguments with the KKK and the Planned Parenthood stuff. Like, it doesn't mean anything. So what if people who did bad things, who are part of this group, and now, like, the group today does not advocate for that thing, and people who are part of this group are not advocating for that thing, so who cares? Why does it matter? Like, it's just, it's kind of annoying. Like, obviously, I'm pro-life. I don't really, I'm not like a huge advocate for Planned Parenthood or anything, but it's annoying to hear such horrible arguments all the time from conservatives about this sort of shit. So yeah, I don't know. I would expect better, and we don't really ever get it, so it's kind of frustrating. I did finish the thumbnail, and I've got the thing started to where I should be rating you guys into the shit. Why is this like this? I should be rating you guys into the premiere here shortly, so should be heading over there in just a minute. I'm just making a few small changes.
Yeah. So what?
That's the first.
That's not something rooted. And yes, he probably was a witch. Yes.
No, he wasn't probably a witch.
Yes, he probably was a witch. Yes.
No, he just wasn't.
Okay. Well, but let me ask you a question. Can you pull up any writings of Frederick Douglass in the occult?
No, you'd have to do that to prove your case, right?
Well, no, you said you're saying he's not a cultist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's find out.
Yeah, so find me some writings where he writes for the occult, like you would, the thing that would prove your case.
The other thing is like these things, like seances,
Okay, here we
for
go.
example.
His authority was grounded in an occult tradition that no slaveholder could enter the magic root episode. Okay, this is framed the inner revolution of Douglas's life. So hang on. The Theosophical Society in America, and the Magi's root. You can literally find this immediately. So yes, Douglas was indeed an occultist. Yes.
And just to be clear, you probably also think Episcopalians are occult members too.
Well, there's a difference between. Wait. Nobody will ever say that the Theosophical Society is not occulted. They're self-described as occultists.
Yeah, so I'll grant you that. I'm asking about someone else now. If someone was an Episcopalian, yeah, no, I'm granting you that.
Now she just got blown out. Can you just go ahead and admit that you were wrong and that Frederick Douglass was a witch?
Yeah,
Can you? Okay, great.
If you have to so badly to Andrew, you are the best debater ever. Since you need it so badly, here's your W. Would an Episcopalian be an occultist to you?
What's an Episcopalian?
People who follow the Episcopal Church.
No, they're heretics, not witches.
But
Mormon.
okay, so
occult
Elizabeth
doesn't equal witchcraft, though.
Yeah, and I also just want to point out, Elizabeth Cady Stanton was an Episcopalian.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton was an occultist for sure, 100%. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now many of these people self-identified with Christian roots, just like Margaret Sanger. She identified with Christian roots as well.
Margaret Sanger. That's the chick we were just talking about who started the Planned Parenthood. And like a lot of people when I say that, I'm like, yeah, like that doesn't mean anything. They did something a long time ago, therefore like you shouldn't be part of this today. And then they're like, no, they're doing it today. It's like, okay, then why did you ever make the point about what they did a long time ago? Why did you ever even mention that? You didn't even have to mention that. You could have just made the point that they're doing that today. If you actually believe that that's what they were doing today, you would have just made the point about it today. But you don't make that point because you don't have a strong argument on that. So you make this other point because you feel like that's something you can actually prove, or you think somebody's going to deny it. You think someone's going to deny it, and so you're happy that like they'll hopefully deny it so that you can be like, yes, huh, and then go and like show the proof of it. But it doesn't actually prove anything. Like it doesn't, yeah, you're just not actually making a point in the end, and it's obnoxious. So, all right, I'm going to head out. I'll be back on tomorrow, most likely. Now that I finish this video essay though, I want to do more video essays, but I'm going to raid everybody into my new video premiering. If you're in the shorts chat, you might not get it. So, either head over to the other chat, or I will try to post a link in chat, though lots of times you guys don't get those links either. You're not able to click on links for some reason. So, but yeah, I'll try to post it in shorts chat. But yeah, hopefully be back tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools. Okay, we got a problem. Apparently. Wait, it doesn't look like it set up the fucking premiere. Or maybe it did. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't look like it did. There we go. All right.